Science, and together with my colleague Andrew and Jan, it's my pleasure to welcome all the delegates, participants to this conference. I'm going to welcome the Director of Indian Institute of Science, Professor Rangarajan, to come to the stage and welcome all of you on behalf of the Institute. May I please request Professor Rangarajan, please.
Good morning. Let me warmly welcome all of you to this meeting. From what I gather, it's quite a unique meeting which brings together people with various expertise in various areas together working on the general area of planetary health. This is something which is becoming more and more important. Because climate is also playing a big role in health. And from the Institute, we are very excited about this conference, and it's also from our perspective very timely because we are starting a postgraduate medical school with a hospital, and therefore for us, we can, I'm sure, learn a lot from this. And we are also tying up, we are also want to get into One Health, and we are tying up with the National Dairy Development Board. We have signed an MOU with them to look at health from a veterinary perspective, from the dairy industry perspective also. And climate is one area we have been working on. There are several experts. We have a Center for Climate Change. So all areas which are going to be discussed in the conference are things of great interest to us, and I'm sure we can forge collaborations in many areas where we have common interests. So with these few words, let me welcome all of you once again to this meeting, and I'm sure you'll have a very productive meeting. Thank you.
I want to thank Professor Rangarajan for making it possible to come for this inaugural session of this meeting. He was extremely busy, had a so it was not easy for him to make it, and he may have to leave early. But his presence here is very symbolic that this new direction that Planetary Health Trilogue Days is taking, Institute will be very happy to be part of it. And together with Professor Elizabeth Stark and Professor Barnabas from Makerere University, I think three of you, I hope will have a few moments in the next few days to discuss way forward. Thank you again, Professor Rangarajan. May I please hand over now to Professor Elizabeth Stark. May I please request Vice President, University of Zurich, Professor Elizabeth Stark.
Dear Professor Rangarajan, dear Professor Barnabas, dear Professor Utbaltato, dear Professor Andrew, dear Professor Jan, as I learned to call him here, dear Jonas Brunswick, dear esteemed delegates and guests. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to stand before you today on the occasion of the opening of the Trialogue Days at the Indian Institute of Science, and it fills me with joy to see so many delegates from India, Uganda, and Switzerland coming together, united by the shared commitment to advancing the health of our planet, humans and other than humans. My name is Elisabeth Stark, as was said before. I'm the Vice President Research since 21 at our university, and I'm really happy that the three institutes, the Indian Institute of Science, Makerere University, and University of Zurich, have joined forces to set up this trilogue. Before my departure, I was of course excited about the conference program, about meeting all of you and engaging in discussions on one global planetary health from different disciplinary and cultural backgrounds. Yet, as this is my first visit to India, I was also curious about this wonderful country and the opportunity of a truly immersive conference experience. Already the exceptional warm welcome I have received has underscored India's reputation of a nation of unique hospitality and cultural richness, where tradition and innovation meet to create meaningful connections and tackle pressing challenges. I am looking forward to learning more about this country during the coming days and about your perspectives on how we can forge new partnerships and concrete cooperations. For this to become reality, we can build on existing ties and institutional structures. With 7 faculties, and this is a number we share with the Indian Institute of Science, and more than 150 institutes, our university is the largest and most diverse comprehensive university of Switzerland. In 2019, One Health became one strategic principle or one strategic focus of our university, and in 2023, the One Health Institute, as a cross-faculty research endeavor between the medical faculty, the Faculty of Science, and the veterinary faculty, was officially founded. And I'm quite proud to say that I, in a way, invented the funding instrument to make this happen. I was very proud that the One Health community was the first one to apply for a new funding instrument, and here we are now, and we'll talk and work about this topic. Our institute seeks to provide a global and holistic approach to major health-related challenges, while also promoting transdisciplinary research, education, and societal outreach. But research on planetary health is, of course, not restricted to the natural sciences. As the diversity in the UZH groups of participants from 4 different faculties, including the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, demonstrates, we do that together. These topics are, as I said, transdisciplinary, and they are trans-institutional and transnational. Diversity and cultural richness is it what makes the topic of one global and planetary health so central in academic research and teaching. And I'm happy to underline also joint values that I'm convinced carry our whole community here, be it in Switzerland, Uganda, or in India. Unconditional respect between humans, especially different genders, but also between humans and animals, and humans and environment. Based on this respect and our policies, also on animal research, open science, we will bring the ideas of equals, united in the search for a better and sustainable future, to flourish. In this context, I am happy to say that the Indian Institute of Science and the University of Zurich have already signed a new memorandum of understanding, thanks to relentless efforts of Daniel Wieler, who is also with us today. This agreement solidifies the collaboration between the 2 institutions in research, innovation, and education. Underlining the good relations between India and Switzerland even more, both countries, as you know, signed a trade and economic partnership in March this year. And even though politically Switzerland is not part of the European Union, it is geographically located in the center of Europe and has strongest links with European universities. Our links, our networks, LIRO and UNA Europa, is what we will bring to this collaboration. But India is more and more in the focus of academic internationalization anyway. So this Swiss delegation comes, I hope, at the best moment to foster our ties. I'm sure it will be followed by many more. Let's therefore seize upon all these existing cooperations, relations, and the 10-year-long tradition of the dialogue days to make this meeting more than an exchange of ideas. Let it be the foundation for actionable partnerships and future projects. As we embark on this journey together, I encourage all of us to think not just as representatives of our institutions, but as stewards of a shared planet and ambassadors of respect and equality. Before we dive into our discussions, please let me express my deep gratitude to the Indian Institute of Science, particularly Professor Rangarajan, as the host of this conference. I'm looking forward very much to the next chapter of this, I also have to say, and I'm very happy to see Professor Barnabas here. And I wanted also to thank Swissnex, in particular Jonas Brunswick and Lena Robra, the organizing committee, for the professional and smooth organization of this trialogue. Last but not least at all, I would like to extend my thanks to the co-conveners, Professor Andrew Kabugu from Makerere, Professor Utpal from the Indian Institute of Science, and Professor Jan Fehr from the University of Zurich for their relentless efforts in bringing researchers together to tackle one global planetary health. I look forward to these trialogue days and to learning from all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Elizabeth Stark. What a wonderful kickoff to this meeting, and your inspiring few words that has brought the whole community together. I think it's a fantastic thoughts that you expressed this morning. It's now my pleasure to invite Professor Barnabas to the stage to say a few words to encourage the participants and the way ahead in taking this dialogue days forward with the 3 different continents that have brought together under this conference. May I please request Vice Chancellor Makerere University, Professor Barnabas.
The Director, Indian Institute of Science, the Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Science, Vice President, Zurich, University of Zurich, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the delegation from Makerere University, I would like to thank the organizers, and particularly Swissnex, for the wonderful reception and hospitality accorded to us so far. We from Makerere University understand the issue of climate change very seriously. We live in the region that is the worst affected by climate change, where we experience heavy rains followed by floods, landslides, and yet, alternatively, with long droughts, all of which disrupt livelihoods and, of course, affect food security. We are aware also that climate change is leading to new diseases, and our region again is experiencing new diseases and maybe a resumption of diseases that we had forgotten about. As an architect, I'm aware that construction contributes 30% to global warming, but yet we must continue constructing buildings, and we must find solutions to do it sustainably. I'm also aware that the way we build can contribute to good health or to poor health, especially in the warm, humid regions, where we must take cognizance of the need for ventilation and the need to look after things like humidity. So architects can, of course, contribute to poor health or good health. And we are really very much part of the discussion on planetary health. Climate change is real, and it is, as I have said, already leading to the emergence of new diseases, changes in old diseases, such as malaria. This morning, I was listening to a TV broadcast which says several universities in Europe have come together to address the issue of the effect of climate change on health, and that there's a need to integrate climate change even in medical training. Of course, for us as a developing country, we are also struggling with the problem of antimicrobial resistance. And we are doing quite a bit of research on this, and we believe that working together with the University of Zurich and the Indian Institute of Science, we can get solutions to this. I've just been discussing with the Vice President, who has actually already excited me about the opportunities for collaboration among the 3 universities. For us, as an African university, we are alive to the declaration by the World Bank that if we Africans want to move our people out of poverty, we must train 1 million PhDs in the next 10 years. That is quite a huge task because at the moment we are not producing 100,000, we are not producing even a half of that. So we really look to partnering with universities around the world, especially for supervision of these PhDs. And I'm excited, Vice President, that you're already thinking about this. As Vice Chancellor of Mackay University, therefore, I urge us to move beyond dialogue to implement policies that prioritize planetary health in our institutions and governments. We need to deepen our collaborations to harness the unique strengths of our nations and disciplines. And we need to equip our young researchers and professionals with the tools and knowledge to sustain this work for decades to come. As I conclude, I must say that I was excited when I was told that this conference is in Bangalore. At least that's what the British called it. But I understand the correct name is Bengaluru. So I'm happy to be in Bengaluru, a city which I knew as a small boy in my village. I don't know why the name Bangalore stuck in my mind, but I'm happy to be here at last. Our unique partnership, bringing together researchers for the continents, for the 3 continents to address planetary health, should take leadership on the pertinent issues. We at Makerere are researching in practically every issue that has to do with climate change because we know our continent's survival is dependent on us understanding the issues. Let us leave this conference not only inspired, but also committed to making tangible progress. The urgency of climate change and the antimicrobial resistance compels us to act boldly, collaboratively, and inclusively. Together, we can create a legacy of health, sustainability, and resilience for future generations. Thank you, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and outcomes of this conference. Dhanyavad, danke, asanteni sana.
Thank you, Professor Barnabas, for sharing your kind vision on planetary health from African perspective. What a wonderful way to narrate the relevance of this important topic globally. At this point, I'd like to welcome Mr. Jonas Brunswig, who's the Consul General of Switzerland in Bengaluru and the Director of Swissnex, which is the organization which has made this meeting possible. They've coordinated every minor detail, including the most important part, getting the money to support all of what's happening. May I please invite Jonas to share his words, please.
Namaskara, Murimutya, and Grüezi. I'm delighted to welcome you this morning for the kickoff of the Trialogue Days. I want to say a word about Swissnex. You've heard everyone before me mention us. I like to describe Swissnex as a beautiful diplomatic anomaly. We have been here in Bengaluru since 2010. We are one of 6 Swissnexes that we have around the world. We were created in the year 2000 as the world's first science and technology consulate in Boston at a time when globalization was perhaps at its peak, and we thought that science and technology could solve all the problems that we had. And Swissnex at that time contributed to inventing a new form of diplomacy that was a very much bottom-up form of science diplomacy, working with the research institutions, working with the companies, and creating those linkages. And we recognize that the world today is no longer what it was, and so the need for diplomacy or a type of diplomacy today is no longer what it was back when we were created, which is why earlier this year in May we launched a new initiative called Swissnex for the Planet, with which we want to ask the question, well, if Swissnex were invented today, what kind of diplomacy would Swissnex contribute to creating to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow? And Swissnex for the Planet is our answer, because we recognize that we need to look beyond the conventional bounds of diplomacy. The interests of nation states need to be fit into the interests of the planet. So we need to have a planetary perspective, and we need to look at the interests of that which is other than human and contextualize that into our individual needs. And so, as part of this Swissnex for the Planet initiative, being able to kick off the Trialogue Days on planetary health is a particular point of pride, and I'm grateful to all of you for having taken the time and taking the time to be here with us. On a personal note, I am also particularly happy that this is a trialogue and that we have India, Switzerland, and Uganda as part of the trialogue. I have been with Swissnex for 9 years. I joined in Boston in 2015, and from the first day I've been advocating for the creation and for having a presence of Swissnex in sub-Saharan Africa. We're not there yet. I'm still working on it. I think it will happen at some point. It should have happened already long ago, but having a gathering like this is, of course, again, one more step in that direction, one more arrow in our satchel that we can use to why it is so important to take this forward. Now, I am supposed to interview Andrew, Utpal, and Jan. So I'm going to request the three of you to come on stage. And I guess we need some handheld mics. Yeah, I stay here. So we're going to have a little conversation now to set the stage and give you a little more context. And maybe we can remove the fourth chair. Otherwise, it looks sad if we have an empty chair on the stage. Nah, I'm comfortable standing here. I want to stay at a distance. You know, maybe we get contentious. You know, I'm going to ask hard questions. So I'm going to start with Jan and Andrew. And you know, we've heard from Elizabeth that these used to be dialogue days, and now we are in trialogue days. So we went from 2 to 3. So trialogue days, tell us more. Where does this come from?
Yeah. So a few years ago, Jan walked into the boardroom of my institution at Makerere as part of a Swiss delegation. At that time, I was responsible for the research program in the institute, and I'm a doctor. We're taking care of many patients with HIV, and I'd not really interacted with a Swiss clinician. But when we sat down and talked, I really realized that we were addressing the same thing from different perspectives. And that led to the birth of a very nice tuberculosis research project. And is Christine here? Dr. Christine Sekaja is a product of that program. She got awarded a PhD from Makerere and Zurich, a joint recognized program. But to cut a long story short, interacting with Jan took me out of my usual comfort zone because it introduced me to the fact that infectious diseases don't respect boundaries. You know, a TB case in Kampala is treated the same way in Zurich, I think, fundamentally. And so Jan and I started thinking about training scientists who have a global mindset. And that led to the dialogue days. And I think Jan can take it from there in terms of how we then had meetings alternatively between Kampala and Zurich.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had like 10 years. We had every second year we had a gathering either in Uganda or Zurich, Switzerland. And this was always very fruitful. and it was and is based on certain principles and understanding. First, the understanding is to tackle global issues, global health challenges. It's no way to just be at home. We have to leave our homes, our countries, and work together. And how we would like to work together, the way we think we're most productive and, you know, successful at the end of the day is to meet on equal terms. And I think that's one fundamental principle. I think
so
we
we have this statement that this dialogue is forged in the trenches. You go to Arua, which is the northeast part of the country, northwest. We actually have the Honorable Ayume, who's a parliamentarian representing the people from that part. So my institute, I tell my vice chancellor that we take Makerere to some of the most remote areas to bring the university's strength in research and training. But anyway, it's in those kind of situations that you then recognize, for example, there are communities that treasure their animals so much that they actually surround their animals at night. So the animals are in the kraal, in the middle of the kraal, and then the human settlements are around the animals. But what that means is that the opportunities for infections to move from the animals to humans and vice versa. So if I carry Jan along to such a trip, you know, it's during that trip that we start talking about, you know, what about the drug levels? Should we measure them? And then Jan will tell me, let's take someone and train them in Zurich to measure specific drug levels. So you can see it's really forged to address real world problems.
All right, so we have to speed things up a little bit, unfortunately, because we're very short on time. So now that's the origin. Here we are. Trialogue Days, Planetary Health from different perspectives, mind the gap. What's the idea behind this gathering?
So maybe shortly, this is a trialogue, so there's a third person on this stage, and it was because Utpal came to Zurich, our last Dialogue Days, and found this kind of workshop conference very interesting, and invited us to this place, and here we are. And the idea is really to expand and continue based on the same principles like we just mentioned before, and here about the different perspectives. They are so close to our heart, you can, I think, really continue and answer this question very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Andrew, first of all, for making me part of this exciting journey. That's what I would call it. It's an exciting journey. As I attended the Dialogue Days, what an opportunity it was for me to be there. I realized that it's not just a conference. It's not just a scientific conference, but as three of us are now conceiving, it's a movement. You saw a glimpse of it yesterday. It's really working at the ground level, understanding the real problems by going to the problem, not only sitting in the auditorium. And that's really what the genesis of this new direction and the new trajectory that the Dialogue Days and now Trialogue Days is going to take. I'll just end by saying that Jan and Andrew have done such a wonderful job, more than a decade long collaboration between them, and then much longer probably between University of Zurich and Makerere. 9 million people in Switzerland, 1.5 billion in African continent. So I thought, why not make it, if planetary health has to happen, let's bring another big continent together. And then of course there's competition, but 1.3 billion from India representing this would actually make sense. So that's how I'm here, and we want to change the planet. One small animal, one human, one bird, one microbe at a time. Thank you very much, Jonas.
So what can we expect now over the next 3 days?
Yeah, the program is very diverse and really want to integrate all or most different perspectives. So not just the regions, not just the gender, not just also, which is very important, also the ages. So we have really the young minds, and they're going to play a most important role. That's definitely something we have in our blocks. And I mentioned the blocks. The blocks are topic-wise grouped, and in the blocks we have always different perspectives. So it's really about breaking silos, talking about one issue, for example, heat or water, and to get all the different views on that. That's something which is basically the fundament of the program, and then there are many surprises.
Very nice. We'll get to the surprises, but I have to wear my devil's advocate hat for a moment. And you know, we have a lot of people in the room. Most of you have flown in from somewhere in the world. That's a heavy carbon footprint that we're adding. How do we rationalize that, getting this many people together?
Well, let me take a stab at this one. I think one facet of this meeting is going to be the opportunity to listen to others and therefore to learn. It's my view that that posture of being open to learning and being stretched and challenged, it's difficult to happen virtually over a Zoom call. So I really think, yes, we are here. It's a big opportunity cost, but it enables us to really be in each other's face and to have interactions. Many of us sat on a bus yesterday, walked in mud puddles, you know, maybe tested things that our palates are not used to. So we're being shaken out of a comfort zone. But I think that's what planetary health and embracing it embodies. You have to be willing to get out of a comfort zone. And I think being together in one place, sharing a meal, being on a bus ride, is what it takes.
I would like to add or emphasize being in a discomfort zone. If you're asking about this trialogue days, everybody here is in a discomfort zone. And I congratulate you already now, because you're leaving your field of expertise, basically, being aware that you have to talk to other people in a different language. And that's also so important to have language specialists here. They really are concerned of how to transmit the word. It's so important. That's one thing. And the other thing, what you were telling us about going into the mud and the palate, sorry, I would need water. It's really the fact that something you can't get on the flat screen is emotion, basically, and the true dialogue, listening to each other and then reflect, debate, and go to action. And what is needed to go to action? I feel passion is needed, and passion cannot just, cannot, please go on with the passion.
By the way, Jan and I were born in the same Jan month, and we discovered this after working for several years, but it was quite a coincidence. So he's my twin. My twin needs some water, please. Yeah, I think I've already made the point that there are things that you can't transmit on a flat screen, and I want to invite Utpal to make a comment.
I think we're going to, Jonas mentioned we're running out of time, but Jan was interrupted in the middle. So Jan, you may want to, if your throat is better.
No, I trust my twin perfectly well. Thank you.
Well, I had two more very brief questions. So now that we have everybody here in the room, what does success look like?
Okay, great. I think, in some ways, I think part of the meeting is already successful. Because of yesterday, as Andrew mentioned, we did something unusual. And what a spirit, what motivation each of you had to be open to possibilities. You didn't know where you were going. You don't know what to expect, whether to anticipate. But nobody backed out, not a single person. Some of you were there with your daughters, with sons. They walked through the village in India. And let me tell you this, even for an Indian scientist to be doing that within India is not usual. So what you've done, each of you, bravo. I think kudos to all of you for having done that. And that, I think, is a success already. And of course, we'll have greater success in the next 2 days. Thanks, Jonas.
And of course, I think we have a session where we will reflect on next steps. But I think success is the connections that are going to be established. Tomorrow I'm leading a session on AMR. Where are my panelists for AMR? They're from very diverse disciplines. We have a historian, geographical scientist, you know, clinician, basic scientist. I think I'm very keen to see what happens when you put all these different disciplines with their traditions together.
And my humble view on that is to start a movement in terms of being a community which cares about planetary health. And if this is integrated in our institution and university, that would be really great.
Fantastic. And then from our perspective, once it's integrated in this community and the institutions that this community represents, we can elevate it so that it's also integrated in how nation states conduct their business and go about negotiating deals that ensure that the future is one with a healthy planet. Now, lastly, you've hinted at some surprises. So what surprises do you have in store for us?
You're not supposed to talk about surprises.
We won't give all the secrets, but one is really the young minds, so giving pitches, 2 minutes pitches about their research. They were selected by the scientific committee, and then you vote on the different pitches, and after, there's always before lunch and after lunch, we're gonna see the winner, and that's one attraction. Then another attraction, I could say, for example, tonight there will be a movie screening, of course, about planetary health, about the climate, which is going to be very interesting. Maybe something in addition, so if you don't want to step in, at the final session, we have, of course, different rapporteurs, and we have a true, real rapporteur or rapporteur. Where is the rapporteur? Yes, so please come on stage very shortly.
Yes, John, come on stage, and let's in the meantime give a round of applause to Jan, Andrew, and Utpal.
Great to have you here, John. So please introduce yourself very shortly by giving us an idea of what's your business and how you would like to rapporteur.
Hello, everyone. My name's John Chase. I'm a science communicator. I've studied engineering and science communication and many other things. And one of the things I do is I use raps to get science across. I've done it for many different companies, NASA, the BBC, universities. I've written raps about nuclear science, and I've done loads. And here, I'm doing one about planetary health. And you guys are going to star in it. Basically, everything you're saying, everything you're doing, I'm taking a keen note of every single word you utter, every conversation you have, every look on your face, everything. I'm going to try and condense that into a rap, which I will perform at the end of the event. Someone gave me an idea, which could I get samples from you guys? I don't know. I may make something up. So he did ask me to say a few words of a rhyme, and I said, okay, I could probably do something. So I'll give you 8 lines of a rap that I wrote about sustainable palm oil and basically keeping the world good for orangutans. Yes, he's doing it for me. Okay, so just a few words, so 8 lines, and it goes like this. There's a problem, or maybe a couple. Haven't you heard the wildlife is in trouble? Orangutans, sunbirds, rhinos, and trees, and the world of key species, not just these. We depend on the forest, the lungs of the earth. We cut them all down, and it's the wildlife that it hurts. Yeah, we need stuff, but a healthy planet comes first. So let's be the doctors, the cure, and the nurse. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, now your stage time is over for now. So I ask you to kindly vacate the stage. I have one quick announcement. One quick announcement, which is that your presence is required throughout these days, of course. But today at 5 p.m., we have to take a group photo. And we will do this downstairs in this building. So keep in mind that when the program of the day ends, it's not done until we've taken the group photo. And now I have the great pleasure of handing over to Dr. Lena Robra. She is the head of academic engagement at Swissnex in India. She joined us a month after I joined 3 years ago, and she's been spearheading our academic work fantastically for the past 3 years. And you know, in my 9 years of Swissnex, I've gone through a lot of programming, but I must say this is the biggest and most ambitious yet. and Lena has been a relentless driving force. Before I give her the stage, I also want to acknowledge that while she's been a driving force, there has been a fantastic team behind making sure that everything is in place. So if you are part of the Swissnex team, this is a moment for you to quickly stand up and identify yourself. Get a well-deserved round of applause. And now, without further ado, our moderator for the Trialogue Days on Planetary Health, Lena, all over to you.
So I was saying yesterday in the evening to Jonas, today was easy, tomorrow is going to be the hardest, because it's actually like going into the scientific program. It's the hardest for me because I just forgot the passcode for my iPad, so I can't access my notes. Welcome everybody, and like Jan also said, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the leap into this meeting where many of you felt like a fish out of the water. I hope at the end of these 3 days you feel that you're part of a school of fish and not a fish out of the water. Okay, let me fall back on the announcements because those I remember. You saw John just now who will be like listening into you, but we have 2 more people who will ask you questions over the next 3 days, and that's Milena and Divya from our social media team. Milena, by the way, has done this wonderful illustration, and Divya has put it together in this lovely booklet together with Milena. The reason they are going to ask you questions is that we were really thinking like, how do we bridge this gap of like the kind of things we are talking about here with the general public? And there might be some people who don't listen to rap music. I'm sorry, John. So we're working with a publishing house here in India who publishes online as well as print, largely children's books. And we've asked the public through a form that we sort of distributed everywhere, if you could ask a scientist about planetary health, any question, what question would that be? And so Divya and Milena have a collection of questions from the general public, and they will go around and ask you these questions. And the idea is then that these questions and your answers, probably edited to make it like understandable for the general public, will be published in a form of a book, an illustrated book with illustrators from Uganda, India, and China. Oh my God, Uganda, India, and Switzerland. And the nice thing about it, it's online, it's open access, and it's translatable, so you can really translate it into your local language to share it, and we hope that this is a gateway, a conversation starter for non-experts, non-scientists to interact more with people like you on what planetary health is. Okay, I think without further ado, I will just rescue myself now and invite the first keynote on stage, which would be Sonia. Just a note here, we refrain from introducing everyone with their entire biography and background, because we've given you a booklet where you can see in the back everyone's background, what they've been doing, and we just want to save that time for more discussions. The format is, like most of you would know, we will preload the presentations from the speakers, and then we will have a conversation on stage, and we really urge everyone to discuss and debate. This is a conference to talk to each other, a meeting to talk to each other, and not to talk just at each other.
Thank you very much. It is with great honor and pleasure that I'm here today and take the occasion to speak about One Health, quite in a familiar atmosphere, thinking about brothers and sisters in mind. I would start with giving my answer to why do we need a One Health approach, then very briefly going on what is the origin of One Health, and then take the case of a current study in Uganda to illustrate the One Health and the theory of change. And alongside my talk, I will present both the challenges and the opportunities. And being an optimistic person, I think the opportunities are more important than the challenges. So the need of One Health, I think what comes first into our mind is looking about zoonosis, infectious diseases. I think you all have seen the numbers, high number of illnesses in humans and death. And the contributing factors, there are many of them. So part is the deforestation, that maybe some viruses were circulated in a sylvatic cycle, then was due to encroachment. This was the case for yellow fever, suddenly go into human populations and populations of domestic animals. Then we've seen there's an increase in the human population, so there are more humans, this needs more animal protein, and then there's an increased agriculture, meaning also more contacts between humans and animals. Another reason is misuse of antibiotics in animals, humans, plants, which then leads to an increase in antimicrobial resistance, an exchange of resistance genes. Other reasons are the purely regulated trade of wildlife, posing also a risk, and then there is also climate change, so that vectors, particular vector-borne diseases, which had been restricted to specific areas in the world, suddenly also go to other areas. And this is already, we see here, it's a multitude of reasons, meaning it cannot be just one discipline to tackle this, but this needs a holistic approach. And here's another look at what are the driving factors. And taking together already just the changes in the land use, in the agricultural industry, and the international travel, already these anthropogenic factors make up more than 50% of the past drivers of the emergence of zoonotic diseases. And this was recognized. Is it? So this was recognized, this need to have a holistic approach, and that the health of humans, animals, plants, and ecosystems are closely interlinked in the One Health definition from the One Health high-level expert panel, and asking that the different sectors of human health, animal health, and agriculture work together. So we are here asking for an integrated approach, mobilizing different sectors, and having this also with different levels of society, locally, regional, globally, and looking a bit closer in this quite complex definition. It's talking about to sustainably balance and optimize the health of humans, animals, and ecosystems. And looking at this slide again, you see the subtitle, Diseases Transmitted from Animals to Humans. And Andrew said correctly, no, it's also vice versa. So we should not forget, it's not just about unidirectional animals to humans, and I am a veterinarian, but it's also the other way around. So there is also a risk. In this example, this was chimpanzees in the Kibale National Park in Uganda. So there, these chimpanzees possibly died to the transmission of human rhinoviruses. So one of the challenges currently is also this anthropocentrism. So looking also at this side here in the definition. And then just last month, a report appeared at the European Union saying that confusion about One Health is still evident worldwide, and this hampers or threatens its potential. And anthropocentrism is one of the reasons for this. I was pleased to see that they started to have a thorough revision about existing legislation and aiming to look at, well, where is really One Health implemented? And I was surprised to see for something like the farm to fork approach, that even this is somehow limited in terms of integration and socio-cultural conservation. So there's still a lot of work to do, but I think I'm optimistic. I think it's an opportunity to revise this and to carefully look, is it really One Health fully integrated or not? And then a word to say on the origin of health, and being trained in veterinary epidemiology and biostatistics, not in the social cultures, I always need to be careful not to poach in other disciplines. I think this is another reason for confusion in the One Health context. I think it's important to respect the disciplines, the disciplinary boundaries, but to speak with each other, but avoid this confusion by simply poaching in other disciplines. And rabies is, of course, or maybe the zoonotic disease, the oldest known to humankind. It's a zoonotic disease infecting all mammals, and as soon as they are clinical sites, incurable. And in 1885, Louis Pasteur developed a rabies vaccine, and sometimes you see that he is considered as a pioneer, the origin of One Health. He developed it, he vaccinated, or not he, but the vaccine was applied to Jacob Meister, who was bitten several times by a presumably rabid dog, and this person survived. But somehow one could say this again is a very anthropocentric approach. The vaccine was developed and applied to human. It was not about protecting the dogs. So I would rather aim, the work from Pasteur can rarely be overestimated, a huge breakdown, but this is not really a One Health approach. Just working on zoonotic diseases is not necessarily One Health. So I put this into quota and say, be careful about it. This is also one of the confusions. So looking, what is it? Someone which is rather truly, I think, a pioneer is Kevin Schwabe, because he really brought in the idea of an integration in the One Health concept, and saying that there's no difference of the paradigm between human and veterinary medicine, and both sciences share a common body of understanding. So I'm also looking forward to more of the inclusion of the social sciences, and there is a nice book from Abigail Wood and else. So I think in the past years, this had started to look also what is the role of animals in history, and looking how animal and animal health has shaped and has been shaped by human medicine and human health in society. And as an example, Abigail Woods wrote also a paper revising the notes of the veterinary official control policies against FMD. FMD is not a zoonotic disease. And she wrote to its supporters, slaughter was far more than a method of disease control. It acted also as a moralizing and civilizing force, an indicator of veterinary ability and virility, a symbol of the British international leadership. And this cultural rationale for FMD control by slaughter declined during the late 20th century and was wholly undermined by the 2001 epidemic, when extensive culling failed to convey the intended image of an organized, enlightened Britain. So I'm looking forward to see more of the social science understanding about what we are technically doing, looking on our, let's say, culture of how we do animal disease control. This is, I think, definitely an opportunity here. And in this context, I'm glad to see that within the One Health theory of change, there is definitely a place to include social sciences, including also on these social consideration, cultural facts. And when we ask during, this was a workshop, training for a disease preparedness, when we ask official veterinarians, how do you think society looks at animals? This is one picture where you see in the middle the official veterinarian not really knowing how to balance On one side, you see a cradle with a cat, like a family member. And on the other side, you see a multitude of birds in the basement, so really the lowest level. Well, and what only counts is the production of sausages. In the second picture, it's a similar theme. You see this divide, you see an adult having children and then having the animals, the dogs, a pony, all look happy. Yeah, maybe not the cat looks a little bit grumpy. And then behind the scene, you have livestock animals. You do not see the whole body, you just see the eyes, and then you have the badger. And then here's a third, and we asked these veterinarians, it was a long day of talks, of ethical training, and then we asked them, look, do some homework when you're in a hotel room, here you have some paper, please draw a picture, what do you think about it? And this was another one, again with the same topic of this dichotomy. On one hand side to the back you see the machinery, this is to fix the somatic cell count, it's the quality of the milk. And then you see it's already partitioned in the hams and slices to be packaged. Yes, and this was together with Austria and Liechtenstein, so they are euros in the end coming out. And to the former side, you see this is an anthropomorphic. These are human legs, a very cute face. Switzerland was also involved, so you see that we have a brand, a chocolate brand, Lind, with a famous bell. So looking at the definition of One Health, we speak about to sustainably balance and optimize the health of animals, but somehow I could say, no, not all animals are equal. Speaking about the animal is a construct. So one need to look carefully at it, and in contrast to our human colleagues, something like veterinary professional ethics is still in its infancy, and there we have this issue between professionalism and commercial interest, which adds an additional level of complexity, possibly solution. So what could we do about this? One idea is to have a look at the wheel of ignorance, described by John Rawls in the theory of justice. So the idea would be to say, if I would not know, if I would grow up, or in which part of the world I would grow up, what would be the color of my skin, what would be my gender, what would be my abilities? If I would not know all of this, being under a wheel of ignorance, then looking for fair principles in a just society, well, I would try to look care that everyone would have a fair chance, irrespective of these different parts. And then one could think, apply this thought experiment or a moraling reasoning device also in this context. This could help with regard to the anthropocentrism, and possibly also look a little bit with this problem that we treat different animals differently. It would not be a solution. We still would need to decide and to agree, but it might be a way to come up with a better decision making when we want to change things. The theory of change, this was developed, something like a roadmap in it, consists of 3 different pathways. Being an academic, of course, the last pathway with data, evidence, and knowledge is the one which is closest to me. But at the same time, when you really would like to put One Health into practice, we just heard about also the attempt to prepare something for being accessible to society. The 2 other parts are also very much important. And we are involved in a project, e-rabies, being in Uganda since about 10 years and really benefiting from a great collaboration with COVAP and also with IDI. And rabies is a problem because there are insufficient data and insufficient One Health surveillance. This leads to a low prioritization, it's under-resourced, and this again leads to a weak program implementation. And I will quickly go as an example with this running project, how we aim to align with the theory of change. So we use qualitative approaches. There have been already 2 master theses submitted, looking at the barriers, the facilitators, and we use key informant interviews and focus group discussions. And one thing, for example, just to share this where I was really surprised, one of the study sites is in the refugee settlement in Chigegwa in the district, And they're asking, why do you not vaccinate your dogs? Some of the refugees says, well, we eat them, and therefore we do not want to have them vaccinated. And this is something, an idea with my socialization. No, we do not eat dogs. I would not have thought of this. This is another approach. We also rely on quantitative approaches. This was part of a study where we explored different mass vaccination strategies. One was the classical static one that you just say, okay, then and then, come with your dog, it will be vaccinated. Another one that we worked together with schools and teachers, did some sensitization and then said, look, during the weekend, please come, bring your dogs. Then livestock meant we tried to do in parallel livestock vaccinations and canine mass vaccinations. And then human part, this meant working together with human health professionals and align our mass vaccination, let's say, with measles vaccination. And then we vaccinated the dogs, we marked it with colors, and then the day after we went and counted the dogs, and this was then to estimate the vaccination coverage. What you see here, that one linked to the human health activities, I mean the proper One Health one, reached the best results. Going to the next pathway, we also aimed really at the organizational level, so trying to look both, including the district regional officer who reports directly to the president, having different disciplines, but having also citizens present in this, so a truly transdisciplinary approach. And then going for the first one, with the support of the German SEG team, so the Schnelle Epidemiologische Eingreifgruppe from the German International, the Collaboration Center, it was able to organize such a workshop to have then members of the different Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, academia, but also NGOs and VOA, and having not only Uganda, but also representative from other rabies endemic countries. And one part was also to start a pilot with an integrated bite case management. Maybe you will hear a little bit from Rabina on this. And the other outcome was also seeking for the political support. So we were glad to see that with our partners from the GIZ, they were able to speak with the ministry, something I as an academic would struggle to do so. And what is still missing is also to include a bit more on integration and how to evaluate this work. Is it really One Health? And what hopefully we will continue, what has just started here, when rabies is somehow the paradigmatic case for One Health, a master thesis which started here in the summer, so we hope that this continue. And yesterday I have learned that there's really some room for improvement to have a proper One Health approach with regard to rabies here too in Bengaluru. So I think some of you have seen this tree. This is just in front of the Centenary Guest House. And looking at this, I mean, I was grown up in Western Europe, so I think when we build a road, a street, and there is a tree, either the tree would disappear or we would build the road a little bit apart. But here on the campus, maybe a little bit in a protective environment where the vehicles do not go so fast, both is possible. So I would say One Health is not always straightforward, but it's about looking at different values, at different perspectives, and then maybe when we look what are conditions, what is a favorable environment, what is a protective environment, maybe we can have both. The street for mobility, but also respecting nature. And with this, looking forward for recognizing and collaborating, communicating, learning new perspectives and other ways to value things, I thank you for your attention and looking forward to the next day for this exchange.
Thank you so much, Sonja, for this wonderful first introduction to the concept of One Health. When we were putting this meeting together and debating on whom to invite or how to form it, there was always this thought of like, okay, how do we talk about the terms One Health, Planetary Health, and Global Health? Because the different participants that we are inviting, they might be looking at the terms in their own professional perspectives or their own experience. And so that's where the idea came that we start the keynote session with something where we have 3 speakers talking about each of those terms. It doesn't mean that you have to go back home and say like, this is now my new definition of this term. But it's just also for the purpose of the conversations here that we are on the same page. We're brothers and sisters in mind and in spirit for One Health, Planetary Health, and Global Health. And with this, I would like to invite Harriet, who just like let out a sigh of excitement. Harriet is an expert in global health, and I'm very, very much looking forward to your sharing.
Thank you for, yeah, it's online. Just put there. Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for hosting me here. 30 years ago, I made a presentation in a university in Cleveland, and in the audience was my Vice Chancellor, Professor Sebufo. Now I'm making a presentation in Switzerland, and in the house is my Vice Chancellor, Professor Nawangu. I'm apprehensive but excited having you here. Thank you for joining us. I was trained by Indian teachers for the first 9 years of my life. My dream was to visit India. 2019, I went to Sevegram, Mahatma Gandhi School of Medicine. Now I'm back here in a town I'd never heard of in my life. And I was surprised at the size of this town. Town, city, village. Okay, so which one is forward? This one. Okay, so I'm going to talk about One Health and Planetary Health. And my talk is when poverty meets survival, the planet gets hurt. So I come from a country where some people are living below the poverty line, and yet they have to survive. And they depend on the environment to be able to survive. Now, the country I come from is also called the Pearl of Africa, gifted by nature. It has the source of the River Nile that supplies Egypt and goes to the Mediterranean. It has many swamps, which provide us with fresh water and fish. We have the beautiful terraces in western Uganda where we grow food. And it has snow. We have snow in Uganda. And we have the inmates of the Bwindi impenetrable forest, which sometimes host guests. Now, this snow is fast melting. A long time ago, I would stand in a Fort Portal town and see snow-capped mountains. Now, I no longer see the snow. Now, my challenge was looking at global health and how to link One Health, animals and environment, and how to link it to the planet. And I came up with this diagram, which shows, I don't know where the pointer is. Oops. Is there a pointer? This one. Okay. So I looked at global health as going beyond borders, having equitable care in the different parts of the world, forming partnerships, involving different disciplines, and improving health. So that is one definition of global health. Now, there are a number of social determinants of global health. Your childhood experiences, how you grew up, how you managed, how you treated, impacts on how you handle health when you're an adult. Housing is another factor that impacts on health. The type of housing impacts on the health you have. Does it have windows? Does it have mosquito proofing and so on? The education you have from childhood to adulthood impacts on how you see health. Social support is important. In our country, there's a lot of social support. When we go to churches and mosques, we make friends. And when you're a doctor in a church or mosque, you'll be a doctor for the whole village. People call you, they knock on you at night because of that social support. Family income is important, especially in countries like ours, where we cost share drugs. Employment opportunities impact on how you see global health and the health of your family. Communities are important, and access to health service is another important area. Health is wealth. So looking at these social determinants, we look at the areas, indicators, and the method, how in my country people look at global health, look at their health and are able to provide health for their families. When it comes to income, some people hawk on the streets, some are market vendors, some become house helps in other countries to be able to get some income to look after their children and give them health. Physical environment and housing and transport, we have many people who have motorcycles, who sell timbers, to be able to improve their housing, improve their transport, and so on. Education is important, and in our country, paying tuition is one of the issues that disturbs parents. In fact, every year in January, parents start worrying about tuition for children. Some end up getting loans from what we call loan sharks. These are people who ask for high interest rates to people who don't understand interest rates. Sometimes people have to deposit a land title. Sometimes they lose their house because they want to educate their children so that they are better than them and they have a better life and better health. Food security is important, and occasionally some people harvest from a neighbor's garden. You call it stealing, but it's borrowing food from a neighbor's garden so that you feed your children to keep them healthy. Others have learned another way. If you join a pastor's church, we have some pastors. These are interesting people who start churches, and their churches are miracle churches. So everybody flocks to these miracle churches hoping to get money. Instead, they deposit their money with these pastors who become millionaires at the expense of the ordinary people who are beguiled by these miracle changes. And then we have the healthcare system with its pluses and minuses. Our healthcare system is well organized. We have health centers from level 2, where there's a nurse. Level 3, one can deliver a baby. Level 3, you can have an operation, cesarean section. And then level 5. But the problem, we have shortage of drugs. We have a lot of over-the-counter drugs, which are easily available. You can go to any counter and say, I want 2 tablets of an antibiotic because that's what I can afford. And that worsens AMR, as you have noted. When people are sick, they start by buying drugs over the counter. Then they go to local herbs because their grandmothers grew up on local herbs. Finally, they go to a local healer. If everything fails, they go to a healthcare unit as a last resort. And that means they come late. And all this is determined by the wealth of the family, determines the health of their family. Now, I try to encompass and bring together One Health and global health to see the impact on One Health and Planetary Health, to see the impact on global health. And animal health, I won't talk a lot about it, the environment. But as you have heard from the first speaker, there's a lot of interaction between human beings and animals that can lead to a number of diseases. Planetary health, there are a lot of factors that are linked to the planet that can lead to diseases. So all these 3 are intertwined, that animal health and planetary health has a big impact on global health. Now, I'll look at some of the factors that impact on global health. One is food security. In our country, our population has grown up by leaps and bounds. I've been counted in Uganda twice. The first time was 1970. That time there were 10 million people. The second time was 2024, where now we are 46 million people. So we go up by about 10 million people, a million people per year, 10 million people every 10 years. So because of that, there is a lot of impact on people getting food and having land for food. So you find that bushes and vegetation is burnt so people can grow food. Forests are fighting with food, so people are cutting down forests to be able to plant food. These are the beautiful slopes of western Uganda where food is on terraces. Trees being cut down. This is an epidemic in my country. Our forests are now just a couple of trees along the road, and the rest of the forests are disseminated so that people can survive, so that they can have land to grow food. Now this causes side effects. Cutting trees and burning landscape, especially on hills, leads to landslides, which are common in Uganda. In fact, we had the last landslides last week, where quite a number of people died and some were never found. And so the forests, the wetlands, and the swamps are all at risk because we need to have food security, and that is important for our health. People need to have farms. And I'll show you these pictures of what happened in Uganda last week, very painful. They were horrible. This mountain, Mount Elgon, used to have a lot of trees 40 years ago. Now the trees have been cut down for selling timber and to get room for people to grow food. In fact, in this part of the country, getting land is very complex. The land is fertile, population has gone up, and People cut down trees to put their farms, and when it rains, as it's happening now, we get landslides. This one happened last week, and 18 people confirmed dead, and 100 were still missing. Most likely they are dead. And global warming has led to changes in the environment and floods. Floods you never used to see as children are now common. They are happening in the cities, in the villages, and so on. And again, last week, we had 2 parts of the country where they had floods. In one, a rescuer died when he was trying to rescue people whose car had been gone around the river. Roads are broken down, and children are at risk of infection. This is all because of deforestation, which is due to poverty, where people need land to grow food and to have an income, and it leads to displacement of people. Housing is another important element of health. You need proper housing. We have mosquitoes. You need mosquito nets. You need enough housing. Tuberculosis is common, and the main factor related to TB infection and transmission is overcrowding. Studies have been done. In fact, one study was recently published in Uganda, which showed that people who live in different rooms, so that you have about 2 people in a room, there's less risk of transmitting TB than when the whole family is staying in one room, even if they are all in settlements, which can be considered as slums. And because of need for housing, the swamps have been cleared, forests have been cleared, so to build houses. This is called a Kampala city management slum. So this is in Kampala, and this is how many people live, the neighborhood and so on. They need housing, but at the same time, they are decimating the environment to be able to build houses. Now we are having the high-end estates, and these are fighting forests. Again, this is in Uganda, where forests are being cut down so that people have land for houses and also land for growing vegetables. As you have seen, this is Nigeria. Africa, the population is going up by leaps and bounds, and this impacts on health, the neighborhood, and the physical environment factors. Then there's the issue of garbage disposal. Garbage disposal is important for health. In Uganda, we have had a problem of garbage disposal. In fact, what happened recently is we had a garbage dump which had a high pile of garbage, and with the rains that came and the softening of the garbage, something happened, and the garbage slid down and killed a number of people and built a number of houses, and this is within Kampala. The other problem with garbage, people think garbage should be burnt, and yet half of our garbage is plastics. We use a lot of plastics. So you see people burning plastics. Here again, they are burning garbage with a lot of plastics. Another garbage burning site. Here, school children are taught how to get rid of garbage in a class, and some of these are plastics. This is risky, because now we have heard of microplastics, which is the next epidemic coming up. With the plastics we use and the garbage we are burning, it's going to increase disease in the young people, including cancers, as well as other diseases, and that is a risk we are running in a country. This is the garbage slide that happened recently, sometime this year. So there's a huge garbage pile where all the garbage in the city was dumped. Something went wrong. We don't know what it was. Some people say it was methane that accumulated and it burst, but nobody knows what happened. But people were living right next to the garbage dumping sites, and a number of people were buried in the garbage. About 21, later that figure went up to 35, were found, bodies were found, and 100 people not accounted for. In many of these, the children were at school, parents were at home, so children came back. Mommy, daddy, and the house are all gone, buried under garbage. Up to now, some are still under garbage. And these are the issues we have when we have an uncontrolled environment and their impact on health. Then there's air pollution. We have to feed the children. They must eat. Sometimes the children are with a grandmother. Grandmother is worried about enough food for the children. The children are too happy. The food is nearly ready, they are going to eat. But the children are being exposed to smoke. And these children, as they become adults, this is going to impact on their lungs. Grandma is struggling, and she already has weak lungs, and she's worsening it because of the smoke. This is how we cook. We are told we should all go to gas, but gas is not affordable for most of us, and some of us fear gas. What if a child turns it on without lighting it, and we wake up in the morning, you put up a matchstick, and the whole house goes into flames? So some people say, I can never use gas. I'd rather die of smoke than die of a gas explosion. Then I'll bring up the disease called pneumoconiosis. Pneumoconiosis is a disease of the lungs due to the environment, and these are increasing in our environment. I'm seeing diseases which I only used to read about in textbooks a long time ago. One is asbestos. Many of our schools in Uganda, way back in the 70s, were roofed with asbestos. We were told at that time it's a cheap way of roofing houses. Now we are paying the price for that. I have a classmate, Blandina, who died of asbestosis. She was a teacher who lived in a school with an asbestos roof for 20 years. She died. By the time she died, she could hardly breathe. A month ago, I was examining a student. There was a patient on the ward, a teacher, who had lived in an asbestos roofed house for 20 years as a teacher. Now she had been on the ward for a year and a half. Why couldn't she go home? She can't go home without oxygen. She depends on oxygen. That means either she buys an oxygen cylinder which she can't afford, or she stays in hospital for the rest of their lives. Then there is stone quarrying. Stone quarrying is where people go and use their hands and hammers to hit stones to make gravel for building houses and so on. And many people have gone into this business because they can get an income from it. Mothers go into this business so they can feed their children. So here you see women in the stone quarrying business, and the children have to join them in the stone quarrying business. You may call it child labor, but these children have to survive and help their moms in the stone quarrying. Then we have the gold mine shafts in Uganda. I visited those shafts. They're in Mityana, and they're very deep holes that were dug in the ground. We had one young man on the ward about 2 months ago who came in, and he was lying in a bed. He was very breathless. He could hardly breathe. But he was 24, and he said he had been working in a mine shaft in Mityana in Uganda, about 30 miles from the city. He says these are deep holes where the young people go down. They haven't given oxygen masks because down there oxygen level is low. They're not allowed to put on masks, and they start drilling the sides of the walls of the shaft to be able to get the mud and the dust where they get gold from. It's then pulled up on a crane, on ropes, and the people who are owners of these mines collect the gold and pay these young people something. The boy was happy. He was now a man, 24, because he was getting an income. But he was in hospital. He could hardly breathe. But he said, I'm happy, better off than my other village mate who's in the other bed. At least I can walk around without an oxygen cylinder. But we work in the same gold mines in Mityana, but he can't get off the oxygen cylinder. That means that young boy has to stay in the hospital for the rest of his life. And that is death by dust. In some countries, like in Ghana, they say this is illegal gold mining, and it leads to irreversible lung damage among the young people. In Uganda, I don't know about the legality, but I know we have these gold mines, which I visited. I can't remember why we went there, but we went there in Mityana one time. And we have these schools with asbestos roofing. We still have asbestos roofing in some areas, despite the fact that we know that it's a death sentence. Then there's high urbanization in Uganda. You know, the villages, farming is hard. The land has changed. The land is less fertile. We have used fertilizers. We have used insecticides. We have used pesticides. And this whole has changed our land. So the young are moving to the cities. What they do, if your parent dies, God forbid, and children sell their land and then buy motorcycles and have motorcycle taxis. Because farming, you may start growing food now and then you don't get the right rains and the whole crop dies. But with a motorbike, you have a daily income. So at least people can survive. If I get $10 a day as my take home, that is excellent. But the problem, all young men and now, and some women are now riding these taxis. These are motorcycle taxis. If you want to go from A to B quickly, you negotiate with a taxi. You should put on a helmet, but the young girls with their beautiful hair don't want to put on helmets, so they are at risk. And this is some of the germs in our country. But these taxis, they are more road accidents. So because people are trying to make an income, you heard someone mentioning the border ward. These are called borders. They started off between Uganda and Kenya, when people were buying goods from Kenya. At the border, cars were not allowed to cross. So they initially bicycles, which would go from border to border. I'm going border, who's going to the border? So they're called border. Up to now, they are called border. So those who have been in Uganda who don't know where the term came from, it was Kenya border to Uganda border. And they used to whisk us across, sometimes with our smuggled goods. My mother bought a battery, and she begged to allow to take it across. And these lead to increased accidents. And in fact, our surgical wards, there are two main epidemics. One is bone fractures, which are very common, and patients stay there for years, months waiting for operations. The other one is head injuries. So our surgical wards have come fracture wards and head injury wards because of the increased traffic and because of the need for more income to be able to get food and other necessities. And then the other risk is that the people who are put on motorcycles are the babies. Sometimes you see a mother with all her children. Here I think she hired these borders to take her children to school, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are at risk. And sometimes you look at these children and you worry about them. These are other children in uniform going to school. And this is very common in the morning because the mom has a baby at home, she can't go with them. The father may be an absentee landlord, or he may have gone somewhere to make money, and the mother is the one responsible. Then we have visitors who come. We have visiting medical students who come to my university, and I always tell them, if I see any of them on a motorcycle taxi, I won't say I'll murder them, but that's what I would do. And these are more children on motorcycles and border. It's highly risky, but it's exciting. These young people enjoy their hair blowing in the wind as they ride on borders, but I'm not impressed by that. By the way, we don't have public buses yet, and the trains will come to our town soon, in a couple of years, but we don't have a train system in Uganda. And we have a large population of people who move to the city, about 5 million move to the city every day to work and move back home, and they need transport. And that's why these motorcycles are very popular. Now, with education, improved literacy, and high fertility rates. So, we want to educate our children, but the risk is the fertility, as I've said. Here is a young boy who got a bone fracture. Luckily, he's smiling. And this is a neurology ward where you have patients admitted and so on. My time is up. If you need school fees, food, shelter, healthcare, you must all work. So everybody works in the stone quarries. Children, adults, mothers, and their babies all work in stone quarries. And this is not only in Uganda. These stone quarries are also seen in other parts of the world. And the challenges are the same. Some are killed in stone quarries. Female miners are kind of, there's gender-based violence by the males who are working in the stone quarries. Housing and planetary health. We are cutting down trees so you can build houses. We are quarrying stones so that we can build houses. And at the end of the day, economic survival calls for desperate times, calls for desperate solutions. So you have these crowded miracle churches where people go there to get miracles and get money. We have people who are now immigrating to outside countries to be able to get more money. And we have people who borrow money from loan sharks and they put in their homes as sureties. Some end up losing their homes. And we have children, like these are from northeastern Uganda, who can begging on the street, all to be able to have a better life. I won't talk a lot about healthcare facilities, but one of the issues is that healthcare in our country, there's cost sharing. In our government hospital, chest x-ray is $14, a CT scan is $56, MRI is $200. Not everybody can afford it, but that's how it works currently. And Uganda, the fertility rate is high, although now it has gone down from 6.8 children per woman per year to 4.2 children per woman per year. We have a number of district health units, but again, staffing is poor and there are long waiting times, so the health is compromised and people have to cost share for their drugs. So they need an income, they need money to be able to cost share. I put in this slide, not to forget the animals. Animals are important, but where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? And that depends on whether you see the sun as setting or the sun as rising. So for those who the sun is rising, please tell us, where do we go from here? Thank you. Overboard by 1 minute. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harriet. And there was a lot of things that you shared I can also observe in India. I mean, you're now here at the campus of the Indian Institute of Science, which is a very calm and green environment. You saw a little bit of the village yesterday, but India is like a continent. It's a very diverse country, and especially things like the silicosis or things that mine workers or quarry workers in parts of India also experience. Education is, good quality education is not for free, so a lot of people struggle for education, or people ask why in animal husbandry and chicken farms antibiotics are so overused in India. one of the driving factors is again also economics and the desire to be able to provide for the family. So it's about that, and then you can think about the societal impact of AMR, and that way it's so important that we have these 3 countries in the room, because on the other hand, India has a very good train system. India has excellent healthcare facilities, so much so that people from other countries come to seek treatment in those health facilities. And that makes this trialogue such a good community where you have Switzerland, Uganda, and India, which is sort of in the middle. And we hope that we will find many points of shared experiences. I also wanted to make a disclaimer before I ask Shilpa to come on stage. This meeting is about planetary health, but we acknowledge that we're being far from being comprehensive, and that we are quite anthropocentric in this meeting still. So we missed, or we don't have specific sessions dedicated to the nutrition, to ecology, to housing as such. But we also don't see this as the end. Like, these trialogue days is the start of a community, of a relation with all of you for the years to come. And so what we want to do is we look at this meeting, see like where were gaps that we missed addressing in this meeting, and what do we need to do to bring them into the next meeting and constantly evolve and grow with you. Last but not least, Shilpa, we also want to inspire systems thinking, looking at things in the larger picture. And so Shilpa, with that, I'd like to invite you for the lecture on planetary health. We are, as you know, running a little bit behind on schedule, so we should try and stick to time now. And we will also shorten the Q&A, or maybe, may I suggest to even have the Q&A conversation in the coffee break itself, so that we get a bit back on track. Yeah? Would that be okay with everyone? Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and especially thanks to Swissnex. Especially thanks to Swissnex for the invitation to be here. It's also an honor to be at IISc. Both my grandfathers studied here at IISc for many years. My brother is actually also based, he's in the corporate sector, but he works off IISc at least 3 days a week. I have friends who have studied here. I've spent nights on IISc campus staying with them here. So it's an honor to be back here again. So thank you very much for the invitation. I've titled my presentation An Evolutionary Perspective because I think it's evolutionary, the way we think about planetary health. I think I'll try to show that through my slides, where we started, where we are now, and also evolutionary for me as a scientist. I started off as an energy engineer working on wind farms in India, and went on to then do energy systems modeling, looked at climate mitigation in lots of senses. I surveyed how to change energy systems to meet climate goals, worked on then to look at health impacts of climate change, and that's where my career is now, looking at air pollution and health impacts related to climate change. And now more and more my work moves towards adaptation, abandoning mitigation, which is not working, and moving more and more towards climate adaptation. So it's also kind of evolution for me as a person. I also have 2 pictures here with start of the slides. The picture on the left is the classic picture of the Earth, which was taken from the landing on the moon. And you can see here that's a classic evolutionary picture that emerged in the 60s, where people became aware of the world as a whole, that we need to look at things, as a planet, as from a integrated perspective. And the picture on the right is the COP29, which just concluded in Baku. And you can see here often it's one individual who has an immense say in how the world fashions itself for climate change. Oh, sorry. So my presentation will follow this track. I will talk about, so I'm taking a step backwards from the previous two speakers. Thank you for excellent presentations, by the way. Your presentations were very useful. And I'm actually taking a step back from the both of you, because I'm going to talk about planetary health, which is beyond One Health and beyond global health in my perspective. So I'm going to define planetary health, or at least how I view that, and then talk a bit more on climate change, which is actually my field, climate change and air pollution. So looking at exposures, burdens, vulnerability, climate justice, and interconnectedness. And then examine the solutions that have emerged, particularly in the past few decades, and then give you a summary of the talk. So planetary health is a relatively recent concept. It's a concept that emerged in the 2015, and it was by the Rockefeller Foundation and the Lancet Commission that came out with the term of planetary health. And it was defined as the health of human civilization and the state of the natural systems on which it depends. And more recently, in 2021, a new definition has emerged as a solutions-oriented transdisciplinary field and social movement focused on analyzing and addressing the impacts of human disruptions to Earth's natural systems on human health and all life on Earth. So how do we look at planetary health? So this is a classic picture of planetary health. So you obviously have the individual health at the bottom. That's where you worry about yourself, your health. And then you have more what is public health, when you recognize that your health depends on a number of other social determinants, number of other factors out there. Your health is connected to other individuals, and this is where a lot of us work, in the public health domain. And then we go beyond, to Harriet's presentation, to global health, because the health of public health goes on then to affect the health globally. You have lots of people who are traveling these days, which make global health, more and more an increasing concern. And then you have One Health, as was brought up by Sonia in her first presentation, which is the relationship between animals and human beings, and how that can further impact your health. And planetary health, in some ways, beyond all that. It's the way you influence the planet, and how the planet influences you. And it can include a number of factors. And you can see here, this is one example. I think I was asked to show this by Jan, and it's a classic example of looking at planetary health and One Health. And it's not very clear here, but you can see that One Health basically includes a lot of animal studies, whereas planetary health is more and more concentrated on climate change. So there is an intersection between them, but these studies are still relatively different at the moment. I don't know, the slides don't show up that well here. But anyway, this is just to show you the Anthropocene. So this is also important to keep in mind, that planetary health is recent because the Anthropocene effects are also quite recent. And you can see here the population, GDP, the foreign direct investment, the urban population, primary energy use, fertilizer consumption, everything has been growing rapidly, especially since the 1960s. And due to that, you can see huge increases in carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, and also an increase then in marine fish capture, various kinds of ecological factors that have greatly increased in the past few years, which has caused this, impact of caused this whole idea of planetary health becoming important for health. And this is a classic example of the planetary health diagram, and you can see here how we are exceeding safe boundaries, and you can see that we have exceeded the safe boundary for most of the planetary health conditions. So this includes land system change, changes in biosphere diversity, climate change, fresh water, biochemical flows, ocean acidification, a lot of which I think we will hear over the next few days. The only areas where we have made some progress is in stratospheric ozone depletion, where we had the ozone agreements, where we've seen that ozone has greatly reduced, and also the decrease in aerosol loading is still not so high, but is also expected to increase over the next few decades. So basically every indicator that is connected to planetary health is at risk at the moment. And also at the same time the planetary health concept came out, the Sustainable Development Goals came out. And planetary health is now the basis of the Sustainable Development Goals, because it ties to all the Sustainable Development Goals. So there's no argument that it ties to poverty, to hunger, to good health, to education, as was brought up in the previous slides. So it's basically linked to every single sustainable goal. Now I go on to more my area of research, which is climate change. So climate change is the greatest, has been declared by the WHO as the greatest health threat of the 21st century. It impacts our lives directly, indirectly, and it impacts our lives through environmental and social determinants of health as well. And there are various actions that are important for climate action, to improve our health, and these are actions that both reduce carbon emissions and build better, more climate resilient and low carbon health systems, and implement public health measures to protect from the range of climate risks to health. And I think this has become, the picture on the right is actually interesting. It's a picture from IISc. It's by a student at IISc who has designed this picture. I found it actually not for this presentation. I had this picture earlier for another slide. So it's very interesting because it shows the exchange between the Earth and the Sun and shows you how the solar radiation and the carbon emissions are important. So it's a universal problem. Why is climate change, why does it impact our health? There are various ways it impacts our health. It impacts our health through direct effects, through heat-related illnesses, so extreme heat, for example, causes heat-related illnesses and death, cardiovascular failure. If you have severe weather, you have injuries, fatalities. And if you have air pollution, which is very important, you have asthma and cardiovascular disease. And then you also have changes in vector ecology. So you have malaria, dengue, all kinds of insect-borne diseases, which are important. And then you have increasing allergens. So obviously climate change affects pollen, and pollen includes, pollen causes impacts on respiratory allergies and asthma. You have climate change impacts on water, which then includes, which then leads to cholera, for example. And then you have climate change impacts on environmental degradation, and that's particularly important. It leads to forced migration, civil conflict, mental health impacts. So climate change is all over the place. You can choose which part of this you want to focus on, but it's everywhere. And you can see here that it's also a global problem. That's important to keep in mind. You often think that climate change is happening far away. It's happening in Uganda, it's happening in India, but it's not the case. Climate change is actually something that happens everywhere. And you can see here the flooding, heat stress, water stress, and wildfire risks. And you can see that the risks are spread all across the world. It's important to keep in mind that studies done in Europe can have implications also for India or for Uganda or other places. Climate injustice is another important factor that has emerged in the past few years. You know, what is climate injustice? And that is when you look at the impacts of climate change on health, there is a kind of spread in terms of the geography. So you see the geographical injustice. So you have most of the emissions coming from the developed world and most of the impacts happening in the developing countries. So there's a geographical injustice, obviously. There's a lot of indigenous exploitation that has happened as a result of climate change. You know, both lands that belong to indigenous people have been exploited, and the impacts are also borne unfairly by the indigenous population. There's a gender inequality. Obviously, women bear a greater impact of climate change. There's an intergenerational climate justice problem. So the problem that was created by your forefathers is going to be borne by your children or your grandchildren in the future. So there's an intergenerational, so your forefathers might have enjoyed their life, but the problem of climate change is then the problem of future generations. So that's a huge issue. There's an economic inequality, racism, discrimination, other forms of social inequality. And there's an inequality of resources that go beyond climate mitigation as well. And this is a complicated diagram, and I will not go into details for this presentation, but you can see here that here you see the climate issues. So you see, for example, greenhouse gas emissions, global climate impacts, local climate impacts. So the main issues that relate to climate change. And here on the top, you can see the health-related issues as well. And there's a deep connection between the two, and the connection is manifold. It affects, of course, the social and environmental factors that are connecting these two together. And then you have the solutions that emerge. So that's also important to keep in mind, that you have a number of solutions that can come up. And these solutions then have certain co-benefits, so whether they actually impact you, what kind of co-benefits the solution have. So the whole cycle of climate and health is extremely complicated and not easy to solve. And the previous presentations made some, kind of issues. If you look at social inequalities, they're important. Institutional power is also a very important process. So there are various factors that influence how one responds to these this challenge. So going forward, when we look at solutions, there are various solutions to the climate health impact, and they're rooted in what we call the climate justice principles. This is very, at the moment, a very important part of responding to climate change and improving health. And you can see that going forward, there are various things that are important, and I think these will come up in the following days. You can have the climate education and engagement, which I think we will have a session on. You have just transitions, which is very important. Just transitions refer to how society can move forward fairly, and everybody is given equal opportunities in the future. You have natural climate solutions, which are increasingly important. So how do you have climate solutions that do not destroy the environment? So urban revitalization, for example, in Bangalore, there are various movements that look at urban solutions. And then you have issues which relate to community resilience and adaptation. How do you involve communities in responding to climate change? And then you have indigenous action. So there are various pillars of climate justice, and these are important to keep in mind when looking forward for how do we go forward for climate change here. Now, I talk a little bit about my work, and my work has been spread all over the place, so I'm not going to go into great details here, but you can see just to show you that it's a universal problem and solutions exist, and these problems and looking at solutions is something that is characteristic of many, many regions. And this is one example. I have a student here who will present in the Young Minds presentation, and she has looked at how climate change has an impact on childhood development in India. And this is very important to keep in mind because, you know, children are most affected by climate change, and looking at these kind of impacts is very necessary to understand how can you design policies that play a role in reducing these impacts. I'm also doing work in Ethiopia, and you can see in Ethiopia, I think the previous speaker talked about household air pollution, and that's quite important. Household air pollution leads to large impacts on health in India, so that's important. Then you have Europe. Europe is not, as I said, it's not removed from climate change. You have various cities here in Europe. If you can see here, these are various cities. And you can see here, we see various vulnerability factors that still impact European populations for climate change. And these can include high age, your gender, whether you have cardiovascular disease. So it's also a problem for Europe. It's a problem also, for example, looking at heat warning systems in Europe. We also see that heat warning systems in the world are unevenly distributed. Most of them are in Europe, for example, but these heat warning systems, through a recent study we find out, are not really effective. They don't actually do the job they should do, which is providing adequate information to populations on how to combat heat stress. So that's something we found out. We also have a paper that's just in submission where we look at how migration and climate change are impacted together. In Northern Europe, we also have looked at the Arctic region, where we have looked at how climate change impacts Arctic populations. We have also looked at air pollution and temperature in a population-based cohort in Norway. And we have looked at productivity in Norway. We have looked at how socioeconomic conditions affect climate adaptation in Norway. And we have looked at Norwegian policymakers. So I'm not going into details, but this problem is universal. So going all the way from India, coming all the way to Norway. I don't have Switzerland, unfortunately, but you know, I have lots of, I guess Switzerland is somewhat similar to Norway, but there's a huge range. The problem is universal, and solutions need to be found in all countries. So just to end my presentation, I just start off with some pictures here. So you have pictures here from India, because that's where my roots are. And you can see here that you have, you know, on one side, what I want to say in this slide is that evolution is happening, and evolution will happen in the future. Also for climate change, there's a very important to keep in mind that evolution is part of the change, and that's important. Where we stand now will not be where we stand in a few years. And you can see here the brick industry is a huge matter of debate in India. Brick industries are illegal now in many states in India, but unfortunately they still exist in many parts, especially in Western India. And you can see here brick kilns are a huge problem in India. They're a huge, huge air pollution source, and they cause a lot of impacts on the populations who are working in the brick kilns here. Household cooking, which has been mentioned before, this problem has been around since the 1970s. I have seen so many articles on this, but the problem does not go away. It's not so straightforward to get rid of household cooking. And then you have bigger concerns. You have that India, I was at the COP28 in Dubai, and India refused to sign the health accord there because the health accord had some statements regarding vaccines, provision of vaccines looking at rural areas. And India, being a big supplier of vaccines, refused to sign the agreement on those grounds. So you can see bigger powers are also important, and they have your health at stake. They know what the country needs, and often that's not what we think is important for, not necessarily what we think is important for climate change. And then you have the solar. India has a huge renewable movement, and you have a large number of solar parking systems in India, and this is from Ahmedabad, where I was, and you can see that there's a solar energy center, and everything is running on solar energy. So it's the same country. It has so many different viewpoints, and that's important also to keep in mind. And perhaps also important to keep in mind is that there's movements everywhere, you know, so where do we stand? There are movements happening everywhere. And I think the classic one for climate scientists is the Swiss case, where you had the elderly women win the Swiss case based on heat stress, and they appealed to the Hague and they won the Swiss case. And that's a classic case for most people working in climate change. You have, of course, the communities in Norway who are protesting against the development in the Arctic areas, and they are sitting outside the parliament here. So Norway, where I come from, there's a huge movement by the indigenous communities also protesting against climate change, protesting against adaptation that is not sustainable and does not include them. You have protests in Uganda over here, and you have protests in India. So community and protest from the people plays a huge role in how you respond to climate change. So coming up to the summary, I have 3 things that I think are important. One thing is modeling, climate change-induced exposures and health, and here again we've been looking, there are lots of modeling studies that have happened, but we find there is still a need for more modeling studies that happen at very local scales. We're missing these local scale studies, and I think that's essential moving forward, especially if you're a scientist working in these areas. The cross-linkages of the climate health agenda, I think we've tried to bring that out. It's linked to so many other factors, and understanding them, disentangling them, and putting them together again is important. And targeted communication is key, communicating with policymakers, communicating with the people, communicating at all levels is again essential to have a good response. I think that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Shilpa. The last thing that Shilpa mentioned reminded me of a sentence John said in one of the prep calls I had with him. Climate, or I can extrapolate it to planetary health, is a billion local problems. And each one of us just should pick on where can we make a difference to start. And if we collectively solve the small local problems, we might be able to inch closer to solving the bigger problem. We said we are so full of surprises. So before I let you go into the coffee tea break, which will be in the hall just across, I would like to invite Sampurna from who's providing us with this lovely and nutritious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, to just share a few words about their philosophy behind the food and where the food is coming from that you're eating.
Hello, everyone. So we all know that a plant-forward diet is better for the environment, right? And decades of research have shown that a whole food plant-based diet is great for our cardiovascular health, which is the #1 cause of death in many parts of the world. It also lowers your risk of diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and so many other diseases. But why don't we adopt it? Why don't we see it everywhere? Because we think it's not tasty, right? Like, it's inaccessible, it's not tasty, it's too hard, how can I give up my favorite foods? And that's the problem that we are trying to solve at Sampurna Ahara. My name is Shamla, and I'm one of the co-founders of Sampurna Ahara, which is a social enterprise, and our main objective is to make healthy eating easier and tastier. And if you don't believe me, you should join us for lunch and see what we have in store for you today. I am a recreational athlete. I used to play competitive basketball, and personally for me, I saw a lot of health benefits and a huge increase in energy levels when I moved to a healthier way of eating. And the best part is, in this case, what's good for us is also great for the environment. We work with people who come from underprivileged backgrounds and give them livelihoods and help them cook this delicious and healthy food for you. We source ingredients from local farmers who practice chemical-free agriculture. So most of our ingredients are organic. We also make sure that it's local, seasonal, and we try and make all your favorite dishes with healthy ingredients. So if you have any questions for us, if you want to just chat up, we're at the main guest house for the next couple of days serving you food. And yes, I hope you all enjoy it. And thank you so much for this opportunity, and I wish you all have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Alex Sieber. I just completed my medical degree in the University of Zurich, now also supporting Trialogue Days, especially under Jan Veer. One last surprise, it's not as good as the food, obviously, but we have 3 kind of reflection circles. So we have 3 tables at the end of the room, each with a theme. So one is themed personal and professional, the other one is themed challenges and opportunities, and the third one is themed about innovation and ideas. So the whole idea behind that is for people, if you're keen on exchanging ideas, for example, you go to that table, there are certain questions we prepared for you to ask each other and get into conversation and spark certain, maybe also like ideas and just like interests in each other and maybe for collaboration and everything. Interesting interactions is what we shoot for. So just so you know, there is food and everything and coffee, but in the back there's also this reflection circle if you're interested. Exactly. So thank you very much.
Great. Looking at the time, I ask you to reconvene at 11:15. That gives you now about half an hour of break to walk around a bit, have coffee, have conversations. See you soon for our very first specialized block on heat. Great. Welcome back, almost everybody. Great. While everybody is settling down, I would just like to say that we really aim to now make this a very crisp and intense meeting. So in the light of that, we ask everyone to stick to time. Tomorrow we have a time management system. Today I will be the time management system. So after 9 minutes of your presentation is up, I will raise my hand. And after 10 minutes, I will stand up and request you to wrap up for the next speaker. This is from me from the logistics side. And now I would invite Valerie, our first scientific chair and also part of the scientific committee. And on that note, is Christine and Kisaf in here yet? No. There's Kisaf. Because there has been a lot of praise for Swissnex and Jan and Andrew and Utpal, but we've actually been more in the scientific committee. So Kesaf, Valerie, and Christine from Uganda have been there since a year as well to make this happen for you.
So how do I make this slideshow? Sorry. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for joining us, and we're very excited that this block is finally happening. So the first block today is on heat, and this is our drawing of one of those, I guess, air conditioners that gets put in the window, largely in the lower income settings. I'm just someone who's had the privilege of working with Professor Jan Fair at the Department of Global and Public Health. I'm a foreigner, as you can tell from my accent, mix of a lot of things. I'm actually a nephrologist, just very briefly work a lot on global health ethics, and equity. So just briefly to hit off this session, because for me as a clinician trying to come into this climate change, I just had to put for myself some thoughts together for a manuscript recently on what actually is happening, how does this happen? So just for 2 seconds, and I'm sure a lot of scientists can correct me probably, but this is my very rudimentary understanding, because I think this underlines the whole, or basically the physiology of what's happening to the planet. That we have greenhouse gases that are produced, they rise, the temperature's rising, and this is what we're going to hear about now from our experts. This leads to a lot of changes, melting of ice, acidification of the water as well, rising sea levels, and then all the consequences that we can see on the right-hand side of the slide is everything that we're going to be speaking about and hearing about: infections, displacement, war, natural disasters, etc. And so I think this is really a very fitting place to start, where heat actually is at the beginning. And I think this is a slide we've seen already. We know that poverty, we've heard, is one of the key factors. Every single one of these sustainable development goals is actually impacting that, is leading to humanitarian crises, non-communicable diseases, and infections, which are all linked. Importantly, animals fall under probably number 14 and 15, but I was listening to Sonia this morning and thinking, actually, we don't have an SDG specifically for animal health. Maybe we need to think about that. So just to now move on to the first speaker, who's going to be Professor Frank Rulli. He is the Dean of the Medical Faculty at the University of Zurich, and I'll let you read his bio in the booklet. Can we go to the first presentation, please? Thank you. So as we said, each person will be speaking for approximately 10 minutes, then we will have some discussion amongst the speakers, and then everyone else can just feel free. So please write down any questions so that hopefully we have a very healthy debate. Thank you. Thanks.
Can we communicate? So good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's my second trip to India, the first professional one, and I'm always very impressed by this country, or almost subcontinent. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I think we already
have achieved to a certain degree and probably will achieve in the future two major things. We are unique in terms of the setting, so have a unique selling point, having this community here. And secondly, we will have an impact. I think I'm very convinced that we'll have an academic impact, but also a societal impact, and this is important for us. I have several hats on. That's why I will divide my presentation in multiple pieces. The one is actually the hat as a dean, because I'm also here supporting the whole initiative from the perspective of the medical faculty, but also I'm part of the Institute of Evolutionary Medicine, and we already have heard about the impact of evolutionary perspectives on the topics we are dealing with. And last but not least, also the Crisis Competence Center, which is a center where Jan, for example, is involved as well, which I will very briefly introduce to you, because I think a lot of things we are talking about today and in the coming days is actually about how humans act and react on crisis. And I think one of the major issues academia has to provide, and we are currently trying to do so by gathering here, is actually to increase resilience in populations, in societies, and this is something which is a major topic. And as soon as we have sorted out the evolution of presentations, I think it should be, yeah, believe it. Okay. I can get started. Oh, we leave it. Can I just flip one after the other? Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is my title. It's about evolution, but I will also talk very briefly about changes in our medical curriculum. This is just a disclaimer that I have some, or may have some conflicts of interest, but I don't think it's relevant for today. Okay, so let me just start with evolutionary medicine, and I think evolutionary medicine is actually very close in its definition to One Health, as you can see highlighted in yellow in this particular paper by some colleagues, showing that actually the terms, and we already talked about different terms, global health, planetary health, One Health, they're sort of overlapping. In a nutshell, evolutionary medicine is about the why and not the how, because we want to know why we still have certain medical conditions and not only how they are evolved. It's about disease vulnerability, it's about the etiologies, the various factors leading to disease from an evolutionary perspective, and we take multiple angles into account, so it's One Health in itself as well. We're taking technology, changes in technology, environment, changes in pathogens load, for example, all these multiple factors leading to different status of disease and health in the human population, and therefore we look at it from a time angle as well. Sorry, I need more than 10 minutes if I have to adjust it. So what have we done to us? We already talked about that. I think we are in a phase, evolutionary speaking, where we have changed a lot. Humans have taken evolution in their own hands. Whether this is positive or not negative, I'm not saying, I'm not giving any values to it. I think it's just a fact that we have changed a lot of stuff, which actually has an impact on us, but obviously also have an impact on our environment and on the animal reservoir. We have already heard about the Anthropocene. We have an increasing impact, mostly probably a negative impact, but we have an increasing impact by our activities on the planet. You know, overpopulation, climate change, we heard about that. But also the impact on ourselves, and this is actually something which is relevant if we talk about evolutionary medicine and global health. We have heard about the SDGs. It's interesting, I think, also from an evolutionary perspective, that we have just heard in the previous talk that we haven't achieved certain levels in the SDGs which we are supposed to achieve, and I think part of this is actually also rooted in the fact that humans have an evolutionary backpack, a rucksack, where they actually are constrained in terms of mental but also physical abilities to achieve certain issues, and we have to take evolutionary perspectives into account if we want to make policy, if we want to promote health and want to achieve certain goals because of our evolutionary background. That brings me to the idea how humans react on crisis. This is something which I'm very interested in as well. because I think, and we have published on that in a historical record, there are multiple papers showing and ideas showing that humans have a certain way to act to a certain threat. We all know the flight or fight response by Cannon 1927 proposed, showing that this is the way how you act if you see an immediate danger, but it's also if you see a long-term danger. If you face, for example, climate change, this is a classic danger which needs a sustainable approach, and that's the reason why, from an evolutionary perspective, humans may have difficulties to approach that, because they are not used to these long-term consequences of their acting. You know, coming from a more traditional hunter-gatherer society, we actually are dealing with a very local impact, and we have new threats in the globalized world which actually are not working together with what we are sort of selected for, evolutionary speaking, and that actually leads to issues. We have therefore founded the Crisis Competence Center at the University of Zurich. It's a network, an academic network, which bundles the knowledge for the management of crisis, because at universities and in academia, and also if you look at multiple universities globally, we have an enormous potential of people being experts in their field, and the idea is to have a think tank on acting on current and future crises, think out of the box as well, you know, what kind of crisis we are probably not facing or not aware of, and also improve therefore our teaching. In this sense, we have additional activities. We have experts who serve in advisory boards and so forth. But the whole idea is to bring, like Elisabeth Stark already mentioned, we are a big university, a holistic, a full university having 7 faculties, bringing people from these multiple faculties together in an interdisciplinary way and actually talk about crises and challenges, and climate crisis is one of them. But there are others as well which can be addressed in this holistic setting. Talking very briefly about heat waves, you know, at the Institute of Evolutionary Medicine, we are also obviously dealing with multiple factors influencing human health, again from an evolutionary perspective, and heat affects animals, it affects the individuals, we all know that. And interestingly, that can be also looked at from a historical perspective, and we have one project, for example, which is run by Kaspar Staub, one of my group leaders, looking at past heat waves, particularly at the so-called killer heat wave of 1911, which was an outlier also in Zurich, in Switzerland, and the idea is to see, you know, how humans and livestock perform during this time where you have different data sets from the archives. On one hand, you have the environmental data set, you have the data set from the animal livestock, you know, what kind of diseases they had, the mortality rates and so on, and then you also have the data sets obviously of the human mortality rates, for example, and you can bring that together. So this is a kind of a heat-related One Health project in our institute, just as one example. So these are different topics, different data sets which then can be brought together and hopefully help to explain the effects of this heat wave. Coming back to the medical faculty very briefly, it's the biggest Swiss medical faculty. We have more than 200 professors working in different fields, and I think we are very eager, and I'm fully aligned with what Vice President Stark said, that we want to promote Zurich as one of the hubs also for this international collaboration on the topics we are talking in the coming days. And we are facing a lot of challenges, and I mean the whole topic of planetary health, climate change is one of these challenges which we are facing in medicine. There are many others, and we try to address that and to actually represent that also in the teaching, in the curriculum. I think personally that the next generation of medical doctors need to be aware, they need to be trained, and you know, to improve also the resilience of the medical workforce actually helps to get better healthcare eventually. We have a very traditional medical curriculum, 6 years full curriculum, and with a total of 180 ECTS, and we try to put these new topics into, on one hand, into the core studies, but we also have electives, modules, and we have several people from the university here, like Jan or Florin Kondrau, who actually are already part in these initiatives to actually bring these topics into the medical curriculum. We are currently undergoing a major change in the medical curriculum because we have to increase the number of medical students. That allows us also to change the setting and the various topics and the importance of the various topics within the curriculum. But basically the idea, and this is the outline starting next year, is to actually indulge the medical students from the beginning, from the first year to the 6th years, with different topics, different courses, different thematic blocks on public, global health, and so forth, to actually expose them at different levels to these various topics. And this is, for example, a pre-clinical course, a lecture series, also focusing on biostats, public health, digital public health, One Health. So these are multiple topics which then will be integrated and hopefully lead to a more holistic medical education. This is another example in the 3rd year, and you see the outline of the thematic block, which will familiarize the students with current issues of epidemiology and prevention of communicable diseases. As an example, the COVID-19 disease, and then they will have reflections on medical history and so forth. So we really try to bring different perspectives, different fields within medicine together to the state-of-the-art teaching. And that's it. Thanks a lot for your attention.
So thank you very much for kind of reminding us how important it is as well that the next generation, or the generation that's coming, is going to at least learn about this in all the institutions around the world. I think it's very critical that we build solidarity and accountability and reciprocity, and I think that really has to come from the young people. Now we're going to delve a little bit more granularly into heat as itself, and some of you might have heard in 2023 Antonio Gutierrez from the United Nations called that we basically stated we've come into the era of global boiling, and now we're going to be hearing some evidence of that. So the first speaker, or the next speaker, sorry, is, where is he, Busker? Thank you. Is, sorry, just disappeared now from my WhatsApp here. But he is a journalist and he's going to be bringing us now some stories to bring the context of heat and how it's impacting lives. Can you please put the second one? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Valerie. It's a pleasure to be here. So many great minds have come from this institution. They've either taught here or have received education here. So I was really looking forward to being here. I think what I would want to do with my presentation is just take you all through some of the stories and make you meet some of the communities of India who actually, when come together, represent about 80% of the population, not the urban population that we usually see in Indian cities. And then much more informed and learned people after me will take you through all the greater details of vector-borne disease and how heat impacts it. And after that, we will be talking about the health impact, especially on kidneys. But anyway, so this is Amrit Lal. He's a farmer, small farmer in West India from Rajasthan, a state known for its heritage, royal families and heritage. Basically, he belongs to 80% of India's farmer who cultivate about 2 acres of land. These are marginal and small farmers. Together, they are about 140 million of India's population. Put together, they'll probably be one of the biggest top 10 countries in the world. Amrit Lal mostly cultivates green gram, wheat, which are some of the most important crops for the farmers in India, especially wheat and rice, because government supports it, government buys it, so it becomes a remunerative practice for them. In 2022, when he was about to cultivate his wheat crop in early March, a severe heat wave hit India. And most of the farmers in North India lost their wheat crop. And it did sort of create a cascading economic impact on farmers, millions of farmers in the northern part of India, because they just couldn't earn anything anymore, because the wheat, which essentially is the most important crop of the year, was absolutely devastated. And for them, ensuring that there is food on the table, that the families are well fed, they had to take up immediate migratory practices, go to cities, find some work, do manual labor work, and get some money on the table. And when I say manual labor work, the cost of labor in India on an average is about $3 to $4 a day, by the way, for 10 hours of manual labor work in construction sites or manufacturing sites. So he tried taking the spring crop between February, after his wheat crop was destroyed, between February and monsoon, which starts in June, he thought of taking another crop to help support his family's income. But spring has almost disappeared in India. We're seeing that heat waves are coming on as early as March, and the season of spring has absolutely disappeared, so has the crop cycle. Earlier we would cultivate 3 crops, now we only cultivate 2 crops. One is monsoon, one is winter. So when he sowed his spring crop, what happened was that it was infested by a lot of pests and diseases, which actually, when I spoke to the local scientists there, told me that it can very well be related to the temperature shifts that are happening in that region, because of which these diseases were rising among the crops. Then came the monsoon crop. He sowed maize and soybean. Some parts of soybean did not even germinate because, of course, adulteration in seeds. We have a lot of that in India. But then the monsoon did not come for about a month. Monsoon that year came about 1.5 months late, which for this guy, for this small farmer, meant that he had to, by the way, sorry, I forgot this detail, and when the monsoon came, it downpoured. So it took away all of his saplings that he had already sown. He had to redo the entire thing, which increased his input cost, which is what, when I talk about input cost, this was an additional burden on him, because rising fuel prices, rising fertilizer prices were already putting a damp on his income. So that happened. Then he sort of cultivated some of the soybean. The monsoon was very erratic that year. It rained for about 2-3 months. It didn't rain for about spells of 15-20 days, and whenever it did rain, it was a downpour, so damaging crops or flooding the fields. Because we don't have a lot of we don't have a lot of technology being implemented on the farms, because these farms are so small that beyond tractor, not a lot of things can be done. And these farmers are so small that they can't also access those high-tech technologies where you level the field for water to prevent against the waterlogging. All of that can't be done. Only big farmers, huge farmers in India do that, who only are about 10% of this country. So towards the end of the cultivation cycle, again, an unseasonal rain in the first 2 weeks of October flooded his field. His ready crop was destroyed again. He could only probably save 20% of his crop. What did it lead to? That year, he lost about 60,000 rupees, which is about $700 to $800 in his in these successive crop losses in the entire year. about 40-45% of his overall annual turnover from his small farm. To survive this loss, he migrated to a city in neighboring state where he opened a tea stall, started selling tea, was able to basically make ends meet and earn some $300 extra to survive. And that's how basically he managed to get by that year. Now, this is not only the reality of Amrit Lal. This is the kind of lifestyle that all small farmers, marginal farmers are living in India. Agriculture is just one part of their livelihood now, which used to be their only profession. So they sow their crops and then they migrate when there's a gap to basically compensate for the losses that agriculture is bringing upon on their annual incomes, because it's becoming a increasingly difficult practice. Rising input cost along with the erratic weather is just making agriculture, it's just not remunerative anymore for these small farmers, because they don't also have, they can't access loans. They are often taking money from debt sharks. So their lifestyle just keeps getting difficult and difficult. And as I said, just completing the last point, as I said, all of this, we have been trying to write about it, but there is a very, I don't know, the conversation is not building up, but we need to study more how climate impacts are increasing or triggering migration patterns in India, because we do talk about displacement when there's a disaster or when there's a conflict, and those numbers are also huge, but throughout the year migration practices are increasing. Earlier migration was still, economists only look at it, migration as an adaptation practice and an aspirational practice, but distress migration due to climate impact is something that still is not being studied by a lot of people. I have spoken to a couple of scientists who are actually working on the subject, and they also worry that we're not taking the full measure of looking at this problem from a climate lens. Now, this other person is a climate migrant laborer. His name is Dharmendra Hirwar. He comes from a farm family, again a small marginal farm, which the family absolutely got devastated in the 2011 drought. In his region there was a very severe drought which lasted for about a year, and that sort of pushed his family out of their land. They had to sell the land and just become migrants, and they started moving cities to cities. Dharmendra came to Delhi in, I think, 2011 for the first time when he was 14 years old, along with his family. As soon as they came, they got yes, I'll just conclude quickly. As soon as they came, they got trapped by a contractor who would actually find vulnerable people who had just come to cities looking for work, to trap them in the bonded labor practice. They were trapped in a construction site. He kept working there for about 5-6 years. During that time, he told me about heat strokes, heat stress, fatigue is just normal. But what was bad was when he would be sick for a month and keep losing his income, the daily income as well. So migrants are losing their daily income because of the health impacts, and predatory practices are also rising because of the rising climate vulnerability of these people. Not only farmers, but migrants as well. Similarly, fisheries, if you look at it, we don't have infrastructure to keep the fishes fresh. We don't have infrastructure to support the communities that are involved in that work. Similarly, if we talk about the vendors, street vendors, our cities do not protect them. All of these migrants, when they come to cities, they often live in slums because cities do not provide infrastructure, neither can they provide the good labor policies or work environment. So these slums often do not have sanitation, do not have water, and are the ones that are severely hit by any climate extreme that the city would face. So, and I think right after my conversation, you'd be hearing about the kidney disease from heat and vector-borne, and these slums are one of the worst affected places, by the way. So what I wanted to probably just show you is that most of the country right now is formed by these people whose incomes are probably somewhat $100 a year, I think, between $80 to $100 a year, and this is about your 60 to 80% of the population involved in informal work, which is 90% of India works in informal sector without secure contracts or secure jobs. And manufacturing, construction, farming, fisheries, all of these activities are becoming increasingly difficult because of the impacts of climate change and heat especially. Because our infrastructure is not ready, our policies are not ready, and that is proving to be a very difficult and a big challenge. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. And I think if one thinks that internally, globally, there's 280 million people, around 3.5% of the global population is internally displaced. So we need to really think about the realities of these people's lives. And I think we keep hearing in these talks about survival and about economics. And you mentioned debt sharks. I think Harriet mentioned loan sharks. Uganda might be using slightly more euphemistic language. So I think one of the big things is with climate change here, with hearing about the devastating impacts, we have to think, and hopefully we'll discuss in the discussion, what can we do about it? And I think the answer is not fix climate change, because yes, we want to do that, but what can we do to improve these people's lives? And I think hopefully we can bring that to the discussion. So the next speaker will be Niels, who is going to be explaining to us about vectors to give another aspect to this problem. Sorry, I don't want to touch the wrong thing and destroy it all. I've done that before. And so we'll be hearing about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me. So I will talk about vectors of pathogens in a changing world. So if you think about heat, people often think, okay, when the global temperatures will rise, we will see more outbreaks of these vector-borne diseases, which is true in general. But the story is far more complicated, and I want to give you an overview of the aspects that we're looking at and the difficulties of this. So just to give you a quick overview and of a reminder, what kind of vectors do we have? We all know the mosquitoes transmit malaria, dengue, etc. So their larvae breed in water. And this is basically one of the most important life stages. And this really depends on the water availability, but also in the temperature, on how fast does this go. Then ticks are very important, especially, for example, in the US. In Europe, they transmit Borrelia, tick-borne encephalitis. And they are very much dependent on the right combination of temperature and humidity. Too dry is a problem, too wet is a problem, too high temperature is a problem, and too low. Biting midges. Biting midges can survive in more cooler temperatures, and they, for example, now are causing a huge outbreak in Europe of blue tongue. Last year, 8% of all sheep died in the Netherlands because of this blue tongue outbreak. Sandflies transmit leishmania, for example, also a huge problem in dogs. They are very much heat resistant. We see them in very warm climates. Tsetse flies, well known in Africa, also in savanna-like environments. And then also the kissing bugs that transmit Chagas disease, for example, in South America, where they're very much dependent on old houses where they live in the cracks of these houses. So then as an example, how does this transmission work? We have a host where the virus needs to amplify for 2 days to 2 weeks before the pathogen can be picked up by the mosquito. Then also in this mosquito, there's a cycle, and this is why the slides look a bit different, I'm sorry. But the pathogen also needs to have a cycle in this mosquito, which can be 5 days if it's very warm, for example, but can be 14 days or even 3 weeks when it's much cooler. So there's a lot of dependence on temperature here. And only then it can infect another host. And then there is also dead-end hosts. They can become ill, but they cannot amplify the pathogen, and they cannot be a host for the next mosquito. So these mosquitoes or any other insect, they have their optimum. So also if the temperature becomes too high, then this becomes a problem. They just die. So it's not that always when temperatures goes up, we see more mosquitoes or vectors. There's an optimum and there's a minimum, and development goes faster and slower. However, this is also true for the pathogen. So pathogens, viruses for example, they also have their maximum. This is also why humans get a fever to combat these viruses. Well, we can also see these maximums for vector-borne diseases, and they also have their optimum. And if we combine these two, here you see the abbreviation is always a pathogen, and on the right side is the mosquito. And you see the combination of the two have an optimum, but also a maximum. And you see that certain vector-borne pathogens will not cause disease anymore when the environment becomes too hot. So in general, heat leads to an increase, but there are maximums, and this depends on the combination of the vector and the pathogen. So this is an example that I like, although the slide is a bit old, about models that predict how climate change may lead to more vector-borne disease outbreaks. So you see a prediction of the tiger mosquito throughout Europe, and now it's more widespread, I would say, almost all over this area. However, you also see these point outbreaks. And these point outbreaks are in an environment that was not predicted. Why is this? Because they can't transport it into these countries, into the Netherlands, for example. And then in a very hot summer week, for example, in the Netherlands, the temperature may also be right. And then we see a local outbreak. So although we always think it's a gradual change over, for example, Europe, it's not like that. We have these point outbreaks. And that's because of our travel. So we take the mosquitoes. Mosquitoes have been found in airplanes, for example. But also they did a nice study in Spain where they saw that mosquitoes are taken along the highway. So at every highway stop, they could track the tiger mosquitoes over the years. So they travel by car. We see the same in Switzerland, where they come at the major bus stop, where all the international buses come from Italy, and they take the mosquitoes. However, what you also have to consider, mosquitoes themselves, they are not infected when they emerge. It's the humans that come, for example, from Asia with dengue, and then infect the local tiger mosquitoes. The tiger mosquitoes are not infectious by themselves. They need to pick up the pathogen. Then the trade of tires, interestingly, is a very important source. So there's trade of tires all over the world. Mosquitoes lay their eggs in there. There's a bit of water in there. And over the 2 weeks that they travel, they have the perfect environment to hatch and to breed and to emerge as adults. So now a bit, 2 slides on my work. So these models, they always use predictions of meteorological stations. And these often look like this. So temperature is measured 2 meters high in the middle of the field. You will never find a mosquito here, or at least I've never seen one. Mosquitoes will be in the forest here behind, or in a trench, or in the bushes, for example. And there, of course, the temperature will be different. So for example, here we did some field studies where we measured mosquito abundance in a patch of forest, and then we looked at patches of forest where there's not a lot of canopy, where there's a lot of canopy, up, low. But you can imagine here in this valley where this small stream is, it's much cooler, so on a hot day the climate may be very different. And we saw clear effects. So let's see if the video doesn't work. But this is a video where we study this in the lab, we study this in the field, in semi-field, and then we see what the thermal preferences are. And we saw that if you rear mosquitoes over a very long period, 20 generations, and you simulate climate change, so at a high temperature, then not only they adapt, but they even adapt their behavior. So they were better at avoiding high temperatures. So if we increase temperature, they're better at going to a cool temperature to survive, which of course makes sense. But this then also changes their ability to transmit pathogens. We also saw that if they get infected, we humans get a fever. Mosquitoes, they cannot get a fever, but what they did, they moved to a hotter place when they got infected, thereby trying to cure the fever. And this shows how complicated this whole system is, and that climate change and the effect of vector-borne pathogens is not so straightforward. So we now often in cities try to combat this heat by making the cities more green. So for example, having green roofs, creating more parks, but this also has negative effects on vector-borne disease vectors. And we've seen this very clearly in some areas. For example, in Tokyo, there's been a long-lasting project where they had green roofs, and then the people were complaining that they had many more mosquitoes. However, it's a bit difficult because green cities also lower the temperature, so thereby the development of the vectors would be slower. There will also be many more birds that may eat these insects. So the effects are not that clear. There are some cases where it was very clear that there was an increase of mosquito vectors, but there were also cases where it stayed equal or it became lower. So I think this is something that still needs quite some investigation, and it's not clear yet how this affects the vectors, but it sure does. Then this is another example of deforestation. So deforestation increases heat. So if you deforest a patch of forest, then the temperature increases with 4 degrees, which then has a huge impact on the development of these vectors. But more important for vectors is what you see over here. So here in the front you see this water. So if a road is constructed through a forest, they often raise the road and then they duck from the sides. And these are the perfect breeding places for mosquitoes. So when we do studies in the forest, we hardly catch any mosquitoes at all. But if there are roads nearby, and if there's a patch of forest cleared, and we see these pools, then there may be thousands of mosquitoes in our traps. So we see a very clear correlation with this. So deforestation can really increase heat and vector abundance, I would say. And then there are also social effects that we need to take into account. So bed nets are probably the most important measure against malaria. It decreases malaria incidence by 60%. So I think since bed nets started to be used on a large scale, there has been a huge decrease in malaria incidence, and it's still, I would say, next to the medication, the best measure against vector-borne diseases and also, for example, against dengue. However, what you see that if you use a bed net, you decrease the airflow by 65%. So it becomes much hotter inside. And this is one of the main reasons when you ask people, hey, why are you not using your bed net anymore? They say it's too warm. And especially when we see decreasing mosquito populations, people do not get bitten so often anymore. And then when it's a hot night, they tend to put the bed net away. But then, of course, you will never solve the problem. And this is a very difficult thing. So I hope this gave an overview of how complex the situation is with vectors and heat, and that it's not as straightforward as we think, and that also we as humans, by traveling around, by our behavior itself, by constructing cities in a certain way, have an important impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil. So that was fantastic, really, to show us that, you know, we think we have an answer, and then sometimes our answer has different consequences. So extremely important that we understand the complexity. So the next speaker is Dr. Ibrahim Kassiri, who's actually a developmental economist, so changing tack a little bit. And he will also be speaking to us a little bit about poverty, vectors, heat. So thank you very much. Can we go into...
Thank you very much. As was mentioned by Valerie, I'm Ibrahim Kassiri, and I think together with my Vice Chancellor, I'm one of the odd men or odd women out in this room with no medical background. I'm an economist, and I come from an institution called the Economic Policy Research Center. I'm also going to be talking about one of the vectors, specifically the mosquitoes, and also more especially on its impact on malaria in East Africa. I chose to focus on East Africa for several reasons, one of which is that there are several highlands in East Africa in comparison to West Africa. I mean, among the major regional groupings within Sub-Saharan Africa. Hence, as the projections of increased heat, East Africa is likely to fare much worse in terms of the spread of malaria compared to their West African counterparts. In terms of an overview of the burden of malaria, it remains a very big major health challenge on the continent, both in terms of causing morbidity and also in terms of causing mortality, but also the continent of Africa as a whole accounts for a disproportionate 92% of malaria cases, as well as deaths worldwide. I know the previous speaker has mentioned that there are malaria cases or mosquitoes being transmitted in trains, bus stations, but the continent of Africa accounts for a disproportionate share of these of the disease burden. It's responsible for 30 to 50% of the fever cases, outpatient consultations, hospital admissions, as well as deaths. Why I come to this is that in an environment where malaria cases are projected to increase, and on a continent that's not been able to effectively prevent malaria, and it's also not very good at treating malaria, any increase in these cases combined with increase in the population is substantially going to increase the health costs, both the ones that have to be met publicly, but also most importantly privately in an environment where there are very poor people. In terms of the vulnerable population, children and pregnant women account for the largest share of malaria-related diseases, especially the severe disease, but also there is of recent, or I shouldn't say of recent, maybe in the last 20 to 25 years, there's been resistance to some of the drugs that have been traditionally been used to treat malaria. There is a high level of chloroquine resistance in East Africa and Africa generally, which partly also contributes to the severity of malaria. In comparison, chloroquine was far much cheaper than the current treatment regimens that we have on the continent. Climate change is projected or is currently altering the environmental conditions affecting the life cycle of malaria vectors, as was mentioned by the previous speakers. Rising temperatures can expand the geographical range of the mosquitoes, increasing the risk of transmission even in an environment where we don't have as many vehicles or as many buses or even plane rides. Then the changes in the rainfall patterns also influence the breeding sites, affecting the life cycle and survival of both the mosquitoes and the parasites. The highlands of East Africa, which I mentioned currently, are currently much cooler compared to their west counterparts, but as climate change intensifies, they're expected to warm up, making this a much more suitable environment for malaria transmission. So if we think we have a big burden currently, this is likely to increase substantially. Historically, these regions of East Africa, and for those of you who know Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and even parts of, as you go down south of Tanzania and the like, have had lower malaria prevalence in comparison to the West African counterparts. But climate change, as I mentioned, is bound to shift this balance, both by affecting the transmissions mechanisms, but also the fact that higher altitudes that were previously source of cool weather could become suitable for malaria. As these temperatures rise, it's expected that outbreaks in East African highlands will grow, impacting previously unaffected populations. What are the likely impacts in terms of contributing to increased vulnerability to malaria? First is the public health infrastructure. In an environment where we have a relatively weak health systems, then this could hinder effective malaria preventions and treatment efforts. But also, most importantly, it could increase the costs. In an environment where tax revenues are not increasing that much, and there are normally fights for budgets within countries on whether should we be spending more on health or should we be spending more on other sectors of the economy, if operating in such a budget-constrained way means that treatment and prevention efforts might not get as much resources as the burden increases. Then, if government is not paying for your health care, you have to fork it out from your pocket. However, these regions are characterized by high levels of poverty as well as unemployment. So these economic conditions will affect the ability for individuals or households to invest in any prevention and treatment. So that's key. In an environment, if the burden increases and there are, for example, new resistance to drugs, and the more recent regimens are much more expensive, in an environment where there are very many poor people, they might not afford these new regimens. The other vulnerability has also been mentioned earlier, relating to deforestation as we give way to more urbanization. This will also create, as has been mentioned earlier, more favorable conditions for malaria transmissions, which would act quite negatively on the population. Based on all that, there have been predictions that show that by 2080, around some 55 years from now, the population or the additional population that could be at risk of malaria would increase by around 76 million. This is in addition to the current population that is already being affected by malaria. This would be driven, especially as I've mentioned earlier, by the expanding mosquito habitats. We are cutting trees down more, but also due to rising temperatures, there are more habitats where mosquitoes can breed. The increased transmission of malaria will burden our healthcare system. Governments don't have as much resources currently to deal with this problem. It's not envisaged that there will be external resources. The availability and non-availability of external resources changes quite drastically depending on the global politics. As I conclude, this calls for integration of risk assessments and several adaptation strategies, both from at a community level in order to deal with this threat, especially, for example, monitoring and surveillance. This has to be enhanced. The tracking of malaria cases and the mosquito in the population. The previous presentation has shown how using various methods you could track to find out what's the level of infestation with malaria at a given public place, like bus stations. In our case, it would be mainly markets, health facilities, and also schools. But also it calls for creating policies that integrate health and environmental considerations. In East Africa and in Uganda specifically, where I work, there's a tendency for these different groups to operate in silos. The environmentalists are keen on what's happening with the environment, but in most cases are not talking to the other counterpart. So I'm happy that in this trialogue, there is a very significant and deep understanding of the various ways through which climate change can increase the disease burden in these globally, but also in developing countries in particular. I'll skip that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you very much, Ibrahim. That was great, just to give us again a bit of a perspective about the complexities and the enormous economic burden. And I think despite the fact that billions of dollars have been invested into this problem of malaria through the developmental assistance for health, we still haven't got on top of it, and we need to think about all the other diseases that have actually not received this amount of attention. So we really need, as he mentioned, to break down all the silos. So the last speaker of this session is going to be Dr. Anupama, who's a nephrologist from India, and she's going to be taking us also on a journey with a patient to explain the massive impacts of heat on a disease that tends to be neglected. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Valerie, for this introduction. I would be speaking about heat impact on kidney diseases. Yesterday, many people were asking me about what is the connection between heat and kidney disease, and I would like to, in my next few slides, I would like to tell you about how heat impacts kidneys. So, first of all, we see a condition called chronic kidney disease, which means that the patients have a long-standing kidney disease and an irreversible kidney disease. And I'd like to begin with a case summary. This is a patient who is a 35-year-old male, a farmer, and he has no previous comorbid illnesses, no diabetes, no hypertension. He presents with vague complaints of generalized weakness, easy fatigability, and anorexia. And on examination, he has normal blood pressure, and his serum creatinine, which is a marker of kidney function, creatinine is elevated 2.3 milligrams, and this roughly translates to a kidney function of 37%. So this is a very bad kidney function. Normally, we expect this is almost 37% down kidney function. So this means that he has a very significant kidney dysfunction. And we do an ultrasound abdomen which shows bilateral shrunken kidneys, which means that this has been going on for some time. So this fits into the definition of chronic kidney disease. So this is irreversible kidney disease, and even with treatment, over a period of next 2 years, he progresses to end-stage kidney disease, which is a stage where we'll have to supplement with dialysis, or we have to allow the patient to go to renal transplantation. So the dialysis is an expensive treatment. In private sector hospitals, the per sitting dialysis will cost anywhere between 1,000 to 4,000 rupees, depending upon the type of the city and type of the hospital. So this is, and he has to undergo dialysis twice or thrice a week at least, which translates to a lot of money. And in addition, there are consultations with the doctor, need for medications, need for injections like erythropoietin injections, which are costly. So all this translates to a lot of expenses, which definitely this patient, a poor farmer, is not able to afford. In addition, he is the only breadwinning member of his family, and he has many other problems, economic problems too, so he has to go to a public sector hospital. And in India, nowadays we have subsidized dialysis in most hospitals, and even in spite of that, even if the dialysis is completely free, there are studies to show that many people opt out of dialysis, drop out of dialysis because of increased out-of-pocket expenditure. They have to lose the wages, like previous speaker alluded to. There are loss of wages and they have to come to the hospital for dialysis thrice a week, which means a lot of money is involved. So many people cannot afford to undergo this dialysis. So this is in a nutshell how patients with kidney disease present to us. And normally the world over, the most common causes for kidney disease, chronic kidney disease, is diabetes or hypertension. But in this patient, he is a farmer and he has no previous diabetes or hypertension. So this is a small, newly diagnosed subset of chronic kidney disease, which is called chronic kidney disease of uncertain etiology. This is being described over the last 2 to 3 decades in farmers, not only in farmers, all people who are exposed to working in hot, humid climatic conditions, like construction laborers, miners, etc. So this is a new subset of chronic kidney disease, which we are seeing as nephrologists, and this we are calling it CKD-U because we are not sure what is exactly causing the chronic kidney disease in such people. One of the hypotheses that is put forward is heat stress, and it also bears this name as heat stress nephropathy. So the world over, these are the 3 important geographic hotspots. The Central American countries and Sri Lanka and India are the 3 main hotspots where this particular subset of chronic kidney disease has been described. The yellow ones, there are also some cases, but the clusters are not as prominent as in these 3 hotspots. But it is important also to realize that it is not a homogeneous distribution of CKD in these countries. It is always patchy, and in Sri Lanka, this is the first cases of CKD-U were described in the north central province of Sri Lanka, and subsequently also in the southern, some districts were recognized. And in the Central American countries, it was first recognized in the year 2000, in almost about 57% of the cases of new onset end-stage kidney disease who were initiated on dialysis did not have any known etiology, so they were called as CKD-U. Subsequently, other Middle American countries were also shown to have this kind of kidney disease among the agriculturists, and so it came to be known as Mesoamerican nephropathy. So why does it occur? So one of the important the conditions which is fulfilled in all these countries is that they are tropical regions, more closer to the equator. The people are all farmers or construction laborers. They are more exposed to heat. So heat stress may be a etiology. It's also shown that the people who are working in coastal regions and they are more exposed to heat are more likely to get this disease compared to people who are working in altitudes like coffee plantation workers. They do not have as much disease as these workers, these people who are working in the coastal regions. So there is some evidence to link it to heat stress. And also among these farmers, those people who are more doing this strenuous exercise, like the sugarcane workers, sugarcane cutters, even in sugarcane workers there are so many divisions, but sugarcane cutters who are more exposed to this strenuous exertion, they are more susceptible to CKD. So these are some of the hypotheses. In addition, the farmers, as you all know, are very much exposed to agrochemical use, and it is very rampant agrochemical use in these countries. Over the years it has gone up, so it's also possible that agrochemicals have linked to this disease. In addition, there may be heavy metals in the groundwater, drinking water quality is also to be tested. So maybe, or because of the patchy distribution, some of the ideas are that it could be genetically linked, as well as whether there is any role for past infection like leptospirosis or hantavirus, which puts these people to risk of CKDU. Is it prevalent in India? Yes, it is prevalent. Again, a patchy distribution along the coastal regions. So the first described CKDU was from Uddanam area in Andhra Pradesh to the tune of 13%. So you can imagine 1 in 10 or more than that is suffering from CKDU in that area. The CKD prevalence itself is 20%, and out of that, 13% are CKDU. In Tamil Nadu, again, up to the tune of 19%. But however, in India, data is inconsistent. Various reasons can be ascribed. But what is known is that here again, the agricultural workers, predominantly paddy workers and cashew workers, are more at risk of developing CKDU. In a recent publication, salt pan workers from Chennai, they also were shown to have CKDU. And so this is a very interesting study. So because of this, it was shown that it is probably more linked to heat stress than because salt pan workers don't use agrochemicals. So this is one study where the association was due to heat stress. And this is another, this is the study to show that the heat in those areas along the East Coast has gone up over the 4 decades. 1980 to 2020, it has been shown that the mean surface temperature of the earth in India has gone up in those same areas where the hotspots are there. That is not CKD is not the only kidney problem that we see related to heat stress. Kidneys can also be affected because of heat in the form of increased kidney stones. And again, acute kidney injury is also common, either because of vector-borne infections, malaria, dengue. We've already heard that from previous speakers. They also can cause acute kidney injury. And by acute kidney injury, I mean that the kidneys were previously normal, and over a period of short span of 1 or 2 weeks, they can suddenly go into kidney dysfunction. So that is a very serious condition. Almost about 50% can be even fatal. So this is a condition which is very much linked to climate changes here in India. So even water quality, if for example during floods and hurricanes or cyclones, the water quality, drinking water quality can be impaired, and that can lead to a lot of diarrheal diseases, which again increases the risk of dehydration and acute kidney injury. One of the most important problems the kidney patients face as a result of the changing climate or because of global warming is the impaired access to dialysis. Again, during extreme weather events, like now presently Chennai is facing a cyclone, so these are the kind of conditions when the patients face difficulty to access the hospitals, to come to the hospitals for their regular dialysis. So dialysis is a treatment which should be done on a regular basis, thrice a week, and if they do not come to or they're not able to come to the hospital on a regular basis, that can put a lot of hardship on the patient in terms of their health. And again, during the periods of floods or hurricanes, it's also noticed that the power outage is common, and there is impaired water supply, so that itself, the dialysis units in the hospitals can shut down because of that, and patients again face distress. And this is not a problem only with the in countries like India. We also had studies where Hurricane Katrina and Hurricane Helene, during those periods, even the US, they had the patients, dialysis patients faced a lot of problem. But of course, like the disadvantaged people are definitely more at risk of developing these problems. Secondly, kidney disease and the environmental risk is not a unidirectional problem. Kidney disease treatment itself can be a risk to the environment. And we have a lot of problems in terms, because dialysis is a resource, it requires a lot of resources. So water is important, the power is important, all of this, the usage of power and water is considerable in case of dialysis. And each treatment also generates a lot of biomedical waste, which itself is an important contributor to environmental risks. So now we are coming to the concept of environmentally sustainable kidney care, how we have to give dialysis, and to the 4R concept of recycling, reusing, reducing, and repairing. So this is a concept which is recently being picking up among the nephrologists. And I would like to end my talk here, thanking you all for the patient listening.
So thank you very much for that wonderful, just reminding us, that it's not only infections that are associated with all this climate, but there are a lot of impacts, indirectly infections on chronic diseases, but also a lot of chronic diseases themselves. We now have time for the panel discussion, about 15 minutes, but I'm wondering in the meantime if the panelists might be willing to stand. Okay, we're having chairs materialize, perfect. So you can take a seat. And if anyone has any questions or comments for the panelists while we're setting up the chairs, we might be able to begin already. Does anyone have any questions or comments or examples that you might want to share? Yes, please. Maybe loudly. I'm not sure if we have a mic. Do we have a roving microphone? Thank you. They're in the orange.
No, thank you very much for those really inspiring talks. Just a quick comment to the kidney presentation, that I think within One Health or Planetary Health, we focus a lot on infectious diseases. Just to make a point, NCDs, they cater for 74% at the moment of burden in general, and lots of premature death. And we know the burden is borne by low and middle income countries. And the same also goes for brain health, which is my topic. So I just wanted to again emphasize that we should start looking at chronic diseases and non-communicable diseases in terms of climate change, but also in terms of One Health and Planetary Health. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's an excellent comment, and I think unfortunately the world is still not buying into that concept, but you really make our hearts beat faster, because that's exactly, and the point is development aid for health, 2% goes to non-communicable diseases, 98% to maternal and child health is about a third. The rest is mainly HIV, TB, malaria. So there is so much that's forgotten, and we really need a holistic approach, and also to remember that people with non-communicable diseases are not immune to infections and are often even more at risk. Another question.
Yes, I was very impressed by all the speakers, and particularly I was interested in the mosquitoes that adapt to heat. And I mean, since we cannot change the heating up of the planet so quickly, we probably have to find other solutions. And I'm wondering if these adaptations also present some opportunities. So maybe a fitness cost in these mosquitoes that adapt to the hotter climate. Are there any opportunities that you can see that maybe one can find to now treat them or kill them?
Treat or kill?
Indeed. Well, one of the effects that we see that in these adapted lines that we have, so we adapted lines at different temperatures to simulate climate change, and we showed that they're less good at transmitting pathogens. So that's often when an organism needs to adapt, there is a trade-off, and here there seems to be this at least a trade-off against the pathogen, which we didn't really expect. But Interestingly, also these effects, again, depend on the pathogen. So we see differences between pathogens, which makes it even more complicated. So I don't have a straightforward answer.
They're also dealing with climate change.
Yes.
I have a question to Dr. Ibrahim. You said that many people in East Africa cannot afford the new medications against malaria. So I was wondering, does vaccination have a role in this whole context, in this complex situation? Is that being considered as a possible remedy?
Thank you very much. Yes, there's been vaccination, but vaccination efforts are not yet at the relatively wide scale, at least not in East Africa. I know there were successful attempts to for malaria vaccines based on trials in South America. Most of the prevention efforts are on the mosquito nets. There are also indoor residual spraying but that was also, it's also geographically concentrated, and it also carries other risks given the fact that they are chemicals. So vaccines are not yet for malaria are not yet at that wide scale. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is always this is often a problem.
I think there's a very short. Can I have the mic, please? Hello? Because Andrew wanted to give a comment on that.
I wanted to mention, especially because we have the Vice Chancellor here, that the institute I work with, the IDI, is one of the implementing partners for the malaria vaccine. So it's really being rolled out. As Ibrahim has said, we have to rev it up quickly. Hopefully the story will be different a year from now.
But can I just ask one question? Do you think this will be equitably accessible to everybody, the malaria vaccine? Because that's always the question, right, when we try to scale up. Sorry, next question, and then we'll come to you.
Yes.
Or would you like to go first? Sorry, would that... Sorry.
First of all, I congratulate all of you. Excellent talks were all given. Coming to the lung over kidney homeostasis. I'm a pulmonologist, you're a kidney people. Homeostasis belongs to us. I think some studies have shown the heat wave, especially sugarcane worker, pregnant mother working there. There's less blood supply to the placenta, nutrition to the baby. Those babies who are born with some of them, depending on the seriousness, they have stillbirth, premature birth, small for date babies. These small for date babies and all this thing, they're born with a narrowed airway caliber. I think that next day I'm going to speak about it. That affects the lot of things, heat waves, about this pregnant mother working in the fields. Thank you very much.
I also had to tell you that we have a similar observation. People plus pregnant women who are born who deliver low birth weight babies, the babies have lower number of nephrons. Nephrons are the filtering units in the kidneys. So the lower number of nephrons makes those children, those kids, to be more susceptible to chronic kidney disease over a period of time. So that's a connection between the nutrition, antenatal nutrition.
So thank you so much. I actually have a question also for Dr. Janardhan and also maybe Bhaskar. And I'm asking this as a humanities social scientist person. I know Indian cities are developing heat action plans and also for smaller towns. For me, I'm curious how much of this heat action plan conversation is going on with medical practitioners, and what sort of a heat action plan can we think about if there's so much of heat stresses also for non-agrarian, non-urban and non-peri-urban, non-census town spaces. Are you guys part of that conversation on heat action plans? I was kind of curious.
No. The kidneys, she already told, are neglected diseases. Yeah, and to my knowledge, even the hospitals are not really into the climate action plan.
yes, there is a lot of planning happening at the central level. The National Disaster Management Authority has created a model heat action plan that cities are following. We have reported on it, and we've often found that most of the planning is often only limited to the paper that it is written on. It has not reached, and when you talk about rural spaces, we have tertiary health infrastructure system. We have primary health centers every 10 kilometers in a village. Then we have a community health center, which should be there in every district of a larger district. And then we have all of these hospitals or medical colleges in urban spaces. But I'll tell you what, only 2 major hospitals in Delhi, when Delhi was going through this major heat wave this year, opened a special unit to deal with heat patients, heat stroke patients. And the only thing that they had to do is get enough ice. So they bought these huge refrigerators, bathtubs to immediately bring down the temperature. That's the most simple thing that any hospital has to do. But these were the only 2 government hospitals that did that, Safdarjung and Ram Manohar Lohia. And AIIMS in Odisha also. These hospitals wanted to create a model for other hospitals to follow. But I don't think most of the time what we've found is that health workers on the ground, the community health workers or the primary health workers who will be dealing with the patient are not even aware of what to do when they're dealing with a heat stroke patient. So yeah, I mean, the information is not percolating. There is no SOP set for the health infrastructure yet. We hope that with growing numbers of deaths and diseases due to heat and a lot of coverage around it, it will improve, but let's see.
Preparedness of the patients. And so in New York, for example, there's groups that try to educate the patients to look after themselves. They leave out certain medicines. But I think it's the elderly patients that are very, very vulnerable, often again forgotten in many health systems. Andrew, did you have something you wanted to contribute?
It's really a new question that I wanted to direct to...
We've got 5 minutes, so if we can go quickly, we can maybe squeeze in extra questions.
Okay, short question for Frank. I mean, one of the lessons of COVID-19 is the duty we have, especially from the sciences, to improve public understanding of science. The short question is, I mean, the theory of evolution has taken a while for people to appreciate, even the public. I wonder what your thoughts are, especially in the global south, to make sure that evolutionary perspective are appreciated, because there's also a very strong creationist perspective.
Sure. I mean, you probably don't have to mention the term evolution, but I mean, what you could tell people is that we are facing challenges which go beyond what we are used to. And I mean, climate change is a classic example, and we have to educate people that it's in their own interest to go beyond what, you know, and I think you or someone else mentioned the comfort zone already is. So I think this is something which can be taught to anybody, independent of whether it's in the global south or in the north. But I think it's really about showing them that, you know, our behavior goes beyond of what has an immediate impact, which it has as well. I mean, this is obvious, but it also has a long-term impact. And I think it's even more about addressing it to the politicians, to the policymakers, you know, to people in academia to promote that. I mean, the concept of just doing the way we did it in the past is not the right concept.
Yeah, I just have a small, question. Maybe Ibrahim, if you could take it. When we are talking about the heat impact, on the One Health and the planetary perspective, the most forgotten topic is how we are losing the productivity of animals. The food security, maybe reduction in milk. Your aquacultures, with the increasing heat, they don't give you the yield that is desired. Same goes with the poultry. So what are the thoughts, from economic perspective or maybe the evolutionary perspective on how do we mitigate these challenges?
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true that with these climatic changes, the productivity, especially from the livestock, is going down. as well as, I think, for some crops. And for large parts of where I come from in East Africa, there are large sections of the population that depend on livestock. Because of the changes in the productivity, this forces some, especially those that to migrate to places where they think or they expect that the productivity would increase, and some of them are forced to sell their animals at relatively cheap prices, which forces them again into deeper deprivations. And they are depending more, in terms of mitigation, they are depending more on government, either to give them new breeds, but if you don't have a commercial orientation, managing a hybrid or an improved breed is challenging. We did see this at the chicken farm, where the local farmer is more or less intercropping the local breed as well as the broilers and the other aspects. Managing hybrids, even when they could be, for example, much more disease resistant, is much challenging. He did mention yesterday that he can only keep this number of animals because he's depending on his own labor, and expanding or ratcheting up commercial production could come at a very big cost that he would not be able to afford. So yes, even when you mitigate and get better breeds, it can come at a very high cost that in an environment with poor credit access, you might not be able to run feasibly an enterprise. Thank you.
Come to the end, and I think what we've heard here, basically listening from individual stories all the way to even evolution and the environment, is really how, unfortunately, climate change is exacerbating inequities. The richer, higher countries with more resources are being more able to mitigate today. The poorer people are just getting poorer and becoming more disadvantaged, so that is a huge problem. So the big question is, how can we improve this today, but at the same time try to think, how do we improve this over the long term? And I think, unfortunately, we have to leave ourselves with these questions, which we might be able to answer on Wednesday. But I think we have to remember the individual within the big picture, because it sounds great to say mitigate climate change and do all these things, but we've just seen people get poorer and poorer and poorer, and the circle just never ends. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you for your engagement, and hopefully we can continue to discuss over lunch and tea, etc. Thank you very much to all the wonderful speakers as well, and for keeping time as well. Thank you.
All right, how are we feeling? Hungry for more? You know, this was the first course of a 10-course meal, so to speak, block 1. 9 more to go over the next few days. You've heard of the surprises earlier. Now it's time to dive into one of the surprises that you've heard, Young Minds. This is a quite special component of the Planetary Health Trialogue Days, because it gives it an intergenerational dimension. We get to hear from the young minds who are at the beginning of their careers, who are likely the ones to feel the most profound and longest implications of the planet's health. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to hear 2-minute pitches from 4 of our young minds. You are all asked, if you're not pitching, to listen deeply. And after the 4 pitches, you will see a QR code appear on the screen. You will take out your phones, you will scan the QR code, and then you will vote for the pitch that you preferred. And after lunch, you will get to hear a little longer talk from one of the 4 young minds. So now, without further ado, as we get the screen ready, Abhishek Kumar will be our first young mind. He is a student of applied microbiology at Banaras Hindu University in Varanasi, here in India. and he'll be our first young mind. I'm keeping a timer, 2 minutes.
Just a moment. We will get Can present. I can change from here. Okay. A very warm greetings to everyone. Hi, I am Abhishek and I am here to talk and grab your attention about a great concern. That is accumulation of pesticides in the environment. Pesticides are a kind of xenobiotics being applied to every agricultural land and has now become a necessity for modern day agriculture. But do we know the repercussions of continuous use of these xenobiotics to our Mother Earth? Let me tell you. These products affect adversely to the environment and the soil, be it affecting its pedology, its microbiology, disrupting the microbial diversity. It affects the plants growing in it and those who are consuming the plants like us humans. Today, as per reports, globally 4 million metric tons of pesticide is being sprayed on a global level. In India alone, the numbers are staggering. India is using around 60,000 metric tons of pesticide annually, and it keeps on increasing. Now, what could be the solution to manage them? Microorganisms could be the game changer. So I propose the idea of bioremediation of pesticides by metagenomic study of microorganisms being sampled from the agricultural runoff. Now, why agricultural runoff? Because it could be the best place to get pesticide degrading bacteria, as it serves as a common meeting point for them and to adapt to degrade them and use them as their metabolites. By doing metagenomic study of these microbes, we can identify the genes responsible for degrading the pesticides, and further these genes can be enhanced using maybe synthetic biology or genetic engineering to for more efficient degradation and enhanced degradation. And then we can scale these genes on a larger scale to manage these pesticides. Hence, solving a great problem and a huge problem. And that was my time. Thank you.
That was perfect timing. My alarm didn't even go up. Next up, we have Caroline Neufer, who is a graduate student in the Department of Environmental Systems Sciences at ETH Zurich.
Hello, everybody. What if we could drastically reduce the usage of antibiotics? What if we would have a sniper so we could reserve the atomic bomb for the real fight? We are running out of antibiotics and urgent solutions are needed. What if there was a solution we've had all along, but we simply just forget about it? Well, there's something called bacteriophages, viruses that kill bacteria by lysis. They were used for treatment before World War II and nowadays in Eastern Europe. But why are they so cool? Well, firstly, no harmful side effects could be observed so far, and they're host-specific. But what did I do and why? I tested a phage sensitive to common bacteria that occur in urinary tract infections, namely E. coli. The problem is we don't know yet for sure how different bladder conditions influence the effectiveness of phages. So I simulated different conditions in the bladder, also using human urine. And I found out that phages are stable and it worked. So we could see a reduction of up to 1 log unit in bacterial concentration. What if we could even take this further? Phages are natural and are widespread in our ecosystems. A long time ago, they were even found in Ganges River, a river known for its healing properties. So what if we would introduce phages into our environments? In environments where we fight with bacteria and resistance, such as hospitals. What if we would add specific phages to the drainage or the drinking water system so that they can kill the bacteria in there, causing the biggest problems? I think with that, we could decrease the number of bacterial infections, harm the spread, and maybe even the development of antimicrobial resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Next we have Ojasvi Bhagwat, who is a graduate student in life sciences at Atria University here in Bengaluru.
Hi, cool. So what do you see when I say biodiversity? Maybe you're thinking of something like exotic, colorful birds and monkeys in rainforests. Maybe you're thinking of something more common, like the herons and the kingfishers in Jakkur Lake. But whatever you're seeing, you're probably not seeing this in your mind. So this is something like 1 gram of soil that I've borrowed from our university gardens. And in here, you have something like 1 billion different microbes living out their entire lives. So when we look at soil, we don't really see much going on there. So there's a tendency to see it like a dead thing, like an inert physical, chemical, like medium at best in which to grow plants. But soil is alive. So we know that the microbiome, the soil microbiome, is composed of all the different fungi, bacteria, viruses, protozoans, and all the other microorganisms living there in it. And it affects the soil's ability to hold moisture, its structure, to sequester carbon, to support resilient and healthy vegetation. And we also know that the microbiome, the soil microbiome of a restored ecosystem over time becomes more similar to what was the original undisturbed healthy state, for example, in old and abandoned mining sites. So many projects use this information to monitor the soil microbiome over time and like check how the restoration efforts are going. But what if we could take this one step further and actively manipulate the soil microbiome to bring it back to its original healthy state? So this becomes complicated for many reasons. One is that priority effects. Depending on which species arrive at the site first, the soil microbiome can achieve a kind of steady state from which it is like hard to manipulate it. And we also don't know, like when we add different bunches of species into the mix, how exactly will it affect the entire system? But the first step to all of this is getting to know your soil microbiome of your site in the first place. So I work as a science intern in this carbon and climate company called ProClime, where we're now working on mapping the soil microbiome of an old growth forest in Tamil Nadu. So there are many approaches you can use for this, and we are going with a molecular biological process called eDNA metabarcoding. So we are basically picking up the soil, extracting all its DNA, and sequencing it, matching those sequences against genome databases, and from there we will identify which species are present at what ratios. And hopefully once we have that microbial map, which looks something like what you see there, we can identify what kind of interventions we can take to bring the soil back to its healthy state. So yeah, that's about what I wanted to say. Soil is an invisible part of biodiversity, and it's time to bring it into the conversation for resilient ecosystems. Thanks.
Thank you, Ojasvi. And last but not least, Porkotai Velu, who is a psychologist with Lead by Design based in Chennai, India.
Good afternoon, members of the esteemed audience. I'm Porkode, and I would like to talk to you about my sustainable fellowship that I am doing with Lead by Design in Chennai. Before I begin, I would like to ask you 3 big questions. Who do you think are the primary stakeholders of our future? What are we doing to help them understand the state of our planet? And how do you think they can contribute to solutions? Well, some of the answers can be found in our sustainable fellowship. What is it that we do? We focus on empowering school children to think critically about their communities and environment. We focus specifically on government school children from low-income communities because they don't have access to resources like private school children do. And we do all of this through a play-based learning approach, making it fun and engaging for them. I know it's not very clear, so let me jump into the specifics of my fellowship. In the first phase, we encourage children to explore the Innovate to Infinity box, which has a lot of creative materials, while we focus on improving their communication, listening, and other 21st century skills. In the second phase, where we are currently at, we give children SDG prompts, and they have to come up with hypothetical solutions. For instance, this is a prompt that I gave my 3rd graders. What if all the trees on your street were cut down one day? What would happen to the animals, and what can you do for them? Some of the hypothetical solutions that they came up with were ever-growing trees, robots that clean and build houses, hospitals with sweet tablets for animals, not the bitter ones, And then in the third phase, we will help them identify actual real problems rooted in their communities, and they will plan and implement solutions real time. And then we will flaunt their work in a project showcase. And in the final phase, we have all the assessment jazz. These are some of the works that my third graders have created for the second phase of the project. Before I end, I would like to reinstate the fact that children are the primary stakeholders of our future, and we should all do whatever we can to encourage them to make the planet a little better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now is the time to grab your phones. And as Siddharth gets us ready with the QR code, we have a question from the audience off script. Fully agree. Everybody deserves a 10-minute slot. As you can see, time is the one thing that we can't make more of. So now please grab your phones, scan the QR code. Can we switch off the lights so that the QR code is more visible? There you go. And with some luck, we may even have the slide adjust in real time. But maybe not. After, there you go. So we can feel the suspense. Actually, I should vote too. Next time we can try to do this by cheering, and whoever gets the loudest cheer. As we wait for the results, of course, recognizing, and after having heard the first set of pitches and recognizing that each and every one of our young minds is deserving of a slot to speak, we will find a way so that we can hear more from everybody in some way, shape, or form, and that we can share more information on the remarkable work that each of you is doing. But alas, in the context of the meeting for now, we will have to see who has received the most votes. So, are you all done voting? Alex, you're the bearer of results. All right, this is the hardest for me because it's the name that I've butchered the most. Porcode, you have been selected to be presenting. Congratulations. And another big round of applause to our other three young minds. And now I believe we break for lunch. All right, 1:45, we are back here, so that's 45 minutes for lunch.
And there are tuk-tuks waiting downstairs. If anyone wants to take a ride to the same place where we always eat, feel free to take a ride, otherwise walk.
And it's okay to leave bags here, right? Yeah. And you can leave your bags here if you don't want to carry them back and forth. The room will be supervised.
I thought whether we can give like a clearance gift to the young people. It was so good. Great. on Thursday. Let us know, and we will try and make happen whatever we can make happen. All right, with this, Portugal. There you are.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. It is an honor to speak again, although I have to give a disclaimer that I am immensely underprepared. But I would like to give you some more insight into the work and the spaces where we work in. So we work with government school children ages 7 to 11 at present. We go to the communities where they are most vulnerable to environmental and health-related risk factors. For instance, I've had to teach in classrooms where there'll be water dripping in the corner of the room, there'll be mosquitoes everywhere, but the children will be playing happily because they have their boxes. So it's sort of like we take environmental education to communities and children who need it the most. Yeah, now let me talk a little bit more about the play-based learning approach that we employ in the classrooms. So we give each child an eye-to-eye box, which has a lot of creative materials like blocks, sticks, paints, a portfolio book with themes and all of that. And we give them themes or unstructured activities. So they have to create artworks or anything based on the theme. And then we will ask questions to see what they have actually conceptualized. And we ask questions so that they can think about what they have created in a much more deep manner. And then we have storytelling sessions where we give them prompts, like the ones that I mentioned earlier, and we explore the stories that they come up with. Before, I did not have a chance to talk about the focus of each of the phases that we have. So in the first phase, our goal is to expand the creative thinking and problem solving of children, while we improve their foundational skills like communication, listening, speaking, self-regulation, concentration, etc. We want to expand their creative thinking so that they can be ready for the next phase. So in the second phase, we want them to start problem solving and understand the environmental issues that they are experiencing. We do this through prompts. And in the final phase, we want them to actually get into action. We want them to start thinking about the communities and identify problems and actually come up with little solutions that they can implement to create a more sustainable community. Yeah, we are also very scientifically oriented. So we have pre and post assessments. So we have a qualitative and quantitative assessments. The intervention is the fellowship itself. So in the qualitative assessment, we have grading systems where we grade children based on specific characteristics that they exhibit. We grade their skills into 4 categories. One is beginner, developing, proficient, and exemplary. And then towards the end, we see how much they have improved. And then in the quantitative aspect, we see how well they can articulate their thoughts, especially in English, to see how many words they can articulate in English. Because even if they have ideas, they have to take it forward to the community or to a greater audience such as this. And if they don't know English, it might be harder for them to express their ideas. And then, let me tell you about some of the works that children have come up with in the second phase. Here, they just have to think about the problems and come up with hypothetical solutions. In the next phase, they have to come up with actual solutions that can be implemented. So there was a 3rd grader in my class. In every session, regardless of the prompt, he would always draw trees. And when I gave him the prompt that what will you do if all the trees in your street were cut down, what will happen to the animals, he thought and thought about it. And then he said, I will create trees that grow forever, so that even if I have to cut them, it's fine, it will grow back again. This way, the people who want the wood are also happy, the child is also happy. And the animals also have, birds, they also have places to reside. And then the animal hospital kid, I don't know where he tasted animal medicine, but he was like, animals also want sweet medicines like us, but hospitals don't give that. So I am going to create a hospital where we can give sweet medications to animals. And he also said that he will make all the treatments very painless. I don't know how he'll accomplish that, but we'll see. And then I'll talk a little bit more about the team. We are very interdisciplinary, although we are a very small team. Our CEO has a PhD in cellular and molecular biology. Our operations associate is from a visual communication background. Me and the other fellow, we are from psychology and sociology backgrounds respectively. So we have a lot of ideas on what to do for these children, what ideas we can implement. Like I mentioned before, we do an impact assessment. This is the assessment that they did last year. I have only mentioned a couple of skills, but we have measured others in listening, speaking, self-regulation, collaboration, problem solving, creative thinking. There have been increases. And then we have resources. So when I started the fellowship, I was actually very scared because I didn't know if they had the curriculum, if they had the materials. So I went into it just with blind faith. And then my CEO, since she is from a very core science background, she had everything planned out. We have the Innovate to Infinity box that I mentioned earlier. These will be provided to each child. And then we have Building Lifelong Learners manual. So this manual has almost all the details that we want to perform the sessions, to conduct the sessions. It has session plans, observation notes, what is the goal, how can we implement it in different contexts, etc. And then we have Solve It cards. So these cards are used in the second phase of the project. So they have prompts contextualized to India. For instance, kids can be told that there is a pani puri seller in your street. He is doing very well. He has very tasty pani puris, but then there is a lot of waste generated because people eat pani puris with the paper or a plastic cup and then they just throw it. So what can you do for them? So these were some of the prompts that we had asked children, and then we chose the trees prompt because that had more responses. That's about it from my side. If you guys have any questions, I can take them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you're getting a lot of further content inspiration today, and I hope we will see some of your students pitch maybe in another 10 or 20 years to us. Okay, so now we're moving into the second block on air quality. My task is also a little bit to weave the blocks together. And when we spoke about the first block on heat, we spoke a lot about like how in different ways rising temperatures affect the human body and the health of the human body. And Dr. Paramesh sitting here in front had mentioned like the similarity between like kidney and the lung from its function homeostasis. And so with this, I would like to invite Christine, who is the scientific chair for the block on air, to call upon the first speaker.
So welcome back from lunch, everybody. I hope we can keep you awake after a lovely meal. So we're going to talk about air. And generally the sessions that you're going to hear will be about what we're doing to our air, what we could do, what policies are coming into place or should come into place, and the general impact of air and what we're doing on the environment. So that's me. and I'm from the Infectious Diseases Institute. So just as a background, I'm a clinician by training. So when I see a patient who comes to me, we frequently don't see where the patient has come from, right? We see their symptoms and we deal with their symptoms. But many times there's beyond the patient. So this is basically what I would know when I see a patient in front of me. I will say, okay, you've come with a chronic cough, probably say you have COPD, which is chronic obstructive lung disease or pulmonary disease, following long exposure to fumes or smoking. So we have a fresh air study, which was done in the western side of Uganda. And in this study, they found that the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, unlike general populations and unlike where we thought it was before, is mainly among the young population. So you can see this here. And it was mainly among the women. So this age group is the 30 to 39 population. So imagine these are young people who are coming in with chronic coughs due to certain exposures that we're going to discuss. So we used to see it mostly among older people. The prevalence of COPD in the population, and this was a population of 30 and above age group, because they did spirometry and all sorts of diagnostics, was 12%. So these are people who have been walking around normal in the population, but had undiagnosed chronic obstructive lung disease. And the risk factors they found were mostly biomass, exposures, and smoking. And what they also found is the impact on survival. We can see over time that survival actually goes down in those people who have chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And I don't mean to bring your lunch back out, but this is a reality check. These are the lungs of a patient who I asked a pathologist to send to me, who died of a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Right there, that's the aorta that it was large and it just burst open. This patient didn't have lung disease, but look at his lungs. So these are normal lungs. They should be nice and pink, right? But now this person has black dots on the lungs, and this patient is not a smoker. So this is basically to say what happens in our lungs, not because of anything we induce on ourselves, for example, if you're smoking, but just the environment that we're in. This is the fumes. This is a non-smoker's lungs over time because of their exposure. So let me get off the gross picture now. So this is a newspaper article that basically tells us what our exposures are in Kampala, and that at rush hours when you're taking your kids to school and then later picking them up, this is where the particulate matter increases. So these are the exposures. So I'm bringing these out because when we see our patients with COPD and risk factors for lung disease, we need to understand where they're coming from. We need to understand their background, as we're going to see that problems are intertwined here, in India, in Switzerland, the indoor cooking. This is along a highway where charcoal is being sold along a highway. So trees are being cut and rubbish is being burnt. So we're going to hear about what can we do about it. In Uganda, this is where WHO wants us to be for particulate matter. This is where we are. You can see it's coming closer to where WHO wants us to be, but it's still high and it's significantly gone down over time. So we don't know what it is that's causing that decrease, though we're still above the line. Is it that the fact that the government is kind of trying to bring in these electric cars and reduce taxes on electric vehicles? Could it be that we're trying to use safer cooking methods? Could it be that our National Environmental Authority is now putting up air quality measurement system? Or could it be the ban on charcoal, using charcoal? So let's hear more what other countries are doing and how we can intertwine and engage each other. So Milo is going to come up first, give us a background on air and COPD, and then also give us a case study from Switzerland. Thanks, Milo.
Good. Thanks, Christine. Hello, everybody. I'm actually giving a second chance to talk about health policies in Switzerland. I did so 5 years ago. Some of you may remember. where I talked about the very unsuccessful efforts in Switzerland in the area of tobacco control, which is really a sad story. But today, I think the story is quite good from Switzerland and the developments that happened over the last 20, 30 years. I could not resist to put that title up. But before I go into the Switzerland vignette, I just give you a brief idea of the scope of the problem, which is really enormous in air pollution. And on the left, you see a report. If you're interested in air pollution and its effect on health, then go to this report, which is the State of Global Air, also issued by the GBD Group, the Institute of Health Metrics in Seattle, and you will see many more numbers than I will show you here. So you see here that it's one of the most important risk factors that we know around the world. The problem with this risk factor is it increases the risk for multiple health conditions, and everybody's exposed to it. So this, of course, has a very substantial absolute effect in terms of population health. But this, the burden is very unevenly distributed around the world. So you see here the mortality rates around the world, and you see also that the global south is much, much more effective than the global north. Also, you see the trends over time. So the trends in death attributable to air pollution, you see here PM2.5, which is one of the measures for small particles. You see it's relatively stable in quite a few countries, and Christine just showed the number in Uganda that may translate in many, many years into fewer deaths. But you see other regions, South Asia, Southeast Asia, where it's really the trajectory is clearly going into the wrong direction. And this is, I think, these are some very impressive numbers. You know, I'm based in Switzerland. I'm used to that COPD and lung cancer is basically due to smoking, but worldwide the story is obviously very different. So you see here the percentages of disease that is attributed to air pollution. 40% COPD is due to air pollution, and you see it across. It's mainly cardiovascular system and respiratory system, but the impact on other organs is also there. And look on the very far right, neonatal death. I think this is a number that is not very commonly known, but there is a huge burden also for newborns from air pollution. Okay, then there is again enormous differences in terms of the exposure when you look at the map. So these are again the PM2.5 measures you see around the world, and they are vastly different. They are vastly different around the globe. Very few countries have actually reached the WHO thresholds. Some get close to it, but none of them has. I think what you also need to keep in mind is that when you look over many years at air pollution, the health effects, some of the health effects, if it goes down, will come only after 20, 30, 40 years. So this is very well known from, you know, efforts to reduce smoking prevalence and so on. You see the effects of that maybe 20, 30, 40 years later in the population by the decline. So it's a very long way that you have to really bring down the burden of disease with air pollution and basically all these exposures that affect the lung. And these are, I simplified it very much, but I think it's quite useful to think about the major sources of air pollution. And of course, within those sources, indoor pollutants, industrial emissions, you have many, many different kinds of pollutants. But I think it's quite useful to think about these, let's say, 7, because it's highly contextual then how they vary across countries. And maybe for the let's do a little experiment for the non-Swiss people. I really explicitly asked the non-Swiss people to briefly, no, this was the wrong one. I tried to open the Mentimeter, but think about what are the major contributions of air pollutions today in Switzerland. What do you think are the major sources of air pollution in Switzerland? But I asked the Swiss-based people not to answer, because I hope you will know, otherwise you will learn it afterwards. Good. we need a yeah, that puts more answers, will put it into perspective relative to one another. That's good. Yeah, now the right picture emerges. Okay, I think we can stop here. That's good. So that the one in the middle, industry, agriculture, and traffic, as you will see, are today the major sources. There is not too much indoor air pollution anymore. Okay, let's now look into the a bit more the specifics in Switzerland. And I go big. I just have a look at the map. The topography in Switzerland is a bit complicated, as you see a lot of mountains. So you see the urban areas from the southwest to the northeast. You have many areas where you cannot live, and there is also basically no emissions there. Switzerland is is in the middle of Western Europe, surrounded by other countries, also meaning that air quality and policies are not independent from the surrounding countries. And finally, it's a very important north-south transit route, which produces quite a lot of air pollution. So you see here now, I put in different sizes the major sources of air pollution. And this is how it looked like basically in the 19th century, where it was at the beginning, it was low. And indoor air pollution was an issue in the 19th century, but then it really went down, this problem, a lot. But of course, with industrialization, industrial emissions, agriculture, and also the vehicle emission started to grow. By the way, the production of electricity was never a big issue in Switzerland because there is basically no coal. There was never a big coal industry. And Switzerland did the first hydroelectric power plants in 1816 or so. So it was never a major source of air pollution. But you see how it developed, and of course the problem grew in the 20th century with industrial emissions, agriculture, and vehicle emissions being the big major sources, and all the other sources really play a very minor role up to today. In some countries in Europe, by the way, there were clean air policies that started in the 1950s, 1960s, like in cities like in London and so on. Switzerland took a little longer, but there was really a big game changer that made it basically a bit to a pioneer around clean air. And this was this Clean Air Act that came around in 1985, which really tried to make sure that the emissions are limited. There is no burning of waste outdoors, requirements for fuels, very importantly. I think this is something that can be addressed globally quite easily. And finally, also what happens if the emissions are excessive. And this was a very successful story because also the implementation worked really quite well. So what happened since then is really the emissions went down dramatically, I would say, in Switzerland, and you also see it how it came down from the PM10 values, concentrations came down a lot over the years, and now it gets again close to the thresholds that you put forward by WHO. Again, just as a side note, we looked at lung function trajectories over time, over 20 years, from the late 90s to 2014, and lung function in the general population was still getting worse in that time. So you see that lag. You don't see an immediate effect. Of course, you get less acute respiratory events, but in terms of chronic airflow obstruction, you really have to wait many years until this translates into better pulmonary health. And I think that is something quite important. Finally, there is still quite some variability, just due to the topography and where people live and where the traffic is. But I want to share with you this slide, because that's really important how it all came together. Of course, like everywhere, there was different lobbying dynamics. We had the big advantage in Switzerland that there is no big car industry, there is no coal industry and so on. There's other industry like pharmaceuticals and so on, but they have much less of a voice than in entire Europe. So you see here the typical industries where the emissions happen. And you see the European Union, I know this is a bit politically incorrect what I'm doing here, but the European Union was much slower than what Switzerland wanted to do, but Switzerland could not do it independently because it's surrounded by the European countries. But there was much more pushback because of the big car industries, and coal is big in Germany, for example, and in other countries. And so this is why Switzerland was slowed down a bit by the EU, but on the other hand, when it enacted this law, it was also very useful for the European Union then to follow with some of the regulations. The ones that really pushed for it are the federal and the cantonal authorities. They knew for a long time that they have to do more to protect the population. And on the right, you see a number of NGOs. So the Lung League in Switzerland, Greenpeace played a very important role. And there were physicians for environmental protection that played a very important activist role in this whole process. And you see the balance of these different stakeholders, then the compromise, always a compromise at the end, a law. This is the law that was produced, that was generated and updated over the years, but was actually really quite a success story. And finally, I would really like to end on a good note, because we are in academia. I would like to mention that science played a very important role. So environmental epidemiology was a very active science over the last 30 years. There was a national research program funded by the Swiss National Science Foundation. There was the Sapaldia study, a very famous study that measured air pollution and health effects starting in the early 90s. And this was very important to inform the policymakers and all these different players about the health effects and what you can do about it. And I had to put the face of Nino Künzli, because he's a pioneer in that field. He's the former director of the Swiss School of Public Health, and was really one of the major players in this whole game, and that we were able to get a law that really helps the population with clean air. Well, on that note, I'm and happy to take questions, I guess, later. Is that good? Thank you.
Thank you, Milo. It's amazing to see how the laws that they put in place has got them below the WHO recommended target. And just the reversal of some of the risk factors, how they differ in high income and low income. It started from where we are, and now, we're headed to where you went. So our next speaker is Parmesh from the Daifecha Center for Climate Change from here, our host institution. Welcome.
Forward, sir. I think you all had a small siesta after lunch. A wonderful talk we heard about it. I've been reading from the Institute of Science, Debate of Climate Change. Thank you very much for all of you coming here and interacting with us so that we can improve climate change, save the Mother Earth. Block 2. In the allotted time, I just want to sensitize what the importance of air pollution, what are the ill effects of air pollution in our country, what we have done convincing the policy makers to bring legislation. They want to hear scientific data. In addition to that, they want economic burden. Everything they focus on those. These two things help us to bring certain legislation. How it is, I like to cover in allotted 10 minutes of time. I like to stick to time. If I exceed, please 1 minute early guide me so that I don't want to overtake somebody else's time. Time is very important. Oh yes, it's okay. So again, I bring greetings from my institution. Thank you very much. Now, the air pollution kills nearly 6.5 million people every year. 70% of the diseases caused by environmental pollution are non-communicable diseases. And 70% of the non-communicable diseases are from the air pollution. Allergic airway diseases are earliest onset non-communicable diseases with significant psycho-socio-economic burden. And WHO mentioned 2017 we focus more on the tobacco smoke, suspended particulate matter at 2.5 micron. But in our country we felt ozone is equally important. So we'll go further. And this is what, so if you take it in India, 70% of the pollution is from the air pollution, 20% from the water, 10% from the soil and other chemicals. Now, if you look at the allergic airway diseases, the earliest onset environmental diseases and their comorbidities, the allergic rhinitis and has increased from 22.5% to 50% in non-allergic children. But in allergic children, it has gone up from 75% to 100% between 1999 to 2022. And how about asthma? We have been doing 1979 onwards every 5 years. It was 9% in 1979. It's steadily gone up to 29.5% in 2 decades. And we're all very much concerned why it is going so rapidly. Then we look into the various that it took 2 years to collecting data, meteorological data, various departments. And we found out it is from the change of the city of, demographic change of city of Bangalore is the main cause for that one. Air pollution is the one contributing factor. We hypothesized at that time. After 5 years, we thought it was going to go up. Instead of that one, it come down to 3% less. It surprised us. So that we met in Perth, Australia under WHO guideline, under Peter Sly leadership. And we all other countries also experienced the same thing. The conscious at that time was because genetically exposed population already saturated, you may not able to see this kind of spikes. In future, it might be small peaks. However, people who continue to expose the pollution, they are going to have persistent asthma, persistent severe asthma going to increase. This is what the opinion at that time. Sure enough, next after 5 years, it come down to nearly 25, another 3%. ICMR study has shown in 2014, it 26.1% in India. And sure enough, our persistent severe persistent asthma has gone up to 25.5% to 72%, where they need constant medication, controller medication. However, persistent severe variety gone up to 6.5% to 11%, where they need, despite the constant medication, they need repeated visit to the hospitals, emergency department, and the quality of life is impaired. And also chronic cough. Chronic cough is coughing more than 2 weeks continuously without any remissions coming down. That has, in 1999 it was 8%. It's gone up 2017 as a 21.5% chronic cough, which disturbs the sleep. And every year 0.5% increase of the chronic cough is there in Bangalore, city of Bangalore. The other comorbidities, snoring in common pediatric population is only 8%. If you ask the mother, does your child was snoring suddenly get up in the middle of the night? We said yes. Those are all the 1.05%. However, children who have got chronic cough, in them we looked into it, nearly sleep disorder breathing, they have about 27% of them have sleep disorder breathing. And also bruxism, they grind their teeth at night time. And also the 43% of them have mouth breathing, and the snoring is over 42.45%. And these children have 27% have got allergic rhinitis. That's why we call allergic rhinocyanoconjunctivitis. We call them. They are united. In addition to that, 3.2% of the children, they have the what we call laryngeal dyskinesia. Often they're mistaken for asthma and being treated like that. So we guide the children when they have asthma. Usually they have problem getting the air in. Asthma, you have the getting the air out. I asked them, pant like a dog, you get better anything. Because what happens, they get choking, they start to take deep breath again. It creates more negative pressure. The voice box by much closer, they get panicky. That's why you breathe like, that's how you have to breathe. You get better within no time. Well, those are all the guidelines. Now, outdoor air pollution, some data we have it. Children, heavy traffic school, areas suffer much more than rural, low traffic area school, and urban children suffer more than the rural children. Same genetic stock. Genetics is brick and mortar, but environment and architect bring out the disease. We're all the same genetic stock. So rural children suffer less. And asthma increase in summer season in 15 years, 2.8%, 28.5%, that is hypothesized as ozone production. Now, traffic police officer, they stand about 10 hours in traffic police officer. We did about 4 years to conduct this study. Traffic police officers suffer, double the number suffer much more than asthma, allergic rhinitis, shortness of breath, whole lot of things. If they live, 50% of the people who live away, 25 kilometers away from the city of Bangalore, 50% less in them suffering. Slow traffic, so from 75 kilometers come to 10 kilometers per hour, there is 6 times more pollution in the city. Now the traffic in Bangalore is only 5 kilometers per hour. Now, air pollution during Diwali festival, we burst the Diwali festival here 3 days. During that time, our hospital admission has increased with wheezing for 100%. But Karnataka state didn't do any level, the pollution level. I think in Pune it has been done. My dear friend Sandeep Salvi, we found out 200 times more sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide is water soluble, immediately affects upper airway. And it goes to united airway, lower airway. So during Diwali time, there are 200 times more that one. That's why legislation has come there, educating the population. It has come down only 2 hours they were given during, so 8 to 10 p.m. Now the cooking fuel, I think commercial cooking fuel, if you use it is less. Non-commercial cooking fuel, if you use the dung cakes, agricultural waste or firewood, over 46 to 48% of the people living in that house have asthma. At the same time, if you use the kerosene, is 8.3%, cooking gas 2.6%. Electricity is least. We have to aim for the electricity without producing any harm to the society. Indoor air pollution, use of biofuel in an ill-ventilated house, where there are no good ventilation, change the sex ratio. Usually in asthmatic, if taken pediatrics, boys suffered 2:1, boys and girls. But in this situation, this is 25 kilometers away from the city of Bangalore, 8 kilometers away from the highways. All the agricultural farm workers, we did a study in that one. I think girls helping the mother in cooking, where they learn to agricultural waste as the cooking fuel, they inhale, though girls suffer more than the boys. Boys will be working with the father in the field. The prevalence of asthma in ill-ventilated is nearly 3 times more. And single room dwelling with agricultural waste as cooking fuel has 10.5-fold increase in the incidence of pneumonia. Mosquito coil burning produces 75 to 100 cigarette equivalent carbon monoxide and particulate matter. Chulas, what you have been recommended WHO from 1984 to 2004, are energy efficient but release smoke equivalent to 400 cigarettes per hour. And nearly 3-fold increase in asthma in home with a tobacco smoke. If a single person has smoking, my wife says they won't give up her husband. No, he smoke outside, sir, not inside, not in the so the clothes also can bring the smoke. This will affect. So 3-fold increase in the asthma if one person smokes in the house. Then we did the tobacco smoke studies. It was not available. We used to quote other one. It took 7.5 years. I think we did all this study, and the banning of the tobacco smoke come in India because of our study. Outdoor air pollution, if you look at the data from the ICMR study in India, outdoor air pollution is increased 115.3% mortality from that one. Indoor air pollution decreased by 64.2%. That's mainly from the cooking fuels. However, the role of volatile organic compounds in modern life is indoor air pollution, predominantly in urban areas, increases allergic airway diseases. This is what we recommended 29th of this month. Gina IACI, new guideline is coming, and that one, they asked my opinion, I given an opinion. I think December it will be published. I think these are all the volatile organic list of that one. What are the sources I have given? I don't want to go to in detail. What our knowledge, what has brought in India, I think doctors are the teachers, supervisors are investigators. Our legislation banning the leaded petrol in 1999 with USA George Foundation and Lakeside Education Trust, we did a study and we brought the legislation banning the leaded petrol. And bringing the face mask for traffic police officer, it's our work. And 1999 and 2015 gave better face mask as given for the pollution. And also appoint the Burela is a Supreme Court judgment been appointed to look into the environmental of the school atmosphere and also the clean up the mega cities in a time-bound fashion. Banning the tobacco smoke is our work in 1997. Century Club is a social club, I'm the past president of that club. As a president, is the first social club in the world where we banned the tobacco smoke. And later on, Karnataka, we presented our Savarnati data. Our chief minister banned in Karnataka, the first state where we banned the tobacco smoke. And Supreme Court of India in 2003, they banned it. I think restricting the use of firecrackers, we educated the society. That's why it is reduced now for only 2 hours. During Diwali time, 8 to 10. And during Christmas time and New Year's time is 12 to 2. And reducing the burden of the school bags. Air pollution produces obstructive airways predominantly. Those children, what happens when the spine health is very important, prime of your age, you are going to suffer. Those children will they walk like that. The spine problem becomes more and more in them. So I think we brought that legislation also. The school bag in children should not be more than 10% of their body weight. And we banned the loudspeaker. I am the chairman of the World Bank project and the Karnataka State of Environment 2003 with the local available data with the air, water, soil, sound pollution we produces. We highlighted importance of sound pollution is very important. And we protect the citizen from becoming a fourth audience for the noise in May 2020 Supreme Court judgment. So thank you very much, patient hearing. I want you to go with the 4 P's. We all come here, enjoy, learn each other. Let's go with the positive thinking always. We can achieve. Still with all the negative things are coming there, COP28. Let's go the positive way. Protect the Mother Earth at any cost. Any cost. And pursue a research, sustain our lives for every animal so that the Mother Earth we can survive. I think lastly, propagate the national ethos, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. What does it mean? One planet. We are all one family, one future. Thank you very much for
Thank you, Dr. Parmesh. I think we are thoroughly impressed by the number of things you have gotten banned. And that's a challenge for us in 1 year's time or 2 years' time when we meet again. Let's come and, after this, show how has our research, our work impacted policy. So one problem at a time. I think in Uganda, what struck me here is the policemen, because now we have a lot of road construction going on, and you find policemen standing in the middle of the dust, but they're not wearing masks. So yeah, so next year let's come and talk about how what we're doing has impacted policy. So our next speaker is Dr. Pratima. She's going to tell us about the work that they are doing and how it has now impacted their policies and what is it that's affecting their area here in India.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, it's very difficult to, keep up after the lunch session. I don't have any slides. I'm just going to talk. Yes. So we have heard about evidence. We have heard about the challenges, the health impacts. I'm going to talk about what is lacking, what is not getting implemented, and what are the challenges associated with it. So I'm going to talk about 3 very critical states in India, the state of Bihar, the state of Jharkhand, and the state of Punjab, where some major issues are visible. And then lastly, I will talk about the National Clean Air Program in India, which was launched in 2019. So starting with the state of Bihar, we all know that air is not compartmentalized. It has no boundary, and hence the challenges of air pollution in different region is different. Every state has a different source of pollution. I mean, transportation, waste burning, industries, they are all common, but they might be less, they might be, more. So in the state of Bihar, there was a scheme launched, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, that was the LPG penetration scheme, so that we do not, the women in the rural area don't use the traditional cook stoves, the chulhas, using solid fuel and the cow dungs. When I was working there, I saw that the LPG penetration rate was around 95%. However, when we did ground survey, we found that every household has a gas connection, however, they don't use it. They use it only in the morning time when they have to cook breakfast for the kids because they have to go to school, or if relatives are visiting their place. Otherwise, they get free wood from the forest area and they use it for cooking. That was a major challenge. So we tried understanding what are the issues, why is it happening on ground, and there was some socioeconomic aspect associated with it. First, women are alone at home. There are no male members to get the cylinders refilled. That was one of the challenge. Second was the refilling stations were too far away from their location so that they could get a refilled cylinder. So these are some policy challenges which were highlighted to the state government and which probably they are still working on, which hasn't been implemented yet. Now, talking about the state of Jharkhand, Jharkhand is one of a state in the northeast of India and is the largest coal producer. It produces almost like 83 billion tons of coal per year, and which has given an employment to around 1.5 billion people directly, indirectly. The problem is few of these coal mines have shut down, okay, and people have been unemployed. Now, there is another scheme by Government of India, MNREGA, which gives employment to daily wagers, where you get around 200 to 280 rupees per day when you work for like 8 hours. Now, the villagers are quite smart. They don't want to put in 8 to 12 hours of hard work. So what they do is, they go to these closed mines, they illegally, get the coal on their two-wheeler bicycles. So every day they are mining around 100 kgs of coal, getting it to their household, burning it in their backyard for 3 hours, and converting it to charcoal and selling it to the commercial eateries or local industries. And all the smoke that is coming in, they are getting impacted, but there is no study that has understood the exposure of these coal miners, and it's a huge problem. Now, we tried understanding why is it happening. So they said that there is no employment schemes by the government. Second, if we try to ask them to shift to a cleaner technology or a cleaner mechanism, they say we don't have infrastructure, we don't have electricity in the state, and how can we shift to cleaner technologies? So it's infrastructure problem, it's employment problem. So there are a lot of aspects associated with the air pollution. It's not only the science and the environment problem anymore. Talking about the state of Punjab, people who are in India and globally also, we know that come the winter season and Delhi becomes a gas chamber because of all the pollution that comes from the Punjab state because of stubble burning. Now, why is it happening? Why farmers are burning the stubble when they themselves know that they are the ones impacted the most while burning the stubble? The problems are there's a lot of balancing that the central ministries and the state departments need to do. The schemes that are floated by the central government does not reach the farmers in time for them to avail the facility. It's a very short notice, and hence they miss out on the opportunity. Second, there are these happy seeders and super seeders machine available, which the farmers can rent and use in their farm land to remove the stubble. However, they have to rent these machines, and all the farmers can't afford to rent the machines, where they have to put the diesel, they have to look after the electricity charges, everything. So it's a huge burden on the farmer, okay? Second point, that a decade back, there was a manual labor who used to do all these activities, remove the stubble. But due to migration, there are no manual laborers available in the state. And the window of harvesting and sowing is almost like 40 days, which the farmers can't, you know, do it on their own manually, so they just burn it. It's easy and cheap mechanism, you know. They don't care about the health. They just understand that they need to sustain today. They need to support the family today, so they burn it. Another problem is that farmers are willing to shift to another crop so that they don't have to burn the stubble. However, crop diversification is a major problem because market does not exist for other type of crops. The minimum selling price of a crop hasn't been changed since last 50 years. And there are middlemen who take the crop yield from the farmers and sell in the market, and farmer is not getting benefit out of it. So there are huge market mechanism challenges also existing. It's just not, again, the problem of science of air pollution, but market mechanism, incentives, subsidies, debt on the farmers. So we need to understand all these nexus if we want to solve the problem of air pollution. Now, talking about the National Clean Air Program, it was launched in 2019, and it was a huge program when it came, you know, specifically for the air pollution topic. However, the major challenge that we face still after 5 years of the program, that we haven't achieved the very first target of reducing PM levels by 40%. I would also blame COVID because there were 2 years of COVID we faced and there was no interaction between the ministries and the various states. However, the government was not prepared for such a program to be launched. They did not do their basic homework. The plans and the protocols, they were not thorough. They did not know how the departments are going to talk to each other, how they are going to work together when we still are in the habit of working in silos. Transport department is going to work on the roads and the highways. They don't care about the air pollution aspect. The Ministry of Food and Civil Supplies, they are just focusing on the fuel part. So how are these departments going to work together when they don't understand the science of air pollution? They don't understand the implication of air pollution that is coming from their sector. So later, the ministry decided that we need to educate our officials. We need to build their capacity. We need to empower them for them to take implementation on ground effectively. So yes, there are definitely challenges in terms of implementation, and that is why our policies are not getting implemented. We saw in the evidence, you know, South Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries, the mortality rate is so high, and women and children are the most affected by all these policies, but evidence does exist. Again, regional level understanding doesn't exist. What is happening in the specific pockets of the country, we don't know, because our entire research is focused on urban areas. We don't know what is happening in the suburban or the rural areas. And hence, we still need to do some research work and focus more on the governance structure, how the departments need to function, what should be the hierarchy, how the knowledge needs to be transferred from one person to the other within the department and across the departments, and probably then we will be able to solve this problem of air pollution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pratima, for that very concise presentation of the challenges in your making policies that don't filter down, or trying to make influence policies that don't filter down to the policymakers. So Niran is up next, and he's going to, I was having a conversation with Niran, and Pratima brought up the same issue, that air doesn't know boundaries. So Niran is going to tell us about how they used GIS to try and understand what the impact of air pollution is. Come.
Video copy? Yeah, in this one. Fourth. Thank you.
All right. That's not what I look like. Yeah, that's me. All right, thank you so much. So yeah, I'll be trying to help you understand on a primary level how we understand air pollution dynamics through geospatial technology. I will be taking up the case that Pratima mentioned, the stubble burning. It's a pretty active one. Currently, I'm living in Delhi, and I'm also suffering with the same issue. So first of all, some terminologies that we should discuss. Delhi, first of all, is the capital of India, the red one. It is also interchangeably used by the term NCT or National Capital Territory. NCR, on the other hand, is the gray area that you can see, the National Capital Region, which is a better representation of the settlement. It is the biggest settlement on the planet right now. So it is interacting very aggressively with the surrounding areas and expanding as we are planning it. So that's a bigger planning issue that we are facing. You would also notice that it occupies around 2/3 of another state altogether, which is the state of Haryana and the state of Punjab, which we are going to be discussing about. So just the basic statistics, I think everyone has gone through it. There are huge amount of deaths happening, especially in children in the region. But firstly, the question you would ask is, what is air pollution? I'm not going to go into the technical one, but in layman terms and in terms of newspaper, it's poor air quality, or AQI, which stands for Air Quality Index. That helps us understand basically the breadth and depth of the air that we are breathing in. It is analyzed by taking into account multiple pollutants and their exposure levels. So that's all technical, but these are the primary ones. For India, PM 2.5 is the determining pollutant. It has to be taken into account, and 2 more. For European and American nations, I think they consider NOx and ozone as well. So it's again regional in context. So one would ask, how do I know my pollutant levels in my region? One approach is ground stations, which basically we set up a machine about 10 meters above the ground. But for the case of India, it can't be installed everywhere. They're private properties, lands, and it's damn expensive, and it's always vulnerable to local impacts. So whatever activities near that station, it's going to highlight the pollutant levels. Geospatial technology, on the other hand, is in an oversimplified way just putting everything on the globe, putting everything on a map on the surface of the Earth. So so that also includes physical features, temperature, and air pollution. So Sentinel-5P is one such European satellite that basically helps us understand some of the pollutant levels on tropospheric and across the entire atmosphere. No need to be scared. I'll help you understand this specific graph. So this is a heat map that basically plots the pollution level on different weeks in different regions for different years. So for example, in NCT in 2019, there was a very high pollutant level observed on week number 44. So this specific peak happens every year. It's almost traditional, but it's definitely not festive in nature, because if you see D1, D2, these are the events of the week. We have Diwali, the firecracker burning. So it doesn't show up on the weekly scale, but it does correspond very well to stubble burning peaks in Punjab, which is P02, PO2, PO3. So stubble burning in Punjab, a state, there's another state in between, is affecting the pollution levels in Delhi. But it's very difficult to believe that air would be following administrative boundaries. I mean, why do they hate Punjabis or Delhi people so much? But the question before that I would like to raise is, why now? Why are we discussing this now? I mean, stubble burning has been a very prevalent activity in Punjab. But the thing is, if we look at the trends, we are plotting the stubble burning that's happening in October and November, and we see a shift towards November, which is colder in nature. So basically what's happening is Punjab came up with a policy to conserve the groundwater levels, and decided that farmers cannot sow the rice before a specific season. That means the farmers have to harvest it early and then get the fields ready, so they push towards stubble burning. That's one of the major reasons stubble burning is increasing, and it's moving towards a peak. So a lot of stubble burning happens at the same time. Of course, you're going to ask me, why? How is this any spatial? There's nothing on the globe right now. So I brought in a little animation for you guys. All right. So there's a lot of technical nuance involved, but I'll keep it simple. Basically, this map will be showing you the vegetation. The green area is where the crops are maturing. This map will be showing you highlighted fire activities. A yellow dot means there was a fire event observed. And then these are pollution levels, green one being lower pollution and red being very high pollution. So we're going to be seeing weekly frames. So every week, as we see. So firstly, in the beginning of the year, we see the wheat crop that is sown, and it's gradually maturing. The brown spots are basically the cities, so they don't have any agriculture activities. And now, once they're harvested, the green is all gone. And just a week after that, we see a lot of stubble burning events showing up. And simultaneously, pollutant levels start to increase in the state as well. So these are three completely different satellites pointing towards the same thing. And as soon as the stubble burning stops, pollution levels are back to normal. And this is just for wheat, so it's not just the winter crop that's happening. So again, we are moving towards September or October, where again the rice crop is maturing now. Gradually we see the harvesting coming in. I think this one, yeah. So as you can see now, and see this one. So you can clearly see the spatial correlation as well. Wherever there are stubble burning events showing up, there are pollutant level increase, which is clearly evident. So there's a spatial and a temporal correlation. Apart from that, if you see on the right corner, there'll be a little bit of peak of pollutant level. That's basically near Delhi. So once, even after the stubble burning is over, there are still higher pollutant levels observed throughout Delhi because of it's like an air-logged situation. There are no winds taking the pollutant out of the region. So, yeah. But the question is, how do we solve this? One of the solutions that can be highlighted is through the SDGs. SDG 16, ironically, like it's very interesting, talks about providing an access to a justice for all and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions to all levels. That also raises the opportunistic approach of developing global environmental justice systems to increase accountability for environmental crisis and control activities that deteriorate the environment. So this is a discussion that we need to start having on an administrative level, not just on a scientific silo. But then who is accountable? Before we start talking about the judicial approach, we need to really boil it down. We can't just show animations all the time. And so we kind of carried out some air pollution modeling. Basically, we checked the trajectories where the wind came from at different heights, as long as 1.5 kilometers. So if a pollutant comes from anywhere to Delhi in a specific season up to 1.5 kilometers and then settles down during the night, it will be traced down. So yeah, you can see in post-monsoon season when the stubble burning is happening, there's a small red dot. This is pretty much the crux of my 1 year's research, a specific hotspot that clearly contributes to the pollution levels of Delhi. So it's not the entire state. And this is another this is satellite data, this is model data. So you can see similar hotspot emerging in the satellite data as well. This was just the emissions. Apart from that, so this is the stubble burning which is happening across the state. So there is stubble burning across the state, but only specific part that is contributing to it. So yeah, this is just a zoomed in map. So you can also see something interesting that turned up was, which we were not expecting for NO2 and SO2 as well, is that it started highlighting specific cities. Cities that have higher industrial activities, like Ludhiana and Moga have industries set up by Nestle. We're not even talking about the industrial contributions from Punjab that are settling in all the way to Delhi. And always, never forget that Delhi always has higher pollutions. They are taking their share of emissions, but there are a lot of regional impact that's playing a role. So I'm gonna move a little fast through this one, but you can see clear indication. I mean, there's no industrial information provided to this model. It's just wind and pollution. So this planet itself is telling us what's hurting it. Yeah, so just at a glance, basically, GIS can help us, first of all, prevent all these erroneous interpretation of what might be the assumed notion and what actually is happening. How it is important to integrate it into our policy making process, because no one would have expected groundwater policy would be affecting air pollution levels. Thirdly, it can help us spatially identify these patterns, the regions. So it's not just like a policy would say reduce stubble burning, but GIS can help us understand where. Solutions include, crop diversification. Ma'am has rightly pointed out the gaps that are still there, but there's a huge fund allocated for it, so there's still potential. And now that we know where to dedicate those funds, so why not? Better monitoring and incentivizing anti-stubble burning, and of course, developing an administrative approach for environmental justice. I do believe in open knowledge sharing, so if you want to replicate this study for your regions or this one itself, you can get the codes from GitHub, or you can reach out to me on LinkedIn and download the slides as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Niran. So we're going to go into a question-answer session. Requesting all the speakers to come back up here. Okay, so the questions are open to the floor. Yes, we have a question over there.
Thank you for very excellent presentations. I think all the presentations were really, really outstanding. So congratulations to all of you. I have a question. It's kind of broad, I guess, so it goes to maybe all the speakers, also to you coming from Switzerland, you know. So I think you showed in Switzerland how policies have had a real impact in reducing air pollution. I think your last slide really highlighted that. And comparing that to the Indian perspective, I have modeled air pollution 15 years ago for Delhi, and the same problems are still in place. You know, I get fed up when I see these slides with stubble burning, because it has been happening every year. And also in Bangalore, the cough incidence has, you know, that's something, the asthma and the cough incidence is something that's of great interest. You know, when you move to Bangalore, people say you've got the Bangalore cough, because most people get a cough when they move here. It's, you know, been something that's unknown and is now being blamed on air pollution. It could also be the loss of green areas in Bangalore. A lot of the green areas have disappeared, you know, making the pollution levels maybe higher. It's kind of unsure, but my question is, you know, I mean, the GIS systems are excellent, but do they actually, does science actually inform policy? It's really unclear to me, all the publications and all the science, and you had some really good examples about the school bags and, you know, very good examples. But I find it, especially in regions like Delhi, it's impossible. The science is really good. We can tell you where the stubble burning is coming from. But as you also pointed out in your presentation, there's so many other factors at play here. And, you know, and what happens is during this season, the autumn season, there's a huge interest. Delhi shuts down its schools. Every day there's newspaper incidents of how high and then the autumn is gone, you're back to normal air quality, everybody forgets about it till next year. So what do we do? I'm fed up of listening, you know, to these talks. The science is so great, but why don't we get policies in place?
So, Paramesh, do you want to start with that? You know, how did you do it?
Well, I was the chairman of the Pollution Control Board, Technical Advisory Committee. I had some control, Central Pollution Control Board also. And also, some of the Prime Minister's office and our Chief Minister's office, I take care of grandchildren here. Our previous governor, grandchildren, I used to take care, Khurshid Alam Khan and all these things. So these influence, I meet in the social club. There the action will be taken care. In a spirited way, you talk about it, they will take it forward. You have to have a contact, communication with them. And also they want financial. Policy makers, they want how much money you are spending about, where is the money. This is what we have to convince. I tell them, so if you spend 1 rupee for greenery, you will save 34 times more, not 34%, in the health benefit. In that context, it would work. These studies have been done in Europe, in England. They have proved it that 1 pound they spend 34 times, they will save health benefits. This is what you have to convince. And also about the greenery, in 1973, we had 69.2% of the greenery in Bangalore. Now, in 2020, we have only 2.9%. Greenery is already gone. Still, we have enough greenery. We are thankful for this. Is gone. In addition to that, each species needed some space. Human being, we need about nearly 10 square meter per person. We have only 2.2 square meter. And also Bangalore, about 15 years ago, we had only 15 lakhs population. Now we got 1 crore 20 lakhs. And also we encroached upon 1,209 villages. The Gomalas was there. Gomalas means the land given for the grazing purposes for the herds. For each animal is got. Cow needs about 7 square meter per 1 cow. Like that, 30 acres per 100 herds. We had it. That is a breathing space, lung space for all of us. That's already gone. Nothing is cement jungle. And also this is the heat island. It's coming the cement jungle, absorb the heat during daytime, emitted, you are 2 degrees more compared to suburban area and industrial area also. Even day and night, it won't come down. And also the government want to take over the, I am also in the league, Loka Adalat. So High Court appointed one of the member. I tell them not to touch any one of the greenery in this place. So this is what's been happening. And they want to take over the golf club. We had 70 acres we had. It's the first golf club in India we started. And we are in center of this. They want to take it over. I think a lung space not to touch. Turf club is there, a big area. They want to take it, the government will take it over. They will big the trade center and helipad. I said nothing doing. So through the High Court, we worked for this one. And also Yellappa Reddy was the previous secretary of environment and this one. And IFS officer. He helped me a great deal in this context. So these are some of the connection in a social connection, helps to bring out certain legislation. That's what it is, madam. Anything else, I'll be more than happy to answer to you. Yes.
So it seems that if the answer is become a leader, or if you can't become a leader, influence one. But you need data.
Okay, I want to answer this question. A leader want to be, you have to 3 animals. Kattayatana, Nayamana, Kagayasvana irbeku. What does it mean? You have donkey's body to take the burden any amount. Like a donkey, you don't burn. And also you have to have a dog's mind. Forget it, get going. And crows, it won't eat anything. See if it calls everybody. So then only it will eat. So you have to have a donkey's body, as a leader you want to be, or dog's mind to forget. If you get, you won the election, 49 people didn't vote, don't brand them. Take along with them. And as a crow, when you see anything, share with your leader, local people. So that's what I say. Kattayatana, Nayamana, Kage Sonar, leader of Kannada. This is our state language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question at the back.
I have a quick question and a quick comment. My question is about all of this data about air pollution. When I look at it, what I see missing is the impact of military. Have you come across that? Is it there? Because, I mean, I do remember vaguely some reference to the military being a very big contributor to air pollution, but I never really see this in a lot of the data that is often publicly discussed. So I was just wondering about the impact of that, the percentage of that. That's just a kind of an open question. I'm not expecting an answer right now. But I also wanted to say something about the previous comment that this is probably an example of what is needed. We need activist practitioners. And also the example that we just heard, that there has to be some sort of, if we want action, we have to bring in practitioners into policy conversations. And in that, I was also thinking that we have some really great examples. In fact, the biggest example, the first carbon neutral country in the world happens to be in Asia. It's a tiny little mountain kingdom, Bhutan, but they did it. So we have lots of examples. The Swiss example of the Clean Air Act is another really great example of how a confluence of lobbyists for the right reasons can bring about change. So what I'm wondering is that in this gathering, we probably need to devote some time to that kind of thinking as well. How do we mobilize? What kind of strategies can we actually think about that could bring that kind of confluence of lobbying for the right reason? Because right now, all policy is actually determined through lobbying. We know that. It's not public interest as defined by science. It's what lobbyists are telling policymakers. So how can we find a way to lobby by bringing together these activist practitioners to influence policymaking? Maybe we need to think more about that as well. Thanks.
And I'm sure later in the week in a few days, we'll hear from one of our policymakers who's going to be on one of our panels about lobbying, because I'm sure Dr. Ayume has a lot to say about that. Dr. Zahar.
Yes, thank you very much all for the presentations. And I'd like to get a comment from Dr. Pramesh, and I think the previous speaker alluded to it, the activist practitioner. You seem to have made a lot of progress from strategic litigation. There's various bans coming from the Supreme Court, and I think India is leading in this area with strategic litigation on several issues. So I'm just wondering, was this, from the academia? Was this a push from civil society? Where did this come from?
No, I have a more general point. I cannot answer to this question specifically, but
go ahead, Milo.
I mean, it speaks also to the activist point. I think we can take two different roles. And one is the activist role, which is sometimes important and effective, but sometimes is also highly ineffective. Because if you take an activist role, you are put into one corner and are being attacked, and people don't listen to you anymore. So it's just a danger. I mean, in the tobacco area, I have a hard time not to be an activist, really. But there is the other role, which I usually adopt, which is the so-called honest broker, which tries to understand the issues, tries to understand the concerns of all the different players. You know, it's not just all bad people, but they have their concerns, they have their daily needs. You need to understand that and come up with, I think that's our job as well, come up with evidence-based options to address these concerns. And sometimes for complex issues, this is much more effective than always following the activist role. It's also a personality thing. I feel more comfortable in the honest broker role than in the activist role. But in some areas, it's this or that is more effective. But I would just not, I'm involved in a lot of policy advising, and I would not advise to always just jump on the activist role because it can be highly ineffective.
Yeah, go ahead. So there are two aspects of why things are not working in India. As you said, citizen involvement is definitely required when it comes to policy making. However, it's not that, I am supporting the government agencies and departments. We need to understand how burdened they are, in terms of roles and responsibilities, especially the pollution control boards. They are either answering to the National Green Tribunal questions, or they are responsible to the principal secretaries and the chief secretaries' questions. So they hardly have any bandwidth to do technical research on their own, to understand what is happening on the ground in their city, to develop actionable items. So that's one challenge. Second, activist, I also would like to support what Milo said. First of all, there's a lot of momentum in the citizen groups right now to understand what air pollution is, what they are breathing, what are the levels in their neighborhood. However, at times they don't understand the science, they don't understand how specific instruments work, and they come up with wrong data and they start blaming the regulatory bodies, okay? So it's like giving power to citizens without understanding, and driving such kind of policy is not going to help us. Definitely participation is required, but let the agencies, academic think tanks do the research work, get the public opinion, what they are facing in their specific neighborhood, what are the ground challenges, and incorporate in the kind of policy we want to develop.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I just have a very small question. Whenever we talk about reduction in the pollution, I think, we had a story from Uganda and Switzerland, and we say that the electric vehicles have brought it back. But ultimately, till we reach the alternative or the green electricity, I mean, the electricity is dependent on coal. So which means that, what you call it as a green or a pollution-free vehicle, maybe for that particular region, but wherever you are producing it, you are still doing a lot of carbon emissions. So my question is, when do you think, that as maybe, society will be able to switch to the alternate energies for the electricity production?
See, when we talk about air pollution in the cities, we focus on sources of pollution within a city, okay? And that is why we say transportation, waste burning, domestic fuel cooking, and all those things. Always the objective is to reduce emission at the source level, okay? reduce exposure to individuals within a city. Yes, definitely we need to move away from coal. Not that I'm, preaching for coal, because wherever the coal is being used in the TPPs, it is affecting the neighborhood, the community there. But it is also taking away the pollution levels within the city at the sources. So gradually we will have to think about solutions for replacing coal as well, but as of now, the focus is reducing personal exposures within the city because they are more polluted. So that is the objective with which the government is functioning right now, and hence the electronic vehicles.
I think we white coat people, we have to take the help of the black coat people. Legal activism is a must. Most of my thing what happens, the Supreme High Court Justice was the Saldana. You might have heard of Karnataka's Saldana. He helped me greatly taking it to Supreme Court, and also most of the legislation come from that one. Implementation is a problem now. We have enough rules. Implementation is a problem. So legal activism is one of the aspects we have to look into it when you're taking it to policy making.
So I think we have time for one more question, Valerie.
Thank you. I find this also extremely interesting, and I'm not an expert, but I know, for example, I'm just wondering the role of industry in all of this, because in the salt industry, for example, the food industry, it seems one of the most successful ways of getting salt down is actually self-regulation by the companies. They reduce the salt just below the limits. They don't go any lower than that. But somehow industry obviously knows how to do it. So I'm just wondering, what's the role of industry in all of this?
Okay. If you look at industries at a city level, they are at second or third position, the most polluting sector. However, at the country level in India, industry come out to be one of the greatest polluters. Definitely they have a huge role to play, and we should also implement polluters principle, pay on them, because they are the polluting ones. However, again, as Sir said, we need legal activism, which does not exist right now. Industries do have these monitors called SEMS, continuous emission monitoring system, by which the pollution control boards can directly monitor what is the kind of pollution coming out from a specific type of industry. There is this red category, orange category. Red are the most polluting ones. However, these industries have found a way to tamper the data that is being recorded in the SEMS, and they find a way out. Either they have political connection, or they would have, know some minister who can, get their case out from getting, penalized or something. Because I have seen that, sir, in Karnataka Pollution Control Board in front of me. I don't want to name that. But yes, there needs to be a protocol for industries to brought together, need to have a community where a third audit system should be placed. I was just speaking to the ex-chairman of Bihar State Pollution Control Board, and he said that industries are getting no objection certificates without clearing certain norms. So it's all corruption again. That is the problem that needs to be blamed. So yeah, a very important sector, and more needs to be done going forward. Yeah.
So I think I just got the Bangalore pollution control data, 1:20 p.m. Every day I get it. I think we're all breathing good air, quality index is good and satisfactory. Three important things, predominantly 10 micron is the biggest problem for us. Next come 2.5, the carbon monoxide. These are all three things. So we are enjoying the beautiful weather here, enjoy it. Then Delhi, definitely it needs to be increased. Next week they called me, I refused, I don't want to get into the chamber. I just had a bypass after 6 months ago. I don't want to, my doctor said, don't go into the chamber. That's what I'm not going. Let's clean up the air in Delhi as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our speakers. Can we give them a round of applause? I think this discussion, for me, the take home is how do a lot of us here are researchers. So how does our research reach the policymakers? And maybe we can go back and think about what platforms each of us has, indirectly or directly, knowing our settings, to actually get our research to actually matter where it needs to go. So thank you very much. I'll hand back to Lena.
Yes, thank you. So now we're having another short break, and I've been running up and down because we actually have yet another surprise for you, which hopefully will come any minute. Often you get mugs at conferences, and I'm sure all of you have a cupboard full of those mugs with conference logos printed on it. We still chose once more to give you mugs, but we chose to go for the traditional Indian chai cups. So you will receive a traditional Indian chai cup that you will also see on the street. And because we want you to continue conversations, you're not just getting one, you're getting two, which you can take home with you, and we hope whenever you invite a friend and serve tea from those chai cups, you will enjoy the conversation. And remember the trialogue days, though this is not the closing words, don't get me wrong. Okay, so they should be coming up any minute, and will just be then in the networking, in the coffee break areas, and I suggest that we reconvene at 4 in 20 minutes for the last block of the session, which is then connecting to water. The effect of a water policy on air quality was mentioned here, so everything is interconnected. Would like to conclude the day with our last session for today. So, excuse me, Siddharth, can you get the people from outside in? So when we started discussing how we want to structure these trialogue days and what all to include, I mentioned in the beginning today that we are far from being comprehensive and that we certainly missed out some things. But at some point of time we had this discussion that we want to start at the very basics. What are the things or the elements that every living species on Earth needs? So we had heat in the beginning because we need a temperature that is pleasant for us to survive. Then we had air quality. That is also something that we need to survive. And water is also one of the very, very elemental parts of our lives. And then even within water, like we were discussing, like should we talk about landslides, increased cyclones, and so on. But today's panel on session, today's block on water, looks a lot more on water security, the politics around water, and water in the urban context. I think the last people are coming in, and I would like to hand over now to our wonderful scientific chair, Valerie, who you experienced in the morning already. This is the last session for today, so keep it up, focus, and after that, it looks like the rain has stopped. You might enjoy a walk in the fresh air.
So thank you very much again. I just love this picture from Banksy. I'm sure you all know Banksy very well, but I think it's just striking that, you know, I don't think you need words to explain this picture. I think it's just absolutely beautiful. So as Lena described, the way that this session has sort of evolved is a little bit more into water governance and things like that. So I just very quickly wanted to just in one very short slide just go through the general issues that we all think about in terms of global health risks when we think about water. So we've all been seeing one after the other massive floods just a few weeks ago, even in Spain. And the population there also hugely angry because so many people died. But in Pakistan, this was hundreds of millions of people were actually displaced. When you have displaced people and you have floods, you obviously have the risk of stagnant water, as we heard, with mosquitoes, diarrhea, all these things. A very, very critical thing is when people are displaced, especially people with chronic illnesses, they do not have access to healthcare while they're moving, or their healthcare is interrupted. So that adds insult to injury. In Cape Town, you may have heard a couple of years ago, they had this drought that went on for 3 years, and they thought at one point there would be a day where there was zero water. So everybody in the whole town, in the whole city, was forced to use 25 liters a day, which is very, very little. And somehow the city was actually measuring that, and if you took too much, they would decrease the water supply to your house. But there as well, we had more admissions to the hospital, especially children with skin infections, and then getting endocarditis and kidney problems and all sorts of other illnesses from infections because they were obviously not able to wash. There is also, this came out in COVID, but there is a big gender side, which we haven't really touched too much in these other issues, but especially when we think about water. One of the important things is that in many low-resource communities, the girls are the ones who get sent and the women to go and fetch the water. The little girls are sent with these big buckets. We were talking about their satchels on their backs, but also carrying massive buckets is a problem. And the biggest thing is they miss days of school. And we know when a woman misses days of school, they are less educated, they are able less to look after their families, to protect themselves, to earn jobs, to space their children, to have healthier pregnancies, etc. So a lot of knock-on effects of that. And then UNICEF keeps a very good eye on the availability of, they call it WASH, so hand sanitizing, sanitary facilities and water, in schools, in households, etc. And in 2021, 3 out of 10 schools around the world still did not have basic access to drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene. So these are just basic things that are affecting the individual in their, in their homes and in their lives. But now we're going to move on a little bit more to take the slightly bigger perspective. And the first speaker is Dr. Madhvi Joshi, who's going to present the case of Bangalore and your experience, how water kind of helped you to rescue possibly them and some of us as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you. Can I have the... Yeah, 10 minutes. I'll try to wind up in 10 minutes. So I think we've been since morning listening to, you know, what we call as the 5 different elements, and we've reached to the 3rd element, which is one of the most important element of the life of the planet on the earth, and the sole reason how you know, we could actually have a life on the planet earth, that is the water. So before going into, you know, the details about the water, I'm just going to make a slight detour onto some of the One Health case studies that we have done at our institute, and how it has helped us in management of, you know, the diseases that came across. So basically, we are a very new organization set up by the state government of Gujarat as early as 2017. But we were given a mandate that you will only look at the societal challenges that are faced, and then you will try to provide solutions with that. And what we have as a strength of the center is into genomics. So we do a lot of genomics. And because we do genomics, we also do a lot of bioinformatics. And then we also do a lot of bio banking. So we have got a huge banks of different type of you know, microbes and all. So just a very few highlights on the One Health work that we did. So the first one was the COVID-19, the pandemic. I think everyone sitting in the room is directly or indirectly affected by. And during that time, you know, we worked very closely with the state government on monitoring of the wastewater, doing the genomic surveillance, understanding the host pathogen reactions with the several funding agencies. Also, you know, understanding the COVID infections in the non-human host, including the wildlife, that is Asiatic lion. And then, you know, the One Health Poultry Hub, which was a very global funded program by UKRI, under the Global Challenge Research Fund, where we tried to understand, maybe, you know, we have a block on AMR, but we understood how the AMR transmits from the poultry health chain to the agriculture health chain. Of course, you know, with Dr. Tatu here, we work a lot on some of the animal pathogens. So we are now also trying to establish environmental surveillance for foot and mouth disease virus, lumpy skin disease virus, and avian influenza. We also have a big network program on antimicrobial resistance, where we have a bank of close to 14,000 AMR isolates, and we have done a genome sequencing of around 3,500, and we intend to do 10,000 whole genome sequencing. But that was just a short detour of what we do in the One Health context. So coming back to the water, and when we say water, I think, you know, the things that Valerie mentioned and comes out as a fresh water, the ocean water, everything. And everybody perceives wastewater as a challenge. And how, you know, this wastewater can also be an opportunity for the public health action, that is what I'm going to talk about it. So the wastewater surveillance for the planetary health. So what is common, you know, when you look at the wastewater systems, and I mean, into the urban area, you have a very definitive, you know, sanitation systems. So you have a pumping stations, you have a treatment plants, you know, going across the city. So it's just like a homogeneous representation of the community health. As you fell ill, you go to the doctor, they will prescribe you with some of the blood tests, because the blood represents the individual's condition, the health condition. Similarly, if you survey the wastewater, that gives you health of the community. And how it started, you know, so this is, you know, the slide that I would want to show it over here, is that the first of the work that was, you know, done during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is a typical pyramid of the infection, if you look at it, and the bottom of the pyramid is all the infected individuals. And as you move up on the pyramid, you see the cases that are being picked up by the RT-PCR or the rapid diagnostic test, or, you know, those who have severe symptoms. They go to hospitals, ICU, and some of them, they succumb to death. But what you are clearly missing out is the total number of infected individuals in the pyramid, which you can only capture with the environmental surveillance. And during the COVID, it was a success because, you know, the SARS-CoV-2 receptors are also present in the intestine. And of late in the pandemic, you would have seen people showing symptoms not as a SARI, but as diarrhea, you know, a prominent symptom. So in India, we were the first labs in the country to establish the environmental surveillance of the SARS-CoV-2 by monitoring, you know, the weekly average of the RNA of the SARS-CoV-2 found in the ATPs and STPs. And when we correlated with the active number of the cases, we could very clearly see the 14 days of lead time. And by this, what it means is, you know, you get a lot of time for public health action, you know, for preparing your strategies, you know, what will be the total number of infected individuals, so on and so forth. So this was the very first early evidence that we identified. And then slowly this also got adapted into the mainstream, and a lot of, you know, national agencies like DBT, INSACOG, where also Dr. Tatu is a partner in that initiative funded by central agencies, took on this as a regular surveillance program across the city for monitoring SARS-CoV-2. The other advantage that it gave us is that after a certain period of time, you know, when the different waves of the COVID passed away, and we didn't have a very clear idea about the actual infections because they were not being tested and reported. And this has happened everywhere in the world, because WHO did not mandated it to report the active COVID cases. And as you can see here in this graph is, you know, what you see is the orange line, which is the clinical cases, which stopped coming after a certain number of period. But when you continue doing, you know, the wastewater surveillance, you are clearly able to capture the silent pandemics that is going on within the society, and also understand how to mitigate it. So this is a very trusted tool even in the absence of the clinical data. I'm just talking about the SARS-CoV-2. Another important aspect, being a genomics institute, we also tried to investigate the variants that are circulating in the community, because what you see, the clinical variants, they are far different than, you know, the variants that are actually evolving. So when you look at this, you know, slide, this is a very clumsy slide, but what I want to highlight over here is a peculiar mutation of the 6 nucleotide that you see, that is a delta signature, and India was very badly affected by the delta wave. This data is collected on 8th of February 2021 from one of the STP in Ahmedabad, and we could see the percentage of delta was already 57% in the community, where the actual infection started from the 1st March onwards, and the peak was down somewhere in the June and July. So the importance I'm trying to tell you here is that it can tell a lot about the emerging variants. So what is beyond SARS-CoV-2? I think the global community started talking about how do we go beyond SARS-CoV-2, and can we understand about the regular epidemics going on in the country, also monitor the, you know, conditions like Mpox or maybe Ebola through the wastewater surveillance. For that, we do not have any baseline data. So what we tried to establish is that in the past year, at the 25 different locations in the 4 major cities of Gujarat, we established a baseline data for the total viruses, total bacteria, total fungi, microeukaryotes, and the pollutants from the wastewater. And as you can see, you know, I'm just going to highlight the virus data, otherwise I won't be able to finish in 10 minutes. So you could see that consistently we could capture around 164 DNA viruses and 124 RNA viruses, which are being detected into the wastewater. And the rainbow that you see over here is, you know, the diversity and the abundance of the viruses captured over a time point. And it also gives you a relative abundance, so you are also able to measure the seasonality, that some of the pathogenic viruses, how they move trend on trend. And since morning, I was very excited to listen on the impact of temperature, flooding, and air pollution on this. And it also would be a very important indicator to correlate how it matches, you know. So these are some of the human pathogenic viruses like enteroviruses, influenza A, SARS-CoV-2, rotaviruses, that are being detected and understood over a time point in the different cities over here. Again, you know, the question in the scientific community is how do you validate it? So we were since doing the RT-PCR as well, and then we thought of correlating the data we generate through the capture panel with our viruses, and you could very clearly see that on the left-hand side, we have a data that we generated with a gold standard called as RT-PCR. And on the right side that you see is, you know, the virus capture data that we generated in the panel using the next generation sequencing, and it matched perfectly. So what I'm trying to say is it is a dependable, deployable, and doable tool, and we should really do an advocacy for integrating environmental surveillance for the routine disease surveillance. How we impacted the policy, so beyond state government, because we are an agency of the state government, we do a lot of interaction with the officials and the chief ministers of the state, but also the work that we did here was, you know, mentioned in the WHO guidelines on the environmental surveillance for the SARS-CoV-2 to complement the public health action. We are also now a part of the GlowaCon, which is a global wastewater consortia, and I'm also co-leading the concept paper on the R&D. And as you know, in the morning, I mean, India always believed in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means, you know, if it is one earth, one family, and one future. And this was the logo that we had during the G20 summits that we hosted in last year. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad, Vule, danke.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. And really showing how when one thinks out of the box, one can actually generate and lead from a place like India, where I think the flexibility to actually scale these types of things up is impressive. I don't know other countries that can really do that. So I think hopefully we can all learn and share ideas. So from here, we're going to move down to Bangalore. And the next speaker is Shreya, Nath, just a second, it's disappeared again. She's the managing partner of the Urban Water Program. And we're going to hear more about water management and its impact. Thank you very much. Can we put on?
Today I thought I would add in a few slides about what our organization does, because I think it addresses a lot of the questions about how do you translate research to action. So Well Labs is a new center that was set up in 2023, and we really take research. We do research with people from across the globe. We have a standing partnership with EAWAG, as well as institutions across the globe, where we look at how we can collate research that's being generated everywhere, and also look at real problems on the ground and see what are the gaps and what's missing, and fill in that with our own research. So we look at how we design systems today that will actually be resilient and relevant years from now. And we have a very diverse team. So we have data scientists and engineers, we have hydrologists and geologists. We also have economists and sociologists, community builders, and we also have entrepreneurs, because we think business is very important to a lot of the solutions we propose, and we have urban planners like myself. So we chose to begin in Bangalore, which has been facing floods and droughts. And one of the things we realized is really missing from the conversation when solutions are being proposed is that we don't have a baseline understanding of the water flows in the city. And this is something that we realized is an issue not just in Bangalore, but across India. There's a lot of fragmented data sets that exist and often filed away in different research institutions, but they really don't come together cohesively for people to understand and start making policy from a place where they can actually know what's going to be the consequences of the decisions they make. And one of the things that we really wanted to emphasize is how systemic thinking is really important when you look at policy. And today I'm actually going to talk to you about a few fragmented policies that were made in the water space and how we've been working towards making them something which is more viable and sustainable in the long run. So we quantify the flows of water through Bangalore. Using our own data, we created a Python model that emulates the flow of water from lake to lake in the city. We have a cascading lake system. And then we actually used government liaisons that we have to get data that's normally not in the public realm to actually fill in a lot of the gaps. And what we found is that the city is 50% groundwater dependent. Why is this scary? If we have a drought and we're already out of water in our ground, literally what do we turn to? It turns out some VCs think air, but that's extremely expensive right now, so it's not a viable option. So we started asking, where can this water really come from? So Bangalore's actually turned out, thank you so much. I'm recovering from Dr. Parmeshwar's air particle slides from earlier on. So Bangalore's actually, it has 3 valleys, and the golf course that Dr. Parmeshwar was talking about earlier is the highest point in the city. It was literally called high grounds. And everything flows away from the city into peri-urban areas and rural areas. And what's interesting is, Bangalore is the cash cow for Karnataka. We are, the GDP over here is almost 3 times that of any other place in the city, in the state. And as a result, we get, I meant the GDP per capita. As a result, we actually get most of the water allocation from the river. So it acts like the city's renal system. Basically, everything is pumped up 300 meters up a hill, and then it goes through the city, and it flows down, and then all of the wastewater is actually distributed to the surrounding fields and peri-urban areas. But we asked, what can we do in the city itself as the starting point? We see that there are lots of people that have been saying, just do rainwater harvesting and it's going to solve all of the issues. So we looked at one of the valleys here, and we actually looked at what if all of the rooftops had rainwater harvesting, and they were able to at least harvest 50% of the rainwater that's incident on their roofs. And we found that only really adds up to 17.6% if you take the roofs and the ground areas into consideration. With treated wastewater, the number goes up really high with 55%. But there are lots of problems associated with this, which I'll get to in a moment. And both of these 2 things combined could really bring down our groundwater and municipal water dependence from 95% to 23%. So let's look at the wastewater, which seemed like it was a good idea to look at. Clearly, the government also thought this is where they should focus on. Bangalore has the highest number of decentralized sewage treatment plants in the world, another world leader in some sense. However, it's not such a rosy story, which I'll talk about briefly, and I think Josiane, who's been working with us, can actually elaborate much further. So what you see here, these black triangles are where all of the wastewater treatment plants are located, the decentralized wastewater treatment plants. These are located inside apartment buildings mostly, so we have 3,500, but 2,500 of them are in apartments. What's interesting in this picture is that most of the areas where the wastewater treatment plants are located, the decentralized ones, are actually also where you have really high groundwater dependence. So if you actually look in the northeast corner of this map, you can see that there's a ton of decentralized treatment plants also in that same area. So we had extreme water scarcity this year with people. It was like a Cape Town-like situation where people were getting tankers in from peri-urban areas and rural areas. And what really became very evident is that these decentralized sewage treatment plants that could have been a lifeline were actually just not being considered. They weren't even in the picture. So we said, this is really our time to go and influence policymakers. Turns out, crisis is also another way, not advocacy, to influence policymakers. So we went to the principal secretary, from the Ministry of Forest Ecology and Environment. I'm actually going to skip to this slide. And we took the insights from the study that we've been doing collaboratively with AAVAG and the Bangalore Apartments Federation. The Bangalore Apartments Federation is a citizen action group that represents 1.6 million people, which is more than 10% of the overall population of the city. So they're a pretty good lobbying agency. And what we realized is that really these treatment plants, which is what you see in the corner here, are really dark, gloomy places that nobody really wants to work in. And it's usually people who come to the city that don't have a network to get more lucrative jobs that start here. A lot of them don't have more than secondary education, and as a result, the quality of water is really poor. But if they were incentivized to have more money, then it's possible that skilled operators would actually come in, or there could be automation and IoT sensors that replace some of the work that they're doing. So we realized there's a lack of viable self-use options within the building society at this price point. It's way cheaper to pull out water from the ground for most of the year, barring when you have droughts, than it is to treat wastewater. Another thing we realized is the people who install the systems are builders, but the people who run the systems are actually residents. And if you're a builder, you're looking for a small little place to put your wastewater treatment plant, and you're trying to make sure it's not very expensive. And as a result, residents actually end up paying way more in to run the systems. And finally, we realized that there's a huge correlation between scale and costs, and that's really linked to the operator. If we could make these systems automated, there would be a much easier way to actually run them. And actually, they should be standardized and automated, because these are very complicated systems to run, but they're not. They're completely bespoke. They're at the discretion of mechanical engineering and plumbing consultants. A lot of them are not environmental engineers. And very frankly, as an architect in my previous life, I've designed a wastewater treatment plant when I was ill-equipped to do so. So it really is a free-for-all, and we need to figure out how to standardize this and how we actually make sure that we can fund this adequately so that standardization becomes possible. The other big move that the city has been doing with wastewater has been trying to move wastewater out. Like I mentioned, it's the kidneys for the state into peri-urban areas. And in theory, this sounds great, right? Because there are parched urban areas around the city which have agricultural practices that are pulling out water from 2,000 feet under the ground. But the centralized treatment capacity is fairly sound. We have 75% of our water being treated. And especially the water on the periphery of the city, if you go back to this map, most of that is being treated. And that's where they actually start sending water downstream. But one of the things that wasn't taken into account is that there's a lot of illegal discharge into our stormwater channels and lakes, especially of industrial effluents. And as a result, there were lots of heavy metals actually found in the wastewater in the peri-urban areas. And that is going into our food, which is then affecting health. And another huge issue has been that we have been seeing a huge increase in vector-borne diseases in the city. I was just mentioning earlier to Professor Niels that there was a 60% increase in the number of dengue cases just last year. We also saw people getting chikungunya and other vector-borne diseases that we really didn't see earlier. So why hasn't the government really thought through our food cycles? That's because the departments are so fragmented. And the person who's making a decision about wastewater is different from the person who's making a decision about agriculture, even if they're housed within the same ministry. So really what we need to start looking at is how do we make systemic policies if we're going to solve systemic problems? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. And I did not pay her to say kidney or renal at least 2 or 3 times, but you all heard it. So I think this idea of defragmenting all the policy making and all the decision making is absolutely critical. And maybe in this session we might have a little bit more information about that. So I'll invite Josiane, who will give episode 2 of this presentation, I guess. And she's from EWAG, right? Working with Shreya and her colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm Josiane Kollmann from EWAG, which is the Water Research Institute of the ETH Zurich. I'm a psychologist, particularly a health and environmental psychologist, and with my presentation today I hope to give you some insights into what psychological research can offer to improving planetary health and particularly improving water-related issues. How does this work? Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Okay, so in psychological research, we study human perception and human behavior. Why is that relevant in the context of planetary health? Well, human behavior plays a significant role for planetary health, both in a negative way as well as in a positive way. I don't have to tell you that human behavior has severely damaged our environment and the health of our environment and the animals that live in that environment. But luckily, human behavior can also be used to improve planetary health. And in psychology, we call this behavior mitigation behavior. So that's any kind of behavior that mitigates the adverse impact of humans on the environment. And this improves the health of the environment, but it can also have direct co-benefits for human health. For example, if we switch to a plant-based diet, or if we take the bike instead of the car. However, the environmental damage that humans have caused, like climate change, air or water pollution, they also negatively affect human health. And to protect human health from this environmental degradation, we also need adaptation behavior. And both kinds of behaviors are really important to achieve planetary health overall. And I think this is also very interesting for the session we will hear later this week on mitigation and adaptation strategies. Unfortunately, achieving behavior change in humans is very difficult. So we as humans tend to be rather lazy. We prefer to stick to our routines. So changing behavior in the long term, so really behavior that maintains over time, is difficult and it takes a lot of time. So luckily, we also have another option. So behavior change is very important, but we can also facilitate change not only at the individual level, but also at the system level. And by this, I mean, for example, developing and implementing sustainable policies, technologies, and sustainable policies. And like this, we don't have to rely on every individual being motivated to change their own behavior, but we can achieve change much more efficiently and faster. But still, we should not forget that when we implement new technologies or new policies, that they still have to be supported by the public, or at least they have to be more passively be accepted. Otherwise, the implementation of the technology or policy will very likely fail. And therefore, it's very important to study what drives or hinders public acceptance. And I would like to illustrate that at one example. So estimated about half of the global population lives in water-scarce areas, and therefore any technological solution that increases water availability is really urgently needed. And one such solution is the reuse of treated wastewater, and now I'm connecting back to Shreya's presentation. So on-site wastewater treatment and reuse can look like this. So all the wastewater that's generated in a building is collected and it's treated on-site in the on-site or decentralized sewage treatment plant. Then the water can directly be reused on-site for non-potable purposes, such as irrigation or cleaning, or it can even be pumped back into the building and then be reused for toilet flushing. Like this, a big demand of the building's water demand can be met, and the fresh water can be saved for potable purposes. And also this is a very good solution in areas where there are no other means of wastewater treatment, so it can also reduce environmental pollution. Because it is such a good solution, many cities around the world have mandated wastewater treatment and reuse for certain parts of the population. Among these cities are Bengaluru and also San Francisco. However, unfortunately, simply developing a good technology and mandating it by a policy is not sufficient, as we have seen several times in the context of mandated wastewater reuse. So all over the world there have been protests against this because people don't like it for several reasons. They might think it's disgusting, they might perceive a high health risk. So actually, this public opposition has, in many cases, led to the failure of the whole implementation project because the public opposition was simply too high. So what can we do about that? We have to study what drives or hinders public acceptance. So why is there such a huge lack in public acceptance? And to give you one example, two colleagues of mine and myself have developed a framework recently. This framework tries to summarize all kinds of psychological determinants based on literature that influence the acceptance, support, or even behavioral intentions for water treatment technologies. I won't go into detail. If you're interested, you can scan the QR code, but just to give you a very quick overview. So. On top of here, you might be able to read it. It's perceived risk of using or not using the technology, or perceived costs and benefits of use that drive or hinder acceptance. I think this is still quite straightforward, but we also have other psychological determinants that might not be considered all the time. So for example, perceived fairness of the whole implementation process is an extremely important determinant of policy acceptance. Then effective reactions, so in this case, for example, disgust, then trust in the relevant actors or the technology, personal norms, social norms, psychological ownerships, or even perceived ability to really use the technology to change the behavior or self-regulation activities. So I hope that with my presentation I could show you that whenever designing a new technology or a policy, then it's really important to consider how future users or the public as a whole perceives it. Then it's important to also consult literature as well as the affected population to adapt the design early on and not only notice in the implementation process that the public doesn't really like it, because then it's often too late to adapt it. Then the communication around the whole implementation process is really important. And overall, I hope that I could show you that there are multiple psychological determinants that influence public acceptance and also behavior change if it's needed. And overall, I hope I could show you that psychological research can help to facilitate and accelerate change in order to achieve planetary health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josiane. That was fantastic. And I think exactly a little bit goes back to what we were speaking about earlier, that you can have all the best policies in the universe, but the implementation is critical. And again, we can't only expect our policymakers to implement things. We have to think about the end user and how they're going to take things up. So now we're going to switch to Sophie Heinz, who's a doctoral student at the University of Zurich, and she will be telling us from some perspectives from Delhi. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, the University of Zurich logo for some reason doesn't show up correctly. It wasn't like that on my computer. I'm sorry. I can show on my computer it showed it correctly. Okay. Well, it was looking nicer. I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to talk about my PhD research at the Trialogue Days. It's really an honor. I think in some other presentations now we've already heard a lot about ideas and how to sort of like link our research and our findings and sort of inform policy and get sort of like actionable outcomes. I'm going to talk about political and institutional hurdles that can, I mean, maybe a little bit cynically, hinder reforms that have been planned, that have been sort of informed by activism, by research, and still they fail. And I'm trying to explain a specific case of Delhi, why they have failed. Before I start the substantial part of my presentation, I also want to preface that by saying I'm presenting a case. But what we find in the literature is that this is not a unique scenario of a specific time, a specific government, that these tendencies are applicable also in other contexts. So Delhi, as many of you might know, or some might not know, is located in an arid region in India. It is a landlocked state. So there is a general state of water scarcity. Geographical reasons being that there are not a lot of water sources, infrastructural reasons being that the water that reaches Delhi often is flowing through canals where a lot of water theft is happening, where a lot of leakage is happening. Once it reaches Delhi, a lot of leakage is also happening within the pipelines in the city. and political reasons affecting the state of Delhi, being that the state government of Delhi has to negotiate with other state governments to actually get water supply delivered, so to speak. And within the city, because the distribution patterns of water within the city also follow political rationales. It's important to know that water is, for the most part, governed at the state level. So the state government of the city-state of Delhi is responsible for the provision of water. It has the authority to do that. So theoretically, it should be possible to implement reforms that widen the access to water. But that is, in many places, not happening. Most precariously, water scarcity affects residential areas that are either unplanned and or unauthorized. I don't have the time in these 10 minutes to go into the nitty-gritty details of urban planning of what that exactly means, but you can, just to give you a scale of the problem, this affects roughly 70% of the population. It disproportionately affects lesser privileged parts of the population, but not only. Essentially, it means that these are settlements that are outside of the official master plan of urban planning, and because they have been erected in this sort of like legal gray area, the state actually doesn't have the mandate, it doesn't have to provide infrastructure, public services such as water. It can, but obviously this gives leeway to political actors to sort of act upon this sort of gray mandate, right? My research is based on ethnographic fieldwork for over 1.5 years, especially in the city's periphery in the south. So that is an area where, if you follow the media, water provision is particularly politicized and capitalized on. As I mentioned, part of that means because, part of the reason why that is the case is because this area is outside of the city's master plan, meaning that it has expanded rapidly and sort of the official infrastructure planning has not followed up. That leads to obscure land titles and zoning irregularities, which again then sort of gives this gray area where the state doesn't have the official duty to provide infrastructure and water provision. As a social scientist, I think what is also important to bring in here is that very often the social power relations in these areas are highly unequal. So the population that actually lives there very often is migrant population that has come in and lives on rent because it has limited bargaining power and doesn't rely on social networks, can't rely on social networks the way it could in the native regions. They are more at the behest of powerful groups, actors, and political forces. So just to paint the context, it's a high concentration of people, fast developing infrastructure, but on sort of like shaky legal grounds, and a lack of state intervention on regulating the provision of water. Maybe just to say something about the screenshot that I put, this is a screenshot from Google Maps. What you see on the left, as you can probably imagine, sort of like looks like a less dense, greener, more regulated area, whereas on the right you see sort of like a more irregular area, more densely populated, less greenery. Obviously, it's quite easy to see that there are differences in socioeconomic status of the populations, but it's important to actually know that both of these areas are unauthorized colonies. So this issue that I'm explaining is not only affecting the sort of quote-unquote poorest of the poor, but also across the population. So to talk about the current government and what they have been doing. We have currently a government on the state level in Delhi that has been elected on an agenda of providing public services. That is sort of their unique selling point, and water has featured very, very prominently in that campaign. There was a very prominent campaign promise of Pani Maaf, meaning free water, which essentially meant that the promise was that there's going to be a regularized access to treated and safe water for everyone, free of cost to a large extent. There's a certain threshold, but that threshold was set at a point that was very high, so like normal consumption would not exceed that for households. and importantly, regardless of the legal status of the settlement. So this government kind of made the promise that what has been previously often been used as the reason why a government would not provide water because the settlement has been erected in a legal gray area. They said, we don't care, no matter where you live, if it's legal or not legal, we are going to provide you with free water. So that was quite a big promise. Obviously, to build infrastructure to reach that promise takes time. So the ultimate goal of this promise was piped water supply for everyone, constructing the infrastructure for piped water supply for everyone. But in the meantime, while that is sort of like being figured out, to regulate the provision of water so that the water reaches the people in a sort of predictable, transparent, and affordable manner. So action has been taken, according to the government. There have been sort of many announcements of what they're going to do in the news. There are press conferences. A lot of announcements happen. So the water pipelines are going to get built. There was actually also legislation that said water is a constitutional right, and the government has to provide water because it's a basic human right. I mean, we would all agree, I guess. And transparency measures to sort of like in these areas where pipelines don't reach, that water tankers will be sent, but that they will be monitored by GPS so that sort of they follow the routes that the government has set and that they don't deviate and sell the water for profit. We also saw that some things were happening on the ground, not only in the media. So there were actually incidents of water pipelines that have been laid and then also that have been very happily inaugurated by local elected officials in unauthorized colonies. So in these areas where previously this type of provision didn't reach. However, crucially, many of these pipelines, almost all of these pipelines, at least what I can see from my research, have not been connected to the water provision network. So this is sort of like a political stunt, you could say, in many cases, where action sort of like was taken for the public, but it didn't actually sort of like change the outcome of water provision. So the main argument why, what I want to present in this presentation, why water supply today, especially in Delhi's peripheries, is still mediated, irregular, and often expensive, is because water constitutes a major source of political patronage, meaning political actors sell it for profit, and they don't do that because they are morally bad people, or maybe not only because they're morally bad people, but because there's a system of political finance that necessitates them to actually make money off of public service provision. So then ultimately the argument is that political incentives are such that the system kind of prevents reform implementation, and that has an effect on these reform successes or failures. I want to quickly just outline some forms of accumulation so that you can sort of like see what I mean with that, whoa, okay, sorry. Then I might not have time for that, to go in that much detail. Just to quickly say, there are basically two major forms of accumulation. One of them is water tankers, because the government doesn't have enough own water tankers to actually send them out. They take contractors into under government contracts, but actually what happens then is that a big system of extortion by design results from that. So essentially water tanker operators are taken under contracts, but then they are being extorted to the extent that they have to pay bribes, that they have to take loans from banks to operate their businesses. That generates a lot of money for the politicians. The other form is tube wells, where we heard already other people talk about groundwater extraction. That's another big form of water provision in areas where the state doesn't reach. That is illegal, but in some places it's become authorized because there's no other way. What political actors are doing is that they're sort of nationalizing these tube wells and then bringing them under party control and then selling the water that they extract there for profit as well. Just as a very quick last note, basically it's not just to say that this is a system of systemic corruption and not sort of like people or party dependent. The governance structure of the Delhi Jal Board, which is the governing agency of water provision in Delhi that has been there for a long time, and it has been like this for a long time, not only under the current government, is so entangled with party politics because the crucial positions within this agency are actually nominated from the political party itself. So you put people from elected offices into positions of power in these governance bodies where they have decision-making power to basically extract resources from everything that, like this whole supply chain that is under this board. So as I said, the water provision today in Delhi is still characterized by an elaborate system of patronage, and the reforms to improve the reach and lower cost of water provision are obstructed by the political actors' incentives to finance their survival in the political system. Ultimately, I think the question really is a larger one of how to address this, which is to reform how political parties finance themselves, to put regulation on how elections can be funded or run without that much money, because that is essentially where these funds are funneled ultimately, and to detangle basically governance structures and party politics. Thank you so much. Sorry again for the for the University of Zurich logo that is not visible, and yeah, thank you for the attention. Sorry for going over time.
So thank you very much, Sophie, and I'm pretty sure University of Zurich's quite proud of you with or without the logo, so that was excellent. So the next and last speaker is going to be Mr. Gerald Tenua, who's a science journalist, who's, I think it's really become extremely clear that communication is an enormous part of how we're going to move forward. So we're really looking forward to hearing your wisdom. Thank you.
As my presentation is being set, I would also like to declare that I'm not Dr. Tenua. I'm Gerald Tenua. I'm a reporter at the New Vision newspaper back home in Kampala. I'm happy to report in this session about water, and I would also like to appreciate the previous presenters from Uganda who mentioned a lot about the disasters, the landslides, flooding, and the rest of that. However, I'll talk more about my personal experience regarding reporting on water and environmental issues back home in Uganda. I've reported for the past 22 years, reporting about the environment. And I think in this session, I'm going to talk more about the lessons which I've gathered so that we can add value to the kind of work which we are doing. My topic is how media can effectively communicate science. That is my name, and I report mainly on the environment. I've also done a bit of film work, and that is also going to be my other areas of specialization. And then, of course, I'm also a media trainer back home in Uganda. The structure of this presentation is outlined like that. I have a bit of background. I'll also talk about opportunities, challenges, networking, and collaboration. To begin with, what is science communication? This is about interpretative and investigative journalism, and I've structured this way so that we can be able to read from the same page. In many cases, there's always a fight between scientists and media people because we largely don't appreciate each other's work. In brief, interpretative journalism is about breaking down jargon. We need to unpack the complicated words into simpler language which people can understand. In the past, I remember when I was going to cover the World Summit on Sustainable Development in the year 2002, the editors would insist, we don't want to see words like sustainable development in your text, words like sustainability, words like precautionary principle. Yet, these are some of the keywords which are used in those global conferences. When you look at other media, like the BBC, The Guardian, they can be able to co-opt some of these words because their audience is a bit educated, is a bit sophisticated. Back home, we need to break this down into simple words. Sometimes we kind of pull ropes with a scientist. when they don't see words like ecosystem in our stories, big words which they think they are talking and communicating to people. In the media house, we need to talk, express ourselves in a very simple way, down to the earth. Words which our grandmother, our mothers can be able to read and understand, common people on the street. We also talk about investigative journalism when we are talking about science communication. This is a specialized way of reporting where we need to break down things to the detail and then, of course, make sure that that detail counts. We also do investigative journalism when it comes to the sphere of using resources. You find that all of us, we are connected in a way to these natural resources through rights and responsibilities, depending on where we are. The citizens down there who are using the wetlands where they draw water or resources like medicine and others, they have access to these resources because they are right next to them. And people who come from very far, they must get a permit to be able to use these resources. And these are resources which are regulated by government. So sometimes when you investigate stories back home in Kampala, you'll find that somebody who wants to get rich quickly is dealing in charcoal or timber. And at the end of that business, there's a powerful man who is kind of violating the system to ensure that the access is not the way how it should be. They are getting either in excess of what they should be getting. So science journalism is important in terms of also investigation to be able to give a voice and power to some of these individuals whose interests are being compromised. Reporting about science is about reporting facts. Factual reporting is part and parcel of science reporting. When you are doing sports reporting, it's about flair, the use of good words, good language. But the basic thing when you're doing science reporting is about reporting facts. You either have the facts or you're not into this kind of business. We also highlight the fact that a good story has to be sourced. And that is why we keep on calling the scientists when there's this paper which is out or there's something, a complaint in the public, water is contaminated out there. We need to be able to get the facts and we need to source that information. And of course, this is important so that the public can be able to trust in what we are saying. We also need to tell these stories through characters. And we keep on kind of building the story up to the plot points and subplots. And then we have a mix of this so that we bring out a good story. Our biggest power is through persuasion. We don't have enforcement powers like government, but we can be able to probably achieve the same results or even better when we are able to tell these stories and persuade the public better. And of course, media derives power from public trust. And all the time, we must be able to observe the ethical practices of journalism by sourcing these stories, telling the facts in a good way, so that we can be able to address the interests of the public. One of the key challenges is that science reporting is boring. In a newsroom, we compete for space with other sources of stories. You'll find that a story which is about an accident, which is going to claim 100 people in one go, this is going to attract a lot of attention, and it will be given a lot of attention. It will be in the limelight. It will probably be the headline story. A story about the environment, that one can be relaxed if there's too much competition, because they'll say, after all, that can run another day. It's not urgent. This kind of drives away the attention from some of the issues which we are talking about, some of the scientific issues. And we need to be able to write these stories in an interesting way so that we can be able to capture the attention of the editors and even the masses out there. Another challenge is that there's a lot of mistrust between the scientists and journalists, and this is because of various reasons. Their scientists report with technical language, technical jargon, which is complicated, and most reporters will tend to shun away from such reports. The scientific reports, if you want scientific reports to come out very well, you need to report in very simple language. That one I've already highlighted. And there's also limited understanding of science by many reporters who tend to misrepresent the facts. In some cases, journalists will not get the story out of context and end up misrepresenting the facts. Of course, the story goes on and on. We've reported back home on big issues, small ones. One of them concerns water governance, like for instance, the Nile. The Nile is shared by many countries. There are about 11, including Uganda, and Uganda is just simply right at the heart of water. Some of these stories, if you report them without the right kind of context, you can get countries fighting each other just because of a story. And in some of these, we recognize the fact that we share these resources with the neighboring countries. Like for instance, 70% of the water we have in Uganda comes from the neighboring countries. Another challenge is that scientists are not easily accessible. Most of them are media shy and do not have time for the media. You have the story about pollution. At one time, we had a story about feces, fecal matter detected in water, and the scientists were not available to comment on this story. And for weeks, we're holding this story. Of course, some of this may turn political. When they kind of get this information, they have to question who gave you this kind of story and who is going to probably cause a lot of protest among people. So sometimes the science probably are right, but in many cases we lack sources to be able to talk to when we have these stories. Science stories are also costly. You have to get where the story is taking place. Some may be in remote areas with restricted access. A landed slide has appeared somewhere. You need to get there quickly to be able to capture the story, but in many cases, you might not be able to have the resources to do that. Yeah. Opportunities, we have globally respected researchers at Makerere University and government working on various projects and concerning climate change, human health, and animal health, and this means that we have the sources and the scientists who can explain these stories. That is one of the opportunities. Remember, we said sometimes it is difficult to access, but we also have this as an opportunity that they are available and they are working on various projects, just like we saw earlier here, on many things concerning air pollution, water, and the like. There's also good content which is being generated at the highest level of government within the duty bearers, at various stages in water management, Nile Basin Initiative. They generate a lot of information which is available to us. We also have another opportunity that there are some specialized reporters reporting science and also media receptive to well-packaged stories. Once in a while, we get these stories coming out in a big way, and they are quite impactful. We also have pages covering health, science, technology, and environment in our various media back home. However, most stories are about disasters and crises. You'll find that some of the factors that are kind of culminating into these disasters, they have always been around us for a long period of time, but we don't cover them until there's that landslide in Bududa, until there's that landslide in Bulambuli, or when River Nile is flooding. That's when we hurry and then hold the microphone and the pens to be able to cover them. There's also growing interest in solution and constructive journalism, and this is important for inspiring the public to take action. There was a young person here who won today in the quiz, and I feel inspired, and I think back home we should have similar processes where we can probably be able to ride on such projects which young people are doing, or other constituencies which we can highlight as solution stories. Yeah. The big thing which I think should come out of this meeting is about networking, and this is sharing information and experiences. Back home, you find that there are many issues which we should be taking up seriously, but because of various governance challenges, we never get to do so. And here we have an opportunity. One of the areas where we should be able to probably cause a difference is through media engagement, highlighting what we are doing so that we can be able to influence the various publics with the knowledge, with the technology, with the information which is in our hands as scientists. The other one is about collaboration, which is needed where we can share resources to develop better packages that can promote consistent reporting. Sometimes we get it right, but the stories are kind of epileptic. They are not kind of consistent. And this is where we need a lot of support to be able to bring out this consistent information. Recommendations, one of them is that there's networking, but this should be enhanced, and we need embedded specialized journalists on some of the projects that scientists are working on. A very good project like air pollution, I can imagine if like there's a journalist that is working with experts and they are able to break this story at a given point when there are good results, that will be more impactful than working in closed doors in the labs all the time, and then once like you are ready, you just simply give an interface with the journalist for 30 minutes or 1 hour. A lot of things are likely to go wrong, but if journalists have been behind, working with the scientists behind the scenes, then they can be able to internalize what is going on, be able to understand what is particulate matter, how they can break that down, and all of that. There's also need for better collaboration between scientists and journalists in their formal networks. We have some networks back home, and I believe they are also somewhere else. And also media houses to improve on their capacity to be able to report. Of course, this is skilling and support of the journalists and the media reporting on health and planetary health and global health. It is very important to be able to appreciate all these concepts so that they can be able to unpack them well. The last point is that we also need a communication strategy or a communication plan. Once you have information, this information is supposed to get to various publics. But in a way, we tend to keep to this information alone. A communication strategy or a plan can be as simple as probably one, a press release. It can be a talk on TV. It can also be a way how we are going to break down this information and use social media to be able to disseminate this information. It will also help you to measure the impact you are creating on the public, and then of course feed into the system what else you have to do after you've communicated and having realized the kind of impact which you've created or not created. With that, I'll come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm guessing we have about 15 minutes at least for discussion. So that was very informative, and it's wonderful to see a sort of a humility in a journalist after having watched so much misinformation in global news over all this time. I think the media has a bigger and bigger role because we're noticing how much the media is actually changing destinies. It's changing election results, it's doing all sorts of things. So wonderful. If you could take your seats, and if all the other speakers could please take their seats. So a lot of this was really, as we mentioned, on the sort of higher level, thinking about politics, thinking about how do we generate data, how do we evaluate potentially policies. Yeah, we need another chair, please. And then I think one of the biggest things, as we mentioned, is communication, and I think we as scientists need to learn probably better how to communicate with journalists and to communicate with politicians, obviously, communicate with each other. I think we mentioned the silos that we need to really break through because we do all have important information nobody's really, cutting across. And then obviously trying to understand what are the implications. So if anyone has some questions, the floor, yes, please go ahead. It's off, I think. Try. Yeah, loudly.
So yeah, a very nice presentation. Yeah, I am from IISc and I live in one of the gated communities in Bangalore. So my question is to Shreya. Like, yeah, we do have many decentralized wastewater treatment plant here in Bangalore in societies. So my question is like what I see in my society. I mean, people started moving just 3 years back and the treatment plant there is unoperational now. Okay, so how do you see this? I mean, what I see or understand is those people tell that the design capacity was not as such, or there was a mismatch in the calculation. The load generated in the society or the treatment capacity of the plant is not matching. Next follow-up question is like, do you see like only grey water being treated, or is it black water that is also being treated at a decentralized level in the society? If not, where is it going?
Okay, so let me start with the second question and then get to the first question. So the mandate required, so basically Bangalore started decentralized wastewater treatment because of lakes. Because the Central Pollution Control Board saw the Bellandur Lake was foaming, catching fire, it was in national headlines, and it said, you need to do something about the fact that your lakes are foaming, so you don't have enough wastewater treatment capacity. And the Bangalore Water Supply and Sewerage Board was struggling with just the fact that the city was growing exponentially. So it said, what can we do? So it had this knee-jerk reaction where it said, we're going to crack down very strictly on an existing mandate from 2006, which was an EIA notification, a central mandate, saying everyone has to treat and recycle their own water. So your apartment having, and they have to recycle both black and gray, and they're supposed to reuse the water for toilet flushing and landscaping, and they're supposed to reuse 100% on-site. If you do basic math, if you are generating 150 liter, you're consuming 150 liters of water per day, and out of that, say you're actually treating 120, and you do toilet flushing and landscaping, you're left with over 70% of the water. What do people do? They put it into the stormwater drains. That's what they do. And a lot of the times, they don't even treat the water at all. They just put it directly into the stormwater drains. To answer your second question about why they're undersized, think of the space at which they introduced this mandate. And even at the center level, the feasibility study for why decentralized treatment wasn't really very clear. And the reason we know that is the Bangalore Apartments Federation has strongly been advocating that smaller plants be shut down. And I don't know how many people you have in your apartment. Can you tell me? Sorry?
5,000.
So you are supposed to be in the realm of actually it making sense economically because you're definitely above a 100 KLD plant. But one of the reasons why people don't operate it is there's no clear benefit from operating it. They want, like Josiane said, they want consulted during the policy process. And there is a yuck factor associated with reusing recycled water. We're hoping that the economics of it actually change that a little bit, because if you can sell the water off-site, then you're not really using it for things apart from toilet flushing and landscaping. You can use it in industry and construction, and now the mandate that we work to change together actually allows that. So we're hoping a wastewater market starts thriving. We're seeing a few tankers in the city. Of course, tankers are the worst way to transport water, so we really hope there'll be pipelines soon, which is the other thing we're advocating for. I don't know if you want to add.
So just a short thing to add. So Shreya and I and others conducted a joint study together, and there we found out that it's actually the benefits of reusing your treated wastewater have not been communicated enough. So if people perceive that there are high benefits for the environment, also financial benefits for the whole city, if they perceive that also for users this comes with a positive sustainable image, then they are much more likely to find it acceptable. But apparently much more focus has been on the costs, on the health risks, etc. So this is also one way that we hope to go in future, to just emphasize all the benefits that come with it.
Thank you. And I think this does go to this idea of solidarity, that we're part of communities instead of just us. And just the one thought I'm having, I know in Germany people have solar powers on their roof and then they give the electricity to the community and somehow get money back for that. So I guess there's a precedent. There's a question over there. Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for this really exciting panel. And I thought there was some really nice granular stories you all brought across that's very, very important to pay attention to. And I liked the attention to wastewater. I remember when Chennai ground zero happened a couple of years after this massive flooding. I had written something about how, like looking at the longer history, our relationship to water is completely broken. Like how can a city both have this level of flooding and that level within 5 years, zero depletion of groundwater? But here my question is something else. We are doing this research with a bunch of political scientists and anthropologists on water futures, trying to look at what's happening to water as we articulate it as a global commons. And I don't know if you guys have been following this new, and here I'm also taking the kind of the provocation to think in terms of planetarity or planetary diplomacy. UN has just set up this global commission on the economics of water. And the entrance of the word economics is also quite interesting over here because it is allowing for new forms of financialization in the name of common good. And I'm kind of curious how y'all are looking, y'all who are really working closely with ground level people, like various kinds of stakeholders and activists, how y'all are tracking these kinds of movements. Thank you so much.
So one of the exercises that we've been doing along with EARWAG, which I think has been really interesting, is we are trying to paint scenarios for these different ground level entities. So for example, if there are proactive RWAs and we are trying to say what is the next step. They might have actually done retrofitting in their building where they're using the water for toilet flushing, they've upgraded their systems, but what happens if you actually reuse the wastewater, say, for showering? What happens in 5 years from now? Supposing there's, how many El Nino events are you going to have? How much water scarcity are you going to have? There's the World Bank grant coming into Bangalore, loan coming into Bangalore for $500 million, right? So, and they are saying now that you have to increase your water tariff. So then what happens to the price of water? So we're trying to explain these different things to see how people react. But one of our biggest learnings has been that we are really lucky in Bangalore because there's such a formalized association of apartments. And they really, it's a voluntary organization. And you can join, it's just 3,000 rupees for a lifetime, a year, but you get several benefits. So it's not just water. They've advocated for electricity, etc. I'll say it's yet to be seen. Definitely the startup ecosystem is thriving in this space. Venture capitalists are throwing money at water startups in Bangalore because they realize that it's going to be a huge problem. I would say people who were squarely focused on energy, even up until 2023, are now saying, you know what, I think there's more money in water because people bought apartments worth $300,000 and they got half a bucket of water a month, and they were, for an entire month, and they had their arms up in the air. So, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just quick, short questions and short answers so that we can pack in a couple more.
Short question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Valerie, I had a question for Dr. Joshi. Wonderful talk. What I understood is that the wastewater monitoring for viruses, it is kind of surrogate for what happens in the nature, right? It's a form of surrogate, right, for what happens in nature. I was just curious, did you pick up poliovirus from your wastewater monitoring?
Yeah, I didn't show it over here, but we consistently picked up not the wild type, but the Sabine strain, which is the vaccine strain, and that also provided us the benchmark on, what we could detect, yes.
So you can also tell vaccine penetrance or whatever, vaccine acceptance.
That's the success story. I think the wastewater, since the ages, have been used for, the polio purpose, but now everybody is trying to repurpose it for the different purpose.
And I'm guessing viruses are taken out by the sewage system. It's not that you're going to double count viruses if you're constantly recycling the water.
Depends on the quality of treatment. So that's one of the biggest things. It depends on the quality of treatment. So that's one of the biggest things that we've been working on with different. Within EARWAG, is looking at microbial loads and how different standardized treatment processes would actually reduce that. In apartments, it's unclear that it's doing that.
Anyone else? Yes, Andrew?
Yeah, so my question is to our instructor on media engagement, Gerald. So Gerald, I know you reported on stories around the landfill in Uganda for many years before it collapsed eventually. My question to you is, clearly the government did not listen to your reporting. So what options are you considering going forward to make sure that the stories you put out kind of get the traction that translates into action? Any thoughts?
of course, the fact that we've been reporting, and of course, what we are highlighting by voicing out what the different stakeholders were saying has not been taken up. But that does not mean that we stop engaging. There are huge opportunities to be able to correct what has happened at Chitezi. Chitezi is a very big landslide. In the morning, Dr. Mayanja Kiza talked about it, where there was a garbage pile, and then at some point it slid and caused a disaster which killed more than 100 people. We have huge opportunities to start sorting waste. And this is something, I think, where we have huge opportunities to be able to leverage from what is happening probably from some of the schools. I remember highlighting a story at Gaza High School where they were teaching the girls to separate the waste. There were coded bins. Some were red, blue, yellow, and brown. And this was separating organic from inorganics. And it was working well through a school environment. But beyond the school, the system died, and communities kept on asking, how do we benefit out of the system? They were not appreciating the sanitation kind of measures which the girls were coming up inside the school. I believe if KCCA, that is our local authority back home in Kampala, can probably do research and build on such interventions and then scale them up, that is how we can probably come out of the chaos that is happening there. If that is not done, we are going to continue with the same kind of practice with the same results. The only option is to go that way. How long it takes, probably a long period of time, but that is the only option. Thank you.
Comment?
I just have one comment and then I have a question. The first comment is bringing Block 2 and Block 3 together. I'm part of Block 10, so I'm about bridging the silos. And we talked in Block 2 a lot about industry and the role of industry, and here I didn't hear as much. And so my comment is I'm thinking about one of the most polluting industries on the planet, and one that is responsible for so much waste in terms of water, and that is fashion. And it is time to stop the fashion, to make the models better, right? And so I'd love to hear us talk more about the clothing we wear and the choices we make and the choices we don't make in terms of feeding into consumerism and buy, and really talk about fashion. We have to talk about it because so many people don't know, and thinking about human behavior, so many people have no idea how polluting the fashion industry is. Now my question. So about water surveillance. This is absolutely critical, and you brought in some fantastic historical data, coming back to evolutionary medicine, some historical data about just how important it is to monitor our water systems. And you asked about polio. And what I'm seeing now is how important it is when governments aren't acting and are not monitoring situations. What I'm seeing is water surveillance is key. And I'm speaking specifically about bird flu. You know, scientists have been calling for much more monitoring, and we're seeing it in California. They're finding it in the water. What do you know about current issues and what we should be concerned about?
So I think now that, you know, with the success story of the SARS-CoV-2, a lot of government agencies are keen to establish environmental surveillance, but we also need to understand that one model doesn't fit all, you know, the problems. So for example, when you do the wastewater surveillance, you could only do something. For an instance, you cannot have any insight on the vector-borne diseases, because I've seen people doing, you know, wastewater surveillance for dengue, malaria, and Zika, but you don't get anything over there. Similarly, for the avian influenza, so what now we are trying to establish is, you know, a strategy where we are specifically looking at the migratory routes of the birds and the wetlands, and then the poultry farms surrounding it, you know, to develop a model for understanding of, you know, the influenza and the transmission dynamics and the strains that come as a part of the introduction through the migration of the birds. But beyond that, I mean, talking about influenza, which is also predominant in the humans, you know, you see different waves of influenza coming in the society as well. So we have been able to track that across a period of time. I didn't show the data here in the interest of time, but maybe we can discuss one-on-one.
Thank you. Question?
Yeah, in Uganda, we also had a scenario where, as we were monitoring the sewage system in a place called Bugolobi at the plant by Uganda Virus Research Institute, and were able to flag up polio in the sewage, and that sparked a mass polio vaccination across the country. But mine is, I think I've learned a few lessons which I think I could take to Parliament. Our network of sewage, piped sewage, is small, so that people use what we call the soak pits, where you dig and you let the sewage percolate into the soil. Of course, the city is growing faster than the authorities can extend the grid of the sewer lines. But even people who build housing estates for about 100 houses, they still use the rudimentary soak pits. So mine is to encourage government to come up with a law so that the estate developers can have sewage treatment plants within, and put that into the cost of selling their units.
So I think hopefully you'll be successful, I guess, but maybe learning from the lessons. You know, I think it's interesting that obviously certain solutions have their downsides. I just have a quick question for you, Sophie, and then I think we have to finish. Just listening to you sorry? Okay. Listening to you just about how water is such a politicized thing, I would have thought it's a human right to have water. So how do you think, or maybe even with the journalists kind of involved with Gerald, how does one demand this right? Or, you know, I think a right should be fulfilled, and I think a lot of people question the right to health, and I think we have universal health coverage, which people are at least saying it should be in place as a basic right to basic health services. Should we have some sort of universal, some other kind of coverage for water to make sure that people have, obviously, and as you said, there wouldn't, or somebody said there would be no life on the planet without water, right? So I think, how do you must have thought a lot about this human rights issue and the access, and that so many people don't have it.
Yes, definitely. I mean, as I said, I think everyone here would agree, right, that water is a human right and obviously a necessity to live. And I mean, in my field work, when you talk to residents, when you talk to informal leaders, when you talk to politicians, everyone agrees. It's not that people don't agree that water is a necessity and that water should reach everyone. I think it's just the problem that the way it reaches people lacks regulation and lacks dependability, and that is sort of being capitalized on. But again, I mean, the whole motivation for the political agenda that informed these government reforms was activism around water and access to water. The current chief minister at some point was a water activist. So I think it's not a problem of awareness or awareness of the acuteness of the dire situation, or that it should not be how it is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that's very interesting. If there's nobody else. Oh, sorry, but yeah.
Could I just ask you, yes, it was very interesting how you investigated this. So what lessons did you learn for Swiss politics?
That's a very good question. I think, so, I mean, what I think the major difference between everyday politics and constituency service between India and Switzerland is that in Switzerland, politicians are legislators most of the time. They have, usually, it's a militia system, so they have a job, then they get elected into parliament, they continue their profession usually, and then they get paid for these days that they go to parliament to legislate. Whereas in India, a politician, once you get elected, it's a full-time job, 24 hours, everybody's calling you even in the night if they have an emergency. For many levels of governance, you don't get paid. So it really is, you're not, the main role is not as a legislator, but as a mediator between the population, your constituents, and the state. And I think the lessons for Switzerland, I would say, is to look at our institutional designs and sort of see how we can maybe communicate how sort of like detaching personal benefits from politics and the everyday constituency service has evolved, because I think honestly that is a good thing. I don't know if that's a satisfactory answer.
So thank you very much. I think this has been an extremely sort of diverse and complex panel, very, very interesting. I think, again, we haven't spoken so much about the human stories, but my question is often sometimes the human story might be what captures the attention of the broader public and what captures the attention then of the policymaker, who then has to keep that person's vote. So I think the media has a huge role in that, in sort of making us aware of these disasters, of the 100 people, who were they that were under this landslide. So I think, again, just this idea that we as part of a society need to all remember that we're not just there as individuals, and also this idea, I think, reminding us possibly of our right to, we have to exercise our right to vote. Because maybe we are informed, maybe we have certain things, we just give up, we think the government's not going to do something, but it's not going to do anything if we don't vote, so that's a totally different topic. But I still think it's important, just looking at global politics recently. So I think our responsibilities definitely don't end at our front door, and I think these have all been very good examples of how a lot happens beyond our front door that's due to us as well. So thank you very, very much for participating, for these wonderful talks, and thank you for your participation.
How are we feeling? Well, you better inject some energy into you, because you're about to be photographed. And that is going to be forever. So, instructions are as follows. We're going one floor down, and we're gathering on the stairs so we can be all nice and layered and fit everybody. And we'll take a family photo.
ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ನಿಮ್ದಾ